All right, hey people, this is Chris Lucas. It's October 30th, 2020. It's 8 o'clock here in Indiana. And thought I'd do a random live show. And this I'm actually gave people about 30 minutes to an hour notice. Still kind of testing things out. So um, I don't know. I kind of don't really know what to talk about today. I was hoping some guests would stop by or some people might want to be on. In fact, if how, all right, I'm just kind of copying a link because if anyone wants to try to come on and say a few words, there's the link. If anyone feels like becoming part of this show, you can just click that little link and you can go right on the show if you want. Say whatever you want. Hello, born again for Christ. Um, like I said, just kind of doing a random show. Brave. Not sure what that means. I don't know. um, but yeah, I'm kind of doing these shows to try to help me get over any kind of self consciousness. Because I figure you just start doing them, get more comfortable with it, work out all the kinks and other things. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a few trolls to be honest, because it might spur some conversation. Might have someone's like, "Hey, I don't even believe in Jesus." Well, come right on my show. You know, let's talk about that. Or hey, I love Biden or I love Trump. Come on my show and talk about that craziness. Because I think I don't know. I'm kind of like I feel like I could debate some of those people or just throw some things at them and maybe it might spur further discussion. So um yeah, and plus I'm like really about free speech. Like I want to have a program that's like totally free speech, gives anyone their say. I'm still trying to figure out what the best way to do it. I'm thinking about dropping about $400 down on some like really nice call-in service so people can just use their phones and call in and listen to the show while they call in and things like that. But I'm kind of just seeing if I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to gauge people's interest in things to how much money I should spend. I don't want to spend $400 a month on something and it's like people are like, oh, I'm not digging this. And there's like 10 people here. Unless it was 10 people I was constantly like helping to wake up or bring to God or help understand Jesus or wake them up. And, maybe I don't wake them up, but maybe I get something turning in their heads and they eventually wake up. I mean, that's kind of like the whole goal of the show. Just to point out, like that all this is, crazy going on. I mean, I don't, that this is not normal. That's one thing I really want to stress in my show is that what's going on is not normal. We're getting brainwashed that it's the new normal and everything is normal. And so, see people kind of popping in and out of here. Like I said, if you want to be part of the show, I have posted a link. If you need me to post it again, all I got to do is click the link and you can instantly become part of this show. Um, but I guess I'll just kind of get into some things that have been going on in my mind lately. I listened and I didn't really get to have a chance to make a video about this or anything, but it's just kind of about things I see in truthers and the crazy things they let be entertained on their channel. Like Jason Jason Goodman. A lot of people know him. Crowdsource the Truth. He had some guy in on. He had some guy from True Pundit, Thomas Paine. I think that's who it is. Had him on a show. Now I had throwing some things at Jason Goodman, and he actually replied back because I was like, well, I think Barr is deep state. And then he gets this guy on a show, and he was saying Trump might not know about Barr. Like, how in the world do you not know about Barr? Are you serious? Like, what? How do you have these people who are supposed to be these like big time alternative media pundits, and here they are, and they're like they're trying to make excuses like that for Trump? Like, how in the world do you not know about like Mina? Like, you never heard of Mina. You were sitting here giving these people like Hillary Clinton money, Kamala Harris money, and I understand. Like, I'm not going to hold this against Trump. You know, he wasn't in office. I can understand. You know, you're a guy. You're trying to do some business deals, trying to you know, maybe gain some advantage for your business. Okay, you know, I can kind of let these things slide. But when you start saying he doesn't know, to say you don't know, to say he doesn't know, I mean, this is in denial. This is delusion, and to even feed people these kind of false narratives, I think is very evil. I mean, the best thing to do, and I got a friend that keeps promoting Trump, and he knows all about the Vatican. He knows all about, you know, like how it's pretty bigoted at the very least that Trump's appointing nothing but Catholics, let alone they're not even conservative. So people will go, oh, you can't possibly let Biden in. Well, Trump says he wants to end anti-Catholicism, and to me, by only debating Biden, who's a Catholic, and that's the only person you're debating, so that's the only person that gets publicity, so that's the only person people know who is running. You know, you're kind of like you're creating more of this, like, here you go. It's not bad enough that I nominated nothing but Catholics. Now all I'm going to do is run against a Catholic, and so it's either me, the guy that does nothing but nominate Catholics, or a Catholic. You know, and it's like, good job, Trump. You ended all that anti-Catholicism stuff. So, you know, to be honest, I'm camera and mic shy. I know it doesn't seem like it because I go do these videos, but I do these videos just to, well, basically, I look at the trash on YouTube and I hear this garbage that people do and don't even bother to say. And I'm like, well, 50,000 people will listen to some guy like Tim Pool, some joke like that, you know, who doesn't do nothing for you. I mean, at least I'm offering, hey, look, there's these COVID protocols, and look at all these doctors promoting them, and maybe we should institute them. And, you know, it's like, you know, maybe we should go start knocking on our, like, I plan on sometime next week, and I don't care if I got to do 4 hours of sleep one day and do 12 or 14-hour shift at work one day next week, I will go down to the Indiana Department of Health. I will knock on the door. I'm saying it now on camera. That way you guys can hold me accountable if I don't do it. But I will drive down there and I will ask them in person why we won't institute these protocols, these sensible COVID protocol treatments, and just reopen everything. I mean, why does anything have to be closed? But I know it's not the Indiana Department of Health. Yes, thank you. I do. I mean, I do need to be held to, but that's, like I said, that's part of the reason why I don't want to take donations. I get kind of scared asking for them because I'm like, man, you know, it's like, now you really gotta be super accountable and be super productive. And like I said, I don't know if I can even handle doing more than what I do now. So unless I get to do YouTube for full time, that'd be great. You know, do that for 14 hours of banging on representatives' doors and interviewing people and getting some real truth out there. But hey, I don't know if this is crazy to ask, but I want to see your house. Like, if I can see a picture of that, man, because that just sounded crazy. But if you don't want to post it, maybe you could just post it on your on that, like, I don't know, that pay thing. I got Media Bear in the audience, and so I kind of wanted to see something. But hey, like I said, oh, now I got 4 people watching. Hey, maybe I got more than that, but hey, if, like I said, if anyone, I got this link, I'll post it again. Anyone that wants to just hop on into the show, I will. You're free to hop right in onto the show, and you can talk about whatever you want. Well, I'd kind of like to keep it like something interesting going on in the world with politics or whatever. But okay, I'm just gonna read this comment. Picture the tree the Keebler elves live in, laying out of my house. Whoa, dang, wow. Okay, because he just moved into a house and he had a tree fall on it, so that's what I want to see a picture of. In case people are wondering what I'm talking about. But anyway, so I guess mainly most of the things that's been on my mind lately. And if anyone's got some topics they want to just throw out there, okay, you're in the chat, people in the chat room, you don't want to come online. I mean, you don't want to come on the show. You're free to type in comments into the chat, just things on your mind, things you notice, and bring up topics or whatever. Like I said, it's kind of like a laid back show. I just kind of want to still get used to ironing out the kinks, getting comfortable. Yes, that is right. Media Bear, one of the most epic channels to emerge due to the 2020 COVID hoax. That is 100% correct. One of the most inspirational people of 2020, I would say. I'd like to take and make an award, like one of these, hopefully I can get like an award together and send it to him because he deserves it, some kind of like trophy or something. Like an Emmy kind of award thing. I don't know what to call it yet. Maybe people can kick me out some ideas and whip that up. Yeah, the contest was over after maybe the first song you did. I think it was over, man. You were like artist of the year after that. So, aha! Greetings, Denmark. Okay, well that's too bad. That would be awesome. Like I said, if there's anything you want to talk about, just kind of throw the topics out there. I got stuff. It's just since I probably should lay it out that way. It's like if it's kind of dead, I can just be like, okay, I'll do this topic. But and I will say one thing though. Thank you, people, for stopping in my show. It's like a big deal to have like a few people because when I first started doing this. Not too many people had any interest in this topic. And if you said something like, hey, I think George Bush put a really bad Supreme Court judge in there. It's like people, just off of that statement, because people were so closed up like 12, 14 years ago about any kind of like thing that differentiated from the mainstream. And you were kind of ran out of town off of that. It was really bad. So it's really encouraging to me to see like this channel that I just barely started doing live shows on, getting like even up to 10 people sometimes. I know that doesn't seem like much to people, but from where I came from like 12 years ago, and knowing how much people would not open up to this kind of truth, like if I said something negative about the Republican president and I'm a Christian trying to do a show and I'm trying to point out like, hey man, there's something bad going on with Bush, that's 9/11, man. And it's like no one wanted to hear that, not coming from a Christian. And you start talking to like the more Democrat crowd, and they're like, oh yeah, Bush is a horrible human being. But then it's like as soon as you talked about other things like, hey, I don't think it's good to ram something through a baby skull while it's in its mother's womb. It's like, tune you out. So so anyway, but it's like pretty. It's these like channels now like Gematria Effect guys talking about Jesuits and Pope and Vatican, and man getting like 50,000 subscribers. I think that's awesome. He's got like almost 1,000 people watching his live shows all the time. And granted, he's not Christian. He's talking about gematria a lot, but he's also bringing up a lot of things about the Pope, about the government, and gets people to share, like, in my opinion, just like um, a better quality of information. So if anyone hasn't seen his channel and they are really into like researching Jesuits and things like that, I recommend him. Gematria Effects News. Eric777 is one of my favorite people doing this kind of work. And he is, I like him because he's very almost unemotional about it, never really puts in any kind of bias into his work. He is almost like straight facts and straight up research, and I would really suggest anyone checking him out. I mean, there's a few others like Enz Goods, ENZ, GOODZ. He does some decent stuff, and there's a few others. But let's see. Gonna go through my notes and see what I have not talked about this week. One thing someone told me about was when the U.S. There a while back, I guess U.S. Army soldiers went down with COVID, and this whole group that went down with COVID all had the flu shot. So, but I have not. I'm really sorry, I have not like got to like double check and verify all that. But just kind of throwing that out there for people who might want to research a lead. Like here's something I suggest. So. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Gonna go ahead and read some of the comments. Someone says, "Well, okay, here's a little thing I can't say. Jew cake in Danish, Jode Cage, and YouTube comments it will get deleted. And all the shops sell Jew cakes. Weird. I'm not even really sure what you're talking about. I mean, me personally, I never really bothered touching on the Jew angle because I don't even think people understand. I guess it's like as far as the Vatican goes, they can wipe out Jews at any point. I mean, it's like they control everything. So I'm sure like they got some agents that are Muslim, because that's what the Jesuits said they do. They go and infiltrate every organization, every group of people. And this is, like I'll be a gypsy among the gypsies, and a school teacher amongst these other people, and I'll be a Protestant among the Protestants. So, I don't know how that YouTube algorithm. I still can't catch on to how that's working, because it's like I hear people saying like they'll get deleted if they put COVID in the title, and I intentionally, once they said that, kept putting COVID in my tags and my title because I want to see if I could get deleted, because there's a lot of these like YouTubers I've noticed in the past, because like I said, I've been watching these people for 14 years, and I think a lot of them are controlled opposition, especially like Alex Jones, people like that. And it's like they'll complain about being banned, and then I'll do the same exact thing and not get banned. But maybe that's because I'm a nobody. But some of these somebodies, it's like, well, you're not really saying nothing. You're never cutting the tree at the root. You're always just like trimming the leaves. It's like it's kind of like all these people that get like they won't bust Hillary. They won't bust any of these big time people involved in all this corruption, but they'll bust like a bunch of little people. And it's like, I don't know. I just kind of think that it's like, yeah, I don't know. I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry. Um, I'm trying to get 1,000. I mean, I only need like, I think 33 more people. Uh-oh, I said a 33 number, but anyway, I really do need 33. It's like 967, I think, was the last time I looked at my subscribers. But I can't really remember. But anyway, um, once I hit 1,000, I think I'm allowed to take and just use my phone to do live shows. So, because I noticed the last time I tried to do a live show, it said, "Well, you don't have 1,000 people." I don't know if something's changed since then, but I was wanting to get up to 1,000. That way, I can have my phone mounted to my shoulder and walk up to some of these places like the Indiana Department of Health and just have this all going live. And maybe I'll still figure out a way to mount my camera on me, was because I think they got some kind of stabilization thing that you can just kind of click to your body and just walk on in there and you just be like, hey, I just ask you a few questions and be just very aggressive about it. Because I mean, heck, I feel like I feel like I'm allowed to be aggressive. Like used to, I might be more polite, but I'm like, well, I didn't get to take my kids anywhere all year. That's 1 year of their life I didn't really get to do much with them, and so I'm feeling a little aggressive. It's because we're not going to places where we got to put a mask on. So, and I don't kid that. Here's the thing. This one place they wanted me and my kids to wear a mask in there, and I wouldn't do it, and I wound up getting around it. And when my kids go play, and I go, and one of them gets stuck in like this foam pit with these big old square blocks of foam. So I go jump in after them to help them get out. And while I'm trying to get them out, here we are just swimming in face mask. It's like, what was the point? What is the point? And plus, it's like, I mean, most people, their kids do crazy things. Like I took my kid to the Halloween shop. And I don't really believe in celebrating Halloween or anything. Just to go buy stuff for them to play with. But my wife is taking them trick or treat, and I will admit that. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Um, I think it's fairly harmless. But anyway, he goes and just lays right down on the floor and does like a snow angel, and it's like, okay, if there's COVID, that poor guy's probably got it all over him, It's like you got kids. It's like your kids are going to do things like that. They're going to drag COVID into your house. You ain't going to avoid it. There's some kind of algorithm. We need the list of forbidden words from YouTube. It's getting stupid, this freedom of speech censor. One thing I will say about that algorithm, there's got to be something to this, because there's this guy named Jared Israel, and he runs a website called Emperor's Clothes, and sometimes it's like it might be just like initials like TENC.com. I think that's the whole website, The Emperor's New Clothes, but he's just got it abbreviated for his web address. But anyway, he had this video on YouTube about the Bosnia concentration hoax. I can't think of the exact name of it. But anyway, he only had about 19,000 views on that video. And that's one of the videos that woke me up, because it had that, I'll bring up this picture so you guys can see what I'm talking about. But it had this like picture of like a guy who looks all skinny standing in back of a fence like he's in a concentration camp. Okay, I found it. I'll just see about sharing it. Oh, for some reason the image moved. But anyway, right there it is. And it's like Tom had this photo, it said, must it go on? The thing was, those people weren't even in a concentration camp. And when you look at all the rest of the people, because Jared Israel showed the video, and all the other people, none of them look skinny like this. And then this one guy that's standing in back of him, he comes forward and starts talking. And this female reporter, she's like, why is he like this? And he's like, oh, we all have different bodies. Some of us are like this, and some of them, are skinny. And but it wasn't because he was being, not everybody at that place looked like that. Like, he was the only one I saw like that in the video. And also, the photographers were the ones that were fenced in. These people were walking around outside of this fenced in area, but the photographers were fenced in. And he's got a video showing them taking this photograph. So you could see as they're setting up to take this photograph and they're interviewing these people, it's the photographers that are behind the fence. But when you look at this video, I remember being in my teens, I think it was when this happened, and I was like, oh man, we got to go do something about that. And then I find out, oh, like this was all made up, but this image was used to gain sympathy to go bomb Bosnia. So, and that's one of the first things that really woke me up, because I was like, wow, man, our government, like, no one in media even called this out, like Sean Hannity. Here it was, Clinton was president at the time. Couldn't you say, hey, man, maybe we shouldn't be bombing these people? Because look, this photograph was totally contrived, right? I mean, wouldn't you, like, if you're legit media, wouldn't you call out illegit media? And when I started seeing this happen, it really woke me up, because I was like, wow, I mean, how far would they stoop to, or how low would they stoop to? And I was just like, and then so I started promoting this video, because I was like, wow, man, if I could just get everybody to go see this video. And at one time I had like a website, because I could write a little bit better than I could do videos. And it's like I would promote other people's work, and I'd promote my own work. And I started to get about a million hits a month. I think I had like 100,000 unique visitors a month, according to the web statistics. And anyway, this video I always featured. And you would think, with 100,000 new people coming there per month, it was up for about 6 months, and then someone hacked into it. I actually think it was somebody who was like mixed in with Ron Paul hacked my site, because they left something in the coding. And I think and so that's why I attributed it to them. But anyway, even though they put down a China IP, I think it was I thought it was American, and then later on, it's like when I saw that embedded into the coding, I pretty much know it's American. But anyway, I promote this video of Jared Israel, the Emperor's New Clothes, at the top of my site, and after 6 months, I go look on his views. How many views did this video get? Surely it got at least 1,000, and it barely went up like 50 views, man. And I have been promoting this video. I must have at least like tweeted this out to like as a response to some people, like going, oh, how can I figure out what this new world order is? And I show them this video. I'm like, or someone's like, oh, I don't think the government would really do this. I'm like, I'd show them a video, like, oh yeah, the government will, be in on a hoax and use hoaxes to pull you into wars. Here you go. And I do this like over the course of 14 years. I keep tweeting that video out, man. That video, the last time I looked, it had not broken 20,000 views. So when the first time I saw that 10 years ago, I think it was when I first saw that video. No, it was longer than that. It was 12. So it was about 12 years ago when I first saw that video. up until now, I don't think it's broke more than 20,000 views, and I just find that incredible. So as far as saying something's going on with the algorithms or YouTube playing around with people's videos, maybe they don't play around with everybody's videos. Maybe some people's videos they do, or maybe like people are just that hardcore. They just don't want to wake up, and they just won't give anything a look. You know, it's like if that shakes their worldview, like, wow, you mean both the Democrats and the Republicans and the conservative media and the liberal media are all going in on this together, and they're not calling each other out. And I'm like, yeah. And it's like, and I wonder if they were just like, no, that's just too much. That world would be too scary. Let me just kind of turn that off, you know, and go back to playing some games or something. So, see here, if COVID were real, all my neighborhood bums and drug addicts would be dead. They share needles. I'm not going to repeat that part of it, but and eat out of the garbage can. Yeah, you know, that's the thing too. It's like I have not heard about homeless people dropping dead anywhere. So yeah, I mean, great point. You know, I think they are moving views because I got thumbs up on a video, and I did, and I saw that it had no views. It had thumbs up without views. So it's like, how does that happen? So I think they do things with the views, probably to discourage people. You know, like people like me. It's like, oh, I don't have much time to do a video. Oh man, only 15 people looked at it. Well, you know, I did go without 4 hours of sleep. You know, I only had 4 hours of sleep today. Maybe I shouldn't even bother doing videos since no one's watching them. I'll just do one tomorrow. You know, it makes people a little bit more relaxed, I bet. You know, if you're pushing yourself really hard, you're trying to do videos, and then you're seeing you're not getting any views. It's like, well, wow, why should I keep doing this? Okay, go and read another comment. It says, funny, I found the crisis actors in Brussels. We see made a video about me finding it. I re-uploaded it. 924,000 views in one day. Then it got deleted. And we see a YouTuber deleted. So, Dense Dude Von And, you do videos? Is that correct? You got a channel? Yeah, that's a good point, Plan D. It does discredit the videos, and they throttle the views. And all right, I'll have to check that out. So I guess there's like another YouTuber who does videos in the chat named Dens Dude Von Dan, DEENSEDUDE, and then space VONAND. I think I might want to go just take a little peek at the channel. If I can. Dude. See about just pulling up the channel, and then it can be up on the screen. And okay. There we go. That's it, right? Okay. I guess I'll go ahead and subscribe. And I always, when I subscribe, if you want to get like all the notifications, so if someone does a live show or something, it's really important to go ahead and click that all button, and then you can you know about when someone's doing a live show. But well, I'll give it a check. I'll check it out. You know. Oh yeah, no problem. Um, you know, I'm gonna try to like see. Hopefully, if my channel gets big enough, like let's say I get 80,000 people or something. You know, 50,000 people, and then someone's got like a a YouTube channel. It's like I'd like to try to help other people get off the ground, and um, I mean, and then it's like up to everybody else. It's like, well, if you don't want to check it out, fine, but here it is. I mean, at least know about it. And because sometimes I type things into YouTube, I'm trying to find new people, and I found that the one thing I got to do is hit the upload date. So if I want to find like COVID treatments, New World Order, I might type that into the search engine, just COVID and New World Order to see what I can find. And then I hit the upload date button because that's the only way I think I can find like new channels that might be doing something on this topic. Because if I just hit what is it, relevant, if I leave it on the relevant, which is what it is initially, you're not going to find hardly any channels. You definitely won't find channels like mine. The only channels you're going to find are the ones they want you to find. So, and just a tip, I know I get like some new people that are like really new at computers, like my parents and things like that. I can only hope they watch it, and I think I got my mom to watch a couple of times. But like this show, I didn't really bother promoting it. Just kind of like, I'll watch a show if like I can't find nothing on. I want to see something live, and I'm in my car and I'm bored. I got a long drive, and so that's kind of what this is too. It's like I know it's not the most put together show, but just trying to throw something else out there for people. Um, like I said, anyone who's like any topic we want to discuss. I hate, I can probably think of something interesting. Just got to go through my notes. Kind of might want to get a little biblical on people. I don't know if that's going to drive people away. But there's just something in Proverbs, I guess like Proverbs 1, because I hear like people like and some of these people aren't saved, or don't really know Christ or God, or well, I mean, they say they do, but I always think, man, if you can't, like, if you don't know Jesus is God's son, I don't think you really know God. That's as far as I know. But let's see, is this even showing up? Yeah. But someone's like, they keep asking about like, why do people reject truth and all this other stuff? And so I was listening to the Bible the other day because they were like, well, man, everyone wants to just tune out truth. And in the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice and judgment and equity, to give subtly to the simple, and to the young man knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase in learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsels. See, so maybe a lot of people just aren't wise because they're not hearing, and they don't seem like they want to increase their learning. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise and their dark sayings. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Don't want to, because some people are probably like, hey, I can read that Bible for myself. I don't need you to read it for me. But I basically think there's a lot of things in Proverbs that would apply to people going, why are people rejecting the truth or seem like they just don't want to hear it? If you just read the first book of Proverbs into like the first part of from chapter 1 to the first part of chapter 2, I think you get an understanding. And there was some key verse in there, and it's not really like popping in my head. I listen to Bible when I'm driving, and sometimes it just, you can't take down notes. But I'll probably do a video about it because I think it's pretty important that I make this connection to people that are like, why are they rejecting the truth, and why don't people want to understand anything? Well, thank you, Born Again Christ, or Born Again for Christ. Because they said I prefer live shows as chat. You're doing fine. Yeah, I really hope so. I'm actually surprised I'm even doing this well. Because I really need to have, because I want to be able to, like, I guess I'm still trying to figure out how do I do a show where I throw out good facts, but I don't enter, and I can interact with the chat room and keep a good back and forth while going on to the next subject. So that's something I'm kind of trying to completely arrange in my mind. It's just kind of keep the topics going without me just kind of talking and rambling, and try to interject something new for people. I don't know. Maybe what I could do is I could go on, like, let's see here. I might be able to just go to YouTube and see who's commenting to me. And am I still sharing the screen? Because, yeah, I say some political things, man. It's like, I don't want to see what people are yelling at me about. Yeah, because there's just see, I like to go. Part of my thing I do sometimes is I'll go to random videos about Trump or something and just see what someone's saying. If I happen to be one of the first few people, I like to leave comments like, Trump spent $6 trillion on the flu. Wise spending. You got to think of him as the messiah of finance. Because I'm just kind of curious, how many thumbs up will something like that get? What kind of comments will that get? And oh boy, this thing ain't let me scroll down. Well, anyway, I would check it out. I would let everyone see what they're saying, but I'm having a hard time. It's not letting me scroll for some reason. Oh, here we go. It's just barely on the edge there. Yeah, someone said, where do they find these people when elections are around the corner? Fake news. And I said, is it fake news that Trump spent $6 trillion on the flu? And see, here we got someone saying, no, he spent it on Americans and respirators and refrigerator trucks that are still sitting empty of massive amounts of bodies that Fauci and Dick said were surely coming due to COVID farce. He spent it on you, and I just bet you got your stimulus check and ran right to the bank to cash it. Shaking my head. Actually, I did not get a stimulus check. I was off work for 4 weeks and had no stimulus check. And I was one of the few people that tried to look for work and try to be honest about it, And I just saw a job that was just like man, that was too much of a pay cut. And I'm sorry, man, I'm not sitting there like doing that kind of work for that kind of like crummy money, especially when I didn't even want the economy locked down anyway. I was like, you know what? Even if I was one of these people that died from it, you can't lock down the economy unless it's killing like more than 1 out of 10 people. It's got to kill more than 1 out of 10. It ain't worth it. Like because you're just wrecking too much of society, too much of the food chains. Um, like they're not even allowing pickers to come into a country to pick crops in some of these places. So because of COVID, because they're trying to keep their country safe. So you're letting all this food rot on the ground, which is in no doubt going to cause shortages, and it's going to drive up the price because less food, supply and demand. You got less to supply. You still got that demand. Guess what? The price is going to go up. So now all these poor people, they're poor anyway, and now you just jack their food price up higher because not every place is like America where they're giving out. Some people are getting like $1,000 of stimulus a week. So think I misunderstood that person. I think that person, I replied back to them and they were not, I think they were actually agreeing with me. And I think I kind of misunderstood that and called them delusional. So I'm sorry if that's the case. If they're not a Trump supporter, I am very sorry. But, oh, so, wow, still 3 people here. Maybe more. I got this streaming on 2 channels. I got another channel. Since it's a new YouTube channel, it doesn't have I don't have this nice little neat youtube.com/fishing for truth or something. It's a bunch of those gobbledygook letters. But I'll post the link in my chat. So once I do get enough subscribers to where I can change that channel name, I'll start promoting it. But I kind of want to get people onto that channel just in case something happens to this channel. And plus, I think what I want to do is on my Fishing for Truth YouTube channel, I want to try to make it more professional looking and tighten it up, because it's like some people might go through some of my old videos and it's like they see me dancing in one video and see me DJing another, and it's like I think what I want to do is try to keep everything focused towards the Bible, politics, news, religion, history, and just kind of have it just like a nice little neat little channel focused on that. So if people could go into my information box once I'm done with this video and click that and then subscribe to Fishing for Truth, I would appreciate that. I should probably put that on my website, actually. Now that I think about that, put that on the top of my website. That way you can just go to my website and click it and find that channel. So I will do that too as soon as this broadcast ends. Still kind of trying to figure out like if anyone's got suggestions of how to best arrange things, the best ways to maybe do videos, certain topics I should do videos on. I don't know the best way to go about doing live shows, best ways to get interaction, or even like things like that you think would help fight the lockdown or help wake people up that you think I could do out on the streets, and maybe you people are too shy to do it, but I'll go out there and do it in public. I mean, I really don't care. I'm really burned out. I'm really angry. So I really kind of don't really care about what their opinion of me is. And then when I see them wearing a mask, I'm like, okay, that it kind of makes me relax, because I'm like, you're kind of like, I'm really sorry. I know there's some people that think these masks are good, but you didn't wear one your whole life until now. And this virus really isn't no dangerous than any other virus we've had in the history of America. And you're walking around with a mask on. And I don't want to wear a mask. I definitely I do not want to wear a mask if I'm carrying around 50 to 100 pounds of stuff and 110-degree heat, and you're touching the mask anyway. Like a lot of these people that keep wanting to force these masks on people, the one thing you don't realize is us people who work, it's fine, to say, oh, people should wear a mask if they're going to the grocery store. Yeah, because you're going to a nice grocery store, it's all air conditioned, or I wear one all the time at the hospital, I wear it for about 4 hours a day at least. It's like, well, you're in a nice air-conditioned hospital. You're also not forced to run and do grueling labor the whole time. Try doing that, and you got to take sips of water. You got to keep pulling your mask down, take a sip of water, and the mask makes you dehydrate more, so you got to drink more water than normal. So you're touching that mask more than normal. And you don't get to sanitize your hands and then go handle freight like if you're a dock worker or some other worker and you're sitting there with a mask on. You don't get to just keep sanitizing your hands, like grab a hammer, someone else grab the same hammer. Now you're thirsty, you go touch your mask, that same person touch the hammer. Now that whatever, and it's like no one's thinking about this. Like they're just like, oh, wear a mask, it's like total detachment. So basically, when I see people wearing a mask, I'm just kind of thinking I don't have nothing to be afraid of. It's like someone walking around looking all crazy, It's like, well, how much crazier do I look? Am I going to be if I protest out in public? I mean, and my wife's like, you're making a scene. I'm like, dude, everybody's making a scene. They're all wearing a mask over some virus that's not going to kill you, It's like, it's really not. It's not going to kill most people. It won't kill. Unless if you don't treat it with anything, you don't take vitamins, your immune system's totally out of whack. But so anyway, anyone's got suggestions, because one of the things I'm planning on doing, it's my birthday, but unfortunately I couldn't get the day off. I wanted to have Guy Fauci Day. And then I was going to set a Pope on fire in my back lawn. Well, actually, I was planning on doing it at the governor's lawn, but not enough people, seemed to be too hyped about it. But I was like, well, I kind of think he wants it, because he didn't tell me no. Keep asking him. I'm like, hey man, are you gonna keep this lockdown going? Maybe you'd like to have a Guy Fauci Day. Yeah, a Guy Fauci Day on your lawn. And and then he doesn't reply back to me, and so I'm like thinking, well, I guess I take that as a yes, and no one wants to go help me do this, and I'm like, well, sorry, Governor. I know you wanted it. You were doing everything to make us have it on your lawn. You're doing everything possible. You're killing people by not instituting proper COVID protocol treatments, not demanding the Board of Health to do it. You're just letting everybody run amok. You won't even schedule a session of government to discuss this. So, but anyway, so since I can't do that, or since I'm not going to do that, because I'm not going to be a one-man army, well, I will. I'm willing to be a one-man army, actually. But I'm not going to do it to the governor's lawn by myself. But what I'm thinking is maybe I just hold up a sign. I get some helium balloons. That way it can pull my sign very high up into the air. And I have some message on it for everybody to see. And that's going to kind of be my way of celebrating my birthday, November 5th, which is Guy Fawkes Day, or what I might term as Guy Fauci Day, because I kind of think it's this COVID-19 is the same as the gunpowder plot, and I just call it the COVID-19 plot. It's just the 2020 version of the gunpowder plot. But Yeah, so I think I might put up a sign with some helium balloons and walk around. I'm not sure if I'm just going to do it in my town and walk around my busy town section, or maybe I drive downtown for a little bit and just have these helium balloons holding a sign. And I'm still trying to figure out what exactly I want to say. I think I definitely want to say, remember, remember the 5th of November. I'll probably go ahead and put the gun, something about the gunpowder plot. I can't remember how that whole rhyme went. But I'll have the gunpowder scratched out. I'll put COVID-19 up underneath it. And, hey, Mark, how you doing, man? Um, like I said, man, anyone that wants to come on the show, they are more than free to come on the show, say whatever you want to say. Um, okay. Dense dude said, and with the sanitizing your hands and wearing a mask all day, you lower your immune system. It don't get all kind of different to take care of. The immune system will be overloaded. All right, man. Hey, all right, Mark. I see, man. It's cool. Hang on. I'm gonna step away for just a minute. I'll be right back. Okay. I was having to go take care of something real quick. So, anyway, Mark, I'm just kind of like doing random topics. Like I said, talk about anything anyone wants to talk about. Anyone just throw something out there. Been sort of rambling a little bit and just kind of talking about, I don't know, just kind of life, my birthday, what I plan to do. My birthday is November 5th. So, but this year I really want to do something for Guy Fawkes Day. I just don't think I'm going to be able to burn an effigy of Fauci or the Pope or Guy Fawkes like I was wanting to do, what I was planning on doing. Just couldn't get enough people to do it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, man, you can feel free to say whatever you want, you know. I've been inviting anyone if they want to be in on the show. You just click the link and bam, you're on. So, but I'm just kind of going through some notes I've been writing down all week. Uh, one thing about this whole COVID thing, though, I really think it's like this whole thing's kind of like a judgment from God. I mean, and I don't mean like God gave us like a deadly virus that's killing everybody. I mean just the way the whole shutdown and lockdown and all this is going. Um, Funny thing is, it's like, well, I don't think it's funny. I actually think it's sad because I like the guy. I like his channel. But there's this guy on Rock Harbor Ministry, and I left a comment. He shut his comments off, and it's like he was talking about how there was like these plagues in Egypt, and God sent plagues of locusts, and so these Egyptians couldn't worship their gods because they couldn't worship their gods if they had lice on them and things like that. And that's why they shaved their heads so they wouldn't have lice, so they could go worship their gods. And so I made the connection that maybe God's kind of shutting down these churches because you're kind of worshiping your own false gods because there's a lot of people that really reject the truth, and I really wonder about these I am a Sabbath keeping Christian. I believe in keeping all 10 commandments, and even if you think, here's my whole thing, and feel free to criticize me, but my whole thing is God did make one day at the beginning of creation. He said he hallowed it and he sanctified it. Now I think about this. Okay, granted, you might think that Jesus is your Sabbath now, but you still think it's important to get together for one day a week. Why did you have to pick Sunday? Why didn't you pick the one day that God made holy and sanctified? Doesn't that make sense that you're going to if you're going to gather on one day, why not be the day that he originally told you not to work on anyway, the day that he made holy and sanctified, and you gather on that day instead of gathering on Sunday? Like, see, I still don't get that one. And I guess this guy, he shut off his comments. And here's my problem too, is that, when I became a new Christian, I grew up as a Christian as a kid, and then I was told, and I kept having these questions, because it's like, well, okay, how's there evolution, which says millions of years, and yet it's not jiving with the Bible. And no Christians at my church would give me a good answer. I'm like, so when's Jesus coming? You mean Jesus let all this go on for millions and millions of years? And it started getting to me, man, because I'm like, well, if you let all this go on for millions of years, are you even bothering to come back? Like, I mean, it's millions of years, all right? I mean, it just like it didn't make sense to me. So it's like, that's kind of why my faith kind of wavered. No one could answer these questions. I didn't even know they could be answered. I thought, hey, Mr. Science proved evolution, and you're sending me to school, right? Why are you sending me to a school that's lying to me? Obviously, you guys would have had a revolt by now, and would have went down there with pitchforks and would have busted down these doors or something. So, all right. Hey, my friend Mark.
Hold on a second here. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here.
All right. Do you need me to mute you or anything while you figure it out?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here, I'll remove. But anyway, Mark, if you can still hear me, just let me know when you want me to like hit that add button and add you back. But when I was a kid, I'm like sitting there going, surely like these adults would not keep sending me to a school, to a school that's telling me lies. So I'm just sitting there going, well, I'm going to study it all, learn it all, and memorize it all, and accept it all. And accepted it right out until I'm not even believing the Bible anymore, right? So I get into all this New Age and stuff. And, it's like, so basically when I got out of this New Age, I had something happen to me. I might tell that story sometime. But I had some things happen to me that really like shook me and freaked me out. And so I went to go search out Christianity again, because I was like, well, the one thing I can't figure out is why is there 7 days in a week? And so that's what made me go back to the Bible, because I was like, okay, the Bible's got an answer for that. These other religions didn't. And I'm like, and I'm going through a lot of stuff that's really freaking me out right now. Maybe this will give me the answer. So, I start going, and then when I go back into it, I remember, like, I felt like I was under a lot of spiritual attack. And one of those churches said, oh man, this is the best part of being a Christian. This is the honeymoon period. I'm like, honeymoon? What kind of honeymoon is this? I'm like, I felt like I was under a complete spiritual attack. So,
There you are. All right.
Do you want me to add that SST news to the stream, or take that off?
You don't have to. You don't have to add that.
Well, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, if you got something you want to share and show, I didn't even know you could do this. So this is pretty interesting to me.
Well, I was looking to see if there's a way. Let me see if I can. Okay, so yeah, so I can put it up there. Okay, but I'm wondering. Let me see something real quick. If I share, so I can. So what I was looking to see, because on my end, I know that I can share it anytime I desire to. So don't share it until I tell you to.
All right.
That
Cool.
way I can find something and I could say, okay, boom, you know what I mean? Instead
Yeah,
of,
I don't need you pulling up something personal. Like,
oh no, I don't
no,
have any.
I don't know me. It's like I got people commenting to me, and it's like
Right. Where I'm
hit that
checking I don't want to be checking my bank account or something, and everybody,
button.
there's his account number. No, I'm joking.
Or even
Um,
like private Facebook messages, get someone
yeah.
talking about something, I don't need all that business broadcasted. So.
Right. No, I just, but no, this platform is pretty good though, isn't it? It's a pretty nice one.
Yeah,
It,
I really appreciate you even turning me on to it.
oh yeah. I mean, look at this, Liquid. I'm going to say to the audience, this guy's a great guy. Me and Liquid Smooth. Okay. Um, we have some differences of viewpoints, but it's nothing that it makes, either him or I go, oh, I ain't, that's what I think the problem with the United States right now is people have to learn to be able to say, hey, let's sit down and talk. Let's not bash each other's heads in, and let's not censor each other. Let's sit down and have some discussions so we can come to an understanding of things. And I think that's really what's going to make the United States and, generally people better is by talking and agreeing sometimes to just disagree. It's okay. Well, I don't quite see it that way. You see it this way, but you know what? That's okay. Generally, I know that you have the best interest of the United States at heart. And I know that. So, so I'm good with that. Even if we might see things and say, well, I think this is what's going on. And I might say, well, I think it's more like this. But I think that I know that you have the best interest of the United States at heart, the best interest of believers of the faith and heart. And, and I think that's what people just need to understand is I'm the same way. My thing is I want to see our country prosper. I want to see my children prosper. I want to bring the good news of the Holy One to everyone. And I want to fight these evil globalists or whoever they are. And and we all know who Big Papa is. We want to fight their agenda to destroy what we would say Protestantism or belief in the Almighty in general among people who are just pure at heart. I like your background too. Tell the Pope to resign.
Yeah, I was playing around with the green screen because I
Yeah.
got this new computer. It's got like a little green screen button I can hit. I was like, oh, let's see what that might look like on a broadcast. So.
Yeah. I just bought a printer today so I could print some, the articles because I'm always wanting to cover stuff on my show and I'm always flipping through the screen. But I thought, some of the major articles that I see, I can print off. And that gives me time to kind of read through them a little better. And I can highlight some of the stuff. That way, as I'm going through the show, I can really hit better points. I was just thinking that would help. And I bought this Epson printer. It was like $60 and it's Wi-Fi and everything. It's pretty good. You can scan, you can print, you can copy with it. So you can scan stuff and everything. So for $60.
For 60, yeah.
Yeah, for $60. And it was black also. So it kind of matches with my little studio. So I was happy about that. But Shabbat Shalom. Today's the Sabbath. And that's a blessing right there. And I'm working on that Mark of the Beast film still. I'm almost there, but I'm just going to tell people like it's going to be an ongoing series probably. Because there's just if you try to make a Mark of the Beast video, it'd be like 200 hours long. There's just not enough time in a 2-hour portion to put everything in there and make sense. So I'm going to try to do this one is going to be about 2 hours long and I'm trying to hurry up and get it done, but I'm not trying to push too hard. I'm trying to allow when I'm inspired to do work on it, I work on it so that it'll be good. But then I'm figuring I'll do different series on it. Like, cause I want to go over like the spiritual aspects of the Mark of the Beast, more of the geopolitical aspects of it, different aspects of it, because there's not going to be just one simple explanation, in my opinion, from what I've studied over the years. I mean, it's a very complex issue. People who say it's a microchip or this or that, it's not just one thing necessarily. It's a combination of things that are going to create this Mark of the Beast system. And I think it's going to be a number of things. And people aren't necessarily wrong when they say, well, it's the microchip, and they're not, but it's when someone else comes and says, well, it's this. No, it's going to be a combination of those things. And I think some of the aspects in this first movie I'm doing, it's going to show a lot of the institution of the mark of the beast already that's already been implemented that people are not even aware of, that they're already following the mark of the beast and been following it for quite a long time, actually. And that. I mean, if anyone does, I'm sure you do. So that's
pretty interesting, actually, man. I'm like really curious to see that part of it.
Yeah. And like I said, that's why it's such a hard thing to do. I mean, I've been working on this thing for months, and to sit down and to do the research, to try to put it into and make it look, not only make it informative, but entertaining too. I want it to be entertaining. I want people to be able to sit there and watch it and not go after 5 minutes, go, what the heck is this? I want them to be, captured by it and want to be able to watch it. And also I want them to learn something. Hopefully the Almighty will instill upon them something to either, even if at the end they disagreed with what I said, hopefully it still will inspire them to say, you know what, this guy's wrong, and I'm going to show what this is. That would even be a blessing, because the scriptures in Revelation doesn't say, blessed is he who reads the sayings in this book and gets everything 100% right. It says, blessed is he who reads it and listens to and accepts it. I mean, just the Almighty's not expecting us all to be right on everything, but I think he wants us to search for it. He wants us to, like the Messiah said, like a man who went out to a field and he found something. He took everything, he sold everything he had, and he went back to that field so he could, that's what he wants us to do. So I think my goal is to, through the shows and everything, just to inspire people to look and research. I'm not going to get everything right all the time. I'm not going to cover everything all the time. There's a lot of things I can't cover that other people can cover. And so, that's why I want to start trying to find people to come on the show who are experts in certain areas where I can say, okay, because I have enough, I think the Almighty has blessed me with enough knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to know when I'm listening to, okay, yeah, I agree with that, or, and so, but also I think it's kind of nice to be able to have, different people on the program to be able to get, different viewpoints of what's going on as well. And there's so many things you miss, like you might, I might do a research, but then I have someone on and they mention something. I go, you know what? I didn't even think about that. That's a good point right there. And it adds to that mix. And then I add that to my library in my brain. Like, I'm going to remember that because I didn't see that article, or I didn't read that in history. Wasn't aware that took place. And so I think that's a pretty cool thing. I was listening to a rabbi. His name is Mendel Kesson. He's an Orthodox rabbi, and I love listening to him because he's very knowledgeable. And he was reading a story about a Jewish soldier at Fort. What was it? Now, no, it was. This was back in 1775 or somewhere where it was George Washington and all them, Valley Forge. And they were at Valley Forge, and it was winter, and it was snowing, it was freezing. The soldiers were, just deflated. They just, they were at their end, and they were starving, and some of them didn't have shoes, and, they're out there. And there's one soldier was a Jewish guy, and it was Hanukkah. So he was sitting there bundled up. So it was dark out, and he could see General George Washington come through, and he was walking through all the men sleeping. And he said, George Washington walked over to one guy and pulled the blanket up over the guy and tucked him in, kind of. And it said it reminded him of a father tucking in a son, And so he took out his menorah, and he looked around, and he was like, I wonder if I should light my menorah now, because he was kind of embarrassed. There was no other Jews among the ranks of the soldiers. And so he waited till everybody fell asleep, and he lit his Hanukkah candle and put it in there. And he said his blessing, the barakah. And he said, as he was doing it and he was looking at the candle, he started to cry because he was thinking about being in exile, and not being back in Israel. And he was just thinking about the Jewish people and stuff. And he said when he was doing it, he felt a hand coming touch his shoulder, and he looked up, and it was George Washington, General George Washington, and it kind of startled him, and he said that the general asked him, "Why are you crying? Are you okay?" And he said, "I'm okay." And he says, "Well, what's wrong?" And he said, "I stood up and I looked at the general face to face, and I said, General, I'm praying for your success in this battle." And so he said that the general, George Washington, asked him, "What is this? What is this light?" And so he told him, the story of it and everything. And he said that General George Washington sat down beside him and looked at the light. And he asked him a question, basically, and he told the general, he told George Washington, "You're going to win. You're going to win this fight." And he said that George Washington looked back at him and said, "You come from the people of these prophets, and so what you say must be right." And he said, it just lit George Washington up. It's like his countenance just was lifted. And he said he sat there a little while longer with him watching the candle burn, and then he left. And then, of course, they won, and he said then the war was finished. He was in New York. He was in his apartment, and it was Hanukkah, and he had lit the menorah, and he put it in the window and the candle. And he said a few minutes later, he heard a knock at the door, and he went to the door, and it was George Washington now, who was there, and knocked on the door, and he came to him, and he said he brought him a medal, a gold medal, and it had a gold menorah on it, and it said something about "Thank you for showing me your light," or something. I can't remember the exact quote, but I just thought that was kind of cool, because I was like, wow, it was dismal. It was winter. These people were starving and all that, and this, and it reminded me, Hanukkah, of the Maccabees. The Maccabees are the same thing. We had this big Greek empire come and were trying to force themselves upon these people in Modin, and they didn't have a big army, but they took a few thousand Maccabees, Judah Maccabee and Mattathias and the Jewish nation, and they fought against these Romans and cleansed the temple, and that's where you get the miracle of Hanukkah, because they only had enough oil for the crews to light the menorah for one day, but it burned for 8 days instead. And so they say, Nas Gadol HaYasham, a great miracle happened here. And, and I'm looking at it in a way like it reminded me of, like, now we're almost like in the Maccabees again, once again, because if you think about it, what did Antiochus Epiphanes do? He came into the temple and he set up the Shekut Shemem. He set up the abomination of desolation in the holy temple back then. And they fought. And after 3.5 years, they cleansed the temple, and they, cast them out of the temple and everything. So there's shadows of that. And I just think about now, the same thing, how this globalism is wanting to encompass us, almost to swallow us up. And it's almost like they're saying, we're not going to destroy you, only you just have to bow down to our gods, and you have to eat, you have to do these things, but we're not going to totally destroy you. And it's almost like, Judah Maccabee, when he went up there, and they said, who wants to be the first one to sacrifice to our God? And he said, I'm not going to do that. And one of the Jews got up and said, I'll do it. And he killed that guy. He killed a messenger. He told him, and he said, everybody who's zealous for the Torah, come and follow me, and it's almost like we're getting to the point where, however our scenario is, this encroachment upon us and our liberties is getting to a point where no longer are we going to be able to just sit by and idly do nothing. Sooner or later, we have to make a decision, in my opinion. We're going to have to we're after going to be the one who says, okay, we'll sacrifice to your gods to save ourselves. Or are we going to be the ones to say, regardless of what you do, we're not going to serve your gods? It's like Daniel in the lion's den. We're not going to bow to your image. You can do what you want. If you're going to throw us into the fiery furnace, that's fine. And he even says, whether God saves us or whether he will not save us, we are not going to bow down to your idols. And that, people don't really think about that danger nobody wants to go to prison. Nobody wants to be killed, but there's going to come a time where we're going to have to make a decision. Are we going to deny our Heavenly Father before men? The Messiah said, he who denies me before men, him I shall deny before the Father, and I know we don't want that to happen. So it's funny too, because remember that movie? I was thinking about it the other day with Steven Seagal. He was in this movie with these Jamaican guys. Remember, he was fighting the Jamaican warlords and stuff. And the Jamaican guy said, everybody want to go to heaven, but nobody want dead. he said everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die, And I was like, wow, that's like a powerful statement in a way, but it's almost like the same thing. Like, we all want freedom and we all want to serve the Almighty, but how far are we going to be willing to stand up and say, I'm not serving your idols. I don't care what you do to me.
Here's a point I like to make on top of that. You got a lot of people that's like, oh man, I'm willing to die for Jesus. But it's like they want to wait until that moment where it's like, will you serve Satan or die? And it's like they picture like that being the moment in their head, instead of like, I wish more people would be like, I want to live for Jesus, like this like moment right here, I live for Jesus in this moment, and if you would just do that, that other moment might not even come, man. That moment where you gotta make a choice between serving Satan or dying, it's like, I wish, like, I keep thinking people just only have that one event in their head and they tell themselves, yeah, I died if that event came. But meanwhile, they'll live their life all kinds of crazy ways up until that point, And,
right.
like, I just think, people need to kind of focus more, if you love God, like live for him, like have your life be about him, instead of just waiting for that one moment,
Right. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. That's really why, the Almighty set up his ways. It's just like the Shabbat, the Sabbath day, every seventh day. In Jewish tradition, it's their saying is that that the Sabbath is what sustains the world, because the Almighty is every week is recreating the heavens and the earth through the Sabbath, in a way, in a sense. And so it says, and then there was another saying, a Jewish saying, is more than we have kept the Sabbath has kept us. So without the Sabbath, without the holy days, without all of the things that the Almighty instituted, really, where would we be? And so that's the whole thing. Said, what does it profit a man though he should gain everything in the world and yet lose his soul? And what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? But really, we don't really have to give anything. The Almighty's simply saying, just obey me. That's all I'm asking for. And not only that, but there's a reward in it. It's like it says, and in keeping his commandments, there is great reward. And his commandments are not grievous, but yet people just think that it's such a hard thing to do, to serve the Almighty, when really it's a lot harder serving Satan, really, because Satan just beats the hell out of you. Like you have all kinds of miseries, but if you're going to suffer, why not suffer for doing righteousness as opposed to doing evil, and enjoying, what does it say? Enjoying sin for a season only, when you could suffer now and enjoy righteousness everlasting. And I even said one time, even if, and I'm only saying this allegorically, the Almighty knows, but even if there was no mighty one, even if there was no creator, if you kept these law and you followed the Bible, and there wasn't even a God after this, and you just died, you'd still be better off in this life. We have to stop. I think as believers, sometimes we have to stop looking at this churchianity aspect of like, oh, when you die, you're going to go to heaven. You're at the pearly gates and all this stuff. No, we live for today to serve the Almighty for the sake of serving him out of love and compassion, to enjoy our life on earth in this life. This life is not a bad life. Some forms of Christianity that they teach like it's, everything is so evil, sex is evil. Oh, drinking is, everything is evil. It's just, but really it's everything that the Almighty has created is for the best in the capacity for which he created it. So everything has a purpose, and we have to learn to use it properly. If you have a wife, then if you abuse your wife, that's abnormal use. That's abuse. You're not, I won't say using her properly, but you're not utilizing her as a wife properly. So you're abusing her, or you're abusing alcohol. But yet at the same time, all these things, I mean, in Judaism, every Shabbat, every Friday evening, you have wine, you drink wine and you have some challah, but no one said to go put the lampshade on your head and get trashed and, go beat your neighbor up or something, and then, yeah, you're abusing this for, for what it's really for. So I think, a lot of times we just get caught up. And then also too, a lot of people just do it for the sake of doing it, but they don't really understand the meaning of it, And I think that there was points in the Old Testament, remember, where the Almighty would get on the children of Israel and said, your holy days and your new moons and your Sabbaths I abhor. So he was saying, you're no longer following mine. You're kind of doing your own thing, or your own perception of what I have created, and you're perverting it, and now you're going astray. I mean, there is, if you look in like archaeological review, Bible archaeological review and all that, they find lots of temples in the Middle East around the, I think, 700 BC, where they had the worship of the Holy One plus the worship of Asherah in the same temple. And this is where the Almighty was, like the prophet Elijah was telling him, how long shall you be halt between two opinions? Either Yahweh, the Holy One, is your mighty one, or Baal is yours, but you cannot serve both. You have to cut it apart. And believers are kind of sometimes that way too. They're caught halfway into the temple and halfway into the world. We're not really full one way or the other. And, Yeshua said, because you're neither hot or cold, I'm going to spew you out of my mouth. You have to be one or the other. I think the Almighty would rather you just be pure evil than to, to be half and half or something, or be all righteous. Nobody is all righteous except for one, but the point is striving to be that way, So I think a lot of times with your shows, they are giving people tools to understand who the adversary is. We know the mother of harlots. We know this Catholic Church, and I'm not attacking Catholic people per se, because there's a lot of people out there that I know that are probably Catholic. They're probably, decent people. They just go to church. They were raised in Catholicism. But I think of a lot of people, they start to see and understand what it really is about. Then the Almighty says, "Come out of her, my people," and touch not the unclean thing, and I shall receive you. So
a lot of Christians though don't that their own churches though is like in a way a Catholic church. Like I think all these harlot churches that you see across the nation that just went along with this whole scam and shut down and everything. To me, I think all of them are, a lot of these people need to understand their own church really is more from the Catholic Church.
Right. Well, I did some research one time on church, the word church. Okay. The word church and kyrios, and it comes from the same word in ancient Rome in the Greek, from their places of worship, the idol places of worship, kyriak. And it comes from the word saris or circle, meaning the sun god. The word church actually comes from sun worship. It was, but I know it's a generic term nowadays used. I'm not attacking people for using that term, but I'm just saying so much of the paganism has been, saturated into modern worship that people are not aware of a lot of these things. They're not aware that in Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 17, the Almighty comes and says, look at all the abominations that Israel's committing. And he says, I think it was Ezekiel. He says, he took me to the holy court, and there all the priests were standing with their backs to the temple, and their faces were toward the east, and they were praying to the sun. And then you go to Easter sunrise worship, and you watch on Easter Sunday, and everybody's out there doing Easter sunrise worship with their backs to the church and their faces to the sun, worshiping towards the east. And I'm not saying that these people mean to do this, but I'm just saying, like, it's so much ignorance that people are not aware of. And so channels like yourself who exposed, this abomination to people, they are made aware. They're made aware of it. And then once they are made aware, they have to make a decision after that, So you remember when Apostle Paul was on Mars Hill and he saw all the church. He said he's seen all the different temples, and he said to each one of them, and he said, then he saw one temple, it said, to the unknown God. And so he looked at all the people, and he said, I see that, you people in all ways are very religious. And he says, I see there's one temple here. It says, to the unknown God. He says, him I'm going to declare to you. And then he tells him about the Holy One of Israel. And then he says, times of ignorance, the Holy One is winked at, but now he calls all men to repentance. And so it's the same way. A lot of these people who are, I believe, are worshiping, who don't know any better, who just grew up in Catholicism and just, Sunday worship and so on. If their hearts are in the right place, I think the Almighty hears them. But once they have come to a knowledge, and he gives that, and then he says times of ignorance, he winks at, but now he calls all men to repentance. But once you've been given the truth, and then you just go, well, I'm going to ignore that and just keep going my merry way, then I think you're held accountable, But if you don't know, the Almighty wants to make sure that you understand. So it's like channels like yourself, like mine, and others who are trying to expose that darkness and bring out the light, of it to make people aware, So.
Hey, you said something about that Maccabees. I was kind of curious about. I do not have the biblical recall. I don't have the recall period that you do. You and a couple of my other friends, man, amaze me, man. How you just recall things so sharply right off the top of your head. But you said something about that Maccabees. You said like 3.5 years, and I didn't. Because I was so stuck on the 3.5 years when you said, but isn't there like something in Revelations or something about 3.5?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why I was saying it, now the whole Maccabee war was a lot longer. But they kind of focus on a 3.5 year theme, in, now the book of Maccabee 1 and 2, obviously it's in the Catholic Bible. It's an apocryphal book, but most scholars and historians believe the first and second book of Maccabees is historically accurate. So they don't count it as a scriptural book, but they do count it more as a historical document. So I do have copies of Maccabee 1 and 2, and I have read it, and the works of Josephus, and I've got matter of fact, I got the book of Josephus too, the works, complete works. It's good to understand the settings of those times to kind of get the idea. But there's basically, when they came in, they overtook the temple, the Greeks did, and they defiled the temple, and they put a Greek god in there, of Antiochus Epiphanes, put a statue of himself in there apparently. And in the Hebrew, they call it the Shekut Shemem, the abomination of desolation. But in the book of Revelation, there is also a scenario where, when the Messiah said it, when you shall see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand. Then he says, those who are there flee into the mountains and so on. Pray that your flight neither be on the Sabbath day or in the winter. And so, of course, I mean, he's saying these things of future events. Why would he be saying that if there was no more Sabbath? It's just so some of those things. But, then you go into the book of Daniel and Revelation. And of course, Daniel chapter 7 kind of talks about the four beasts. And the fourth beast that rose up was diverse from all the other beasts. And then out of that, it had 10 horns. And then in Revelation, you see the beast that rises up out of the sea, the having 7 heads and 10 horns. Daniel 7 and Revelation 3, or Revelation 13, they're kind of tied together. So most historians believe that the 4 beasts in Daniel, one was like a lion, a bear, and then a leopard. They were Babylon, Medo-Persia, and then Greece. And then the 4th beast that was diverse from all the others was Rome. And it rose up, and it says, and it devoured and so on. But out of that came a little horn. And it said it had eyes like a man and a mouth speaking great things. In my opinion, that's the Pope. That's the Roman Catholic Church and the Pope. And so Rome went from a military might and kind of was wounded with the sword, but then did live as an ecclesiastical power. And so Rome came back more of as an ecclesiastical power, and Vatican City, in my opinion, was that little horn. And then it had eyes like a man and a mouth speaking great things and blasphemy. And it says it wore out the saints of the Most High. And look at the Inquisitions during the Middle Ages and so on. It was the Catholic Church with that Pope who had a mouth speaking blasphemies against the Almighty, and the eyes like a man, because he's called the Holy See, the Holy Prophet. So you see those things with, but it says, in Daniel also, I think it's in 7, it said he shall make a covenant with many for 1 week. Well, most scholars believe the 1 week is 7 years. It's 7 days, each day is a year. 7 years, and in the midst of that week, it says, he shall break the covenant and so on. The man of sin shall be revealed and so on. So in the book of Maccabee, it's kind of it kind of goes over that, because the Greeks come to make an agreement with with the Jews and so on, and then they break this agreement and they defile the temple and so on. But then, the Maccabees, they cleansed the temple, and that was. That's where you get the word Hanukkah. Chanukah in Hebrew means dedication. And in the New Testament, if you go into the book of Luke, I think it's 12, I can't remember where it's at, John chapter 12 or something, it says the Messiah was in the temple when it was winter, and he was there on the dedication. He was there celebrating Hanukkah. A lot of people don't realize that, but it's the word in the English. In the Greek, they translated it as dedication, but it means Hanukkah. So he was actually there to celebrate Hanukkah, which I thought was pretty cool, And you had mentioned one time too, where, everybody talks about the Sabbath being changed, but yet if you look in the book of Acts, Apostle Shaul, Apostle Paul was still keeping Sabbath on the 7th day of the week. And he was still going to the synagogues and teaching. And a lot of people don't really think about that. And there's a scripture that says, therefore there remains a Sabbath to the believers, those who believe in the Messiah. There still remains a Sabbath. Obviously, it's an eternal Sabbath coming, but also there remains a weekly Sabbath. And then there's another one with the holy days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Remember with I think it's Paul to Timothy or something. He said, therefore, let us keep the feast, not with the leaven of wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of unrighteousness, for our Messiah was our Passover. So he likens the Messiah to the Passover, but he says, therefore, let us keep the feast. He wasn't saying it allegorically. He was telling them, keep the feast, but keep it with the right attitude. I mean, if you guys have malice and hatred and you're getting together, then you kind of nullify the whole meaning of, the holy days if you're trying to be righteous, but you guys are getting together and backbiting and hating one another and, telling on each other. And it's just, and having divisions and who's going to be the leader and all that. And I think there was a lot of that going on in the early assembly of believers. And so that's why you had the get together of Jacob, James, and Peter and all of them. And were there differences among them? I even believe there was then. Paul and James, they have a little bit of, you can kind of tell in the scripture, there's a little bit of I don't say animosity, but difference of opinion, because Paul was always saying, if you have faith and then you try, why are you going back to works? But then James was always saying, faith without works is dead, And so I think they were both correct, but I think they both wanted to emphasize certain aspects too at the same time, because Paul was going to a lot of non-Jews. So they weren't keeping Torah. So how is he going to come in and tell them like, okay, well, keep the Torah and then you'll have faith. But he didn't want to do that. He wanted to show them that if they believed in the Almighty, they would grow, they would come into the faith. And he said, Moses is taught in synagogues every Sabbath. So if they come into the faith, we shouldn't put all these burdens on them, try to get them to keep all this stuff. And, but proselytizing Judaism today, Orthodox Judaism basically still has that requirement. You've got to study for 4 years and, this and that. And you get, it's a lot of process. That's why you don't have a lot of converts to Judaism, and I think they do that purposely probably. But Apostle Shaul was telling them, hey, if they believe, then, the only thing I think we ought to do right now is tell them not to be going to the temples with the prostitutes and not to be eating unclean foods or drinking the blood of, animals and stuff. Those things we got to tell them right now, stop doing. And then they'll learn the rest when they start coming to service, and I think the same thing with people too. It's like, don't get so caught up when you start to have faith in the Almighty. If you, to this day, if you're out there and you're not a believer, if you turn and you believe in the Almighty, it says, if you confess him in your heart and you believe, then you should be saved. But it doesn't mean that's all you do either, and I think that's what kind of like Jacob was saying is like, faith without works is dead. You could walk up to a guy and say, be warm and be fed, and you walk away and you didn't give him a shirt or a coat and you didn't give him food. Then what good is it? It's like, but another man, he said, will come up and give him food and give him a coat and say, I'll show you my faith by my works and which one is justified. So a lot of times, just knowing the knowledge of the Bible and knowing the right things doesn't make you righteous. We got to put it into exercise. You've got to exercise your faith, just like you got to exercise your body, or else you just turn into a big flabby blubber guy, which I'm doing now. Because I think
some people get probably a little bit puffed up with knowledge, which I don't have no chance of that. Especially after someone like you, man. I'm like, well, I start to think I know something. Wow.
It's just, it's not that. It's just that not, and it's not to. I study a lot, and I do tons of research for years. I mean, ever since 1992, I think is when I really started studying. So, 2002, 2000. It's been years that I've done research, and there were periods of time where day and night I would study. I mean, I would sit and read and study scripture for 5 or 6 hours each day or more, and study research books. I've read thousands of books, the Hebrew language, Greek, study history, and a lot of Jewish writings as well, and Talmud and Mishnah and things of that nature, so we can kind of understand a lot of the understanding of the Bible, the New Testament especially, the Havrit HaChadashah, the New Testament, because a lot of those things, if you're reading it, unless you understand the setting of it, like, what does this mean, And I think that's a lot of times where, I'm not saying like pastors and stuff go wrong, but if they're not trying to put it in context, it's like taking the Constitution, and these judges and stuff. If you're an originalist, you're trying to go back to what did the founding fathers say when they made these, laws, and you want to try to kind of recreate that to the best you can, and then apply it to now, even though we have new technology and stuff. I don't think that Ben Franklin and them anticipated 5G and all this. They probably was like, what the hell is that? It's like, so with all this new technology, you've got to have people who have good minds that can read that and then apply. Well, it's the same way with biblical knowledge. You got to have those people who can understand that, who can then go forward and interpret the new things now that are going on. The Messiah even said that to his disciples. Remember that? He said, any man who is versed in the kingdom now is like a scribe who brings out things old and things new. And so he was almost like showing them that you will take the things old of that have been written since the foundation, but you will apply it to things new. You will bring out things new out of it. You will draw new concepts out of the scripture. So, I mean, the New Testament wasn't scripture at the time either. That a lot of people don't realize that when Paul and them talked about the Holy Scripture, they weren't talking about the New Testament. It wasn't even written. It was talking about the Tanakh, the Torah and the prophets and the writings. And a lot of people just don't, newer believers, they just don't understand those concepts. So that's where you get these weird teachings and stuff, like the Old Testament's done away. And
that part of it, man. But that wasn't written when he was referring to it.
Yeah. And now I like your microphone too. Just checking out your microphone. You got the
my wife got it for me. I'm not really sure what kind it is.
Yeah.
DSO dash.
Yeah, I just got I bought this one on I found it online or something. This guy named Anthony Brian Logan. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He's a black guy.
Actually, I stumbled across him through someone's got a channel called LT Piper.
Yeah.
They've always posted some really good videos. And one thing is that they always post them in like speed like 1.5 or 1.25, so you always got to reduce the speed back.
Oh yeah.
But but anyway, they had some clips of that Anthony Brian Logan, and he did some really good stuff on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I found him a long time ago. He's been to the White House. He's been there with Terrence Williams and all them guys. And he does live broadcast too. And I've been on there twice as a call in. Yeah, I called in. I can't remember what the subjects were at that time, but we trying to remember. It was a while back. But he had the show, and I called in and talked with him. Let's see if I can find that real quick.
All right.
I'll pull it up real fast and see if I can find, because it was only a couple minutes, it was like 2 minutes or 3 minutes that I called. I more or less just called into the show. And so I just kind of mirrored it and posted it on my site, for, since I was on there. But yeah, he's, I like his shows. He's a good conservative. And I like the fact that, he's an African-American black guy who's on there who, discusses Constitution and conservative beliefs and, is against abortion and other things of that nature too. So, I mean, and I was like, wow, so I'm going to watch this guy. So I watched him a couple times and I was like, and then one day he had a show. So he had like call in. So I was like, I'm going to call in and talk to him. And he's pretty nice. I got him on Facebook too. I believe he's on Facebook. You can look him up.
All right.
He posts articles and stuff too. So, and I think he set up a website too now where he has kind of like his own news website too now. So I check it from time to time to see what he has on there. I'm trying to see if I can find.
Yeah, I was really impressed that people with that big of a channel would kind of touch on Kyle Rittenhouse the way he did. So
yeah, he does. He'll touch on
decent to
different
see.
things.
The way he did it, man. I just remember it being like really good, man, for like all the things that were coming out about Kyle Rittenhouse at the time. How he did it was like probably one of the best shows on it, the way he covered.
Yeah. I think this was it right here. If you want to put
go.
that up on the screen. Yeah, here it is.
All right, Anthony, you have a good night. And chat, you have a good night. Peace all. And hope you are not settled, man.
All right, now take care.
Okay, bye.
All right, shout out to Gator. Definitely appreciate the call. Let's move on to the next one. 614 in the line. Who am I speaking to?
Okay.
Hey, this is Mark Matheny.
All right, Mark Matheny, what's going on?
How are you?
Everything's great.
Hey, Anthony. Oh, good, man. It's good to always listen to your show. And I was calling in because there's a good article in Hill about the Uranium One and the indictment. There's about 11 indictments going out. Mark Lambert is the primary person, but it does say that in the first part of this, it says what apparently had happened is they had been investigating this since like 2009. And then in 2010, as a lot of this was coming out, the DOJ and them tried to kind of keep it under wraps because they wanted to continue the investigations. So they didn't really want to talk about it. And so this is partly why, it seemed like more like a conspiracy theory at the time, because you weren't hearing a lot about it from the DOJ or anybody like that. But it says, in part in here, it says they obtained eyewitness accounts backed by documents indicating Russian nuclear officials had routed millions of dollars to the U.S. designed to benefit former President Bill Clinton's charitable foundation during the time Secretary Clinton was in her capacity. It goes on. It talks a lot about it. And then when they went to do the uranium deal, apparently nobody informed any of the U.S. officials as they made the deal that there was an investigation going on into corruption and, bribery and extortion by Russian organizations and companies that were dealing with it. So the Russians were apparently compromising like American contractors and things and extorting them and getting kickbacks and so on, which, obviously raised national security concerns, but none of that evidence ever got aired before they made the decision to then go ahead with the deal. You see what I'm saying? So
yes,
that's part of it. So now they are doing investigations finally, and there are indictments starting to come out. The primary guy, he runs I think Mark Lambert runs one of the companies that was involved, and so he's one of the primary ones now getting indictments. But you know how that goes. Once the canaries start singing and things, I'm sure more evidence will come out, and it does look like they're doing. At the end of the article, he talks about doing a separate investigation on Clinton's themselves. So these things are breaking out. But, again, you see this, you had this recent false alarm here, apparently, in Hawaii. I did read an article where one of the congressmen or somebody said it was a state exercise, but yet then others were saying it was an error. So it's hard to tell what it was, whether there was a real scare or whether it was just a drill or somebody messed up and hit the wrong button like they said. To me, I find it hard that somebody would just hit a button that would alert a whole state that there's a nuclear attack imminently coming upon the United States. Now, so now there's some theories that this is just to try to make Trump look incompetent, as they've been trying to do, and to put fear and, scare people into thinking that he could be, iffy with the button and, could cause a nuclear attack. That's just one of the things. But, so, those things are there to always think about. We know how the left works. And then the last thing I was thinking about was we were talking about this whole thing with President Trump. And, even with this T-shirt thing with the young boy, with the whatever, the monkey in the jungle thing. Yeah. Everything nowadays, I can get up and roll out of bed and it's racist all of a sudden. Everything from the left seems to be, when they have no real argument, that instead it's just, now it's racist. You can't really do much of anything without it being racist anymore, which it's sad, because I think that real racial issues tend to be not looked upon then, because everything, it's like the little boy that cries wolf, or the acorn that falls out of the sky, and the Chicken Little says, the sky is falling. No one is going to want to listen if everything becomes that issue. Then when the real issues come, where there is real racism and these problems, people are going to get sick of dealing with them. And I think that's a shame, because we do have, instances of either police brutality or racism that we do need to address. So we don't need to be crying wolf every time somebody offends us. We need to really not be doing that. And so what if the president said what he said? He was in a private hearing and, he was upset and they weren't doing a good deal with him. And he said, why are we taking these immigrants from this crap old countries? He said what he said. I don't think he was belittling the people in those countries. It's the governments there that are corrupt, and there's high crime. If you look on the statistics of those areas, extremely high crime in El Salvador. I mean, they celebrate when they can go a day without killing somebody or something. It's insane. So anyway, those are my thoughts, Anthony. And it's always good to call in and talk to you.
Thank you for the call. Definitely appreciate you.
All right, Anthony. Have a good day.
Same
Bye.
to you.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, very good comment there about the crying wolf. I think the mother of the boy that was in the Coolest Monkey in the Jungle hoodie said that. She was like, look, y'all got to stop crying wolf. It's not a big deal. I was with him when he put on the hoodie. Just stop it. Because like you said, anytime you want to cry wolf about things like this, legitimate episodes of racism get ignored because it's like, okay, now you want to cry again. Okay, so he's exactly right. So shout out to him for the call and the great words. 202, you're allowed him to speaker to. Turn your speakers down, please.
So yeah, that was I think that was one I did a while back, but yeah. And then there was another one. It was similar stuff, just talking about some of the topics. So, but I like Anthony. I think he's pretty cool. He's actually been on RT News. I think he's been on Fox News, even possibly once or twice. I can't remember. I know he's been on RT News, I think, which is Russia Today, which some people will say, oh, it's Russian, so it's all
Actually, that's a good thing myself. I mean, that's like Russia Today. Well, I mean, everyone, all these people that hate Russia right now,
yeah.
They were fine with it. Russia Today, back when they were bashing Bush about 9/11. In fact, in Russia Today, you could say, got a lot of people to vote for Obama, because when I went and talked to when Trump was running for president the first time around, I go to a rally, and this kid drove all the way from Illinois to Indiana because he said, well, the rally in Illinois got canceled or something like that, or Trump wouldn't come to Illinois. And so he drove all the way down here. So I'm talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I voted for Obama last time, and then I, found out about him, and we were talking about Russia Today, and says, yeah, man, that was one of the reasons. I've watched how, Bush was behind that 9/11, and
yeah.
All this other stuff, and because Russia Today was, actually doing some real investigation, and really, if you watch it, it's more unbiased than a lot than what you're going to see on mainstream media. Mainstream media, it's basically the Democrat Party controlling all of it and just giving you a version of what they think is conservative. I mean, that's my opinion. It's like Fox, I think, is controlled by Democrats, and they just give you a version of what they want the conservative to be, what they want their thesis and antithesis to be, and control it.
Right.
Always trying to get you to go that center point.
Yeah, the Hegelian dialect. But I was going to say, Max Kaiser on the Kaiser Report, that's on RT News. Max Kaiser is he owns a company. He's an economist, but he's been on InfoWars, like way back. He's in some of the films and stuff. I think he was in Fall of the Republic, and I think he was also in possibly the Endgame. I'm not sure. I can't remember, but he's very knowledgeable. And what he talks about is a lot of international banker corruption type stuff. But he deals with the International Monetary Fund, the Bank of International Settlements, the World Bank. He talks about all of these different banks in different countries, the Federal Reserve, and so on. But he really ties things in. I think it's a good channel to watch. Kaiser Report. That's a good one. But they have a lot of good stuff, a lot of good investigative reports. And also I do it to kind of get both sides of a story too. Cause I'll listen to CNN every once in a while. I like to listen to the Communist News Network just to see what the hell they're saying, and Fox News too. just to kind of get a gist on what's happening. And if anybody that I tend to listen to on Fox would be like Tucker Carlson, maybe.
Yeah.
But like Sean Hannity, he's just annoying. But he just
CIA agent to me.
He's just like the neocon type conservative. You know what I mean? He's like that Bush era type.
Well, Mark Burrell, he used to be a journalist. He's the guy that did a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, always investigating the moon landings. And he used to be a journalist, and he said that he knows for a fact that there's CIA agents that work within the news companies.
Yeah.
I think someone even said, I think the one guy, man, was Snow White hair on CNN.
Yeah.
I can't think of his name. He's
and
a
isn't
CIA agent.
And isn't he? Yeah, Cooper or what's his name?
Yeah. Cooper Anderson.
Cooper Anderson, and isn't he tied with a famous rich family? It's called. Can't remember the name of them, but they were like a super rich, one of the big rich families. Not like Rockefeller, but it's like that. I can't remember. They own some kind of perfume stuff, or I can't remember, but it's a big family. But he's tied in with them too. And yes, it is been shown that he somehow was affiliated with CIA. So a lot of that, it reminds you of the COINTELPRO stuff that they did during, Martin Luther King's era and so on, when they were using the COINTELPRO for spying and misinformation and things of that nature. But the one thing I do want to say, because I want people to understand, like, I do understand where you come from with Barr and a lot of these members that Trump has in office. I don't want you to ever think that I don't look at those things. My whole thing right now is looking at, we're in a real fragile situation this coming election, and we know for sure what Biden and their crew is going to do without any doubt. Now, I'm not saying that Trump and them I think Trump is better than their side. I do think Trump has done a lot of good things. I do like the fact that the peace agreements are starting to, we have like really no war going on really. I'm sure we have covert operations still going on. They're always going on.
To me,
but
that's like about Trump, no wars.
Well, the thing was, I was going to say was in Afghanistan, I saw a report that there hasn't been a single American soldier killed in over 257 days now, which is a blessing. I mean, it's like, whoa, not a single one killed. When under the Obama administration, they were left and right, but he had rules of engagement, ROE, that they had to follow. When Trump came in, he said, "We're taking that away. You do what you have to do. If you're attacked, you fight. You don't have to wait. If you've got enemy combatants and they're enemies, and you take them out, don't wait. You don't have to wait till they shoot at you, in other words, before you have to engage them and stuff. But under Obama's administration, just like the other day, I was hearing when the generals came to Trump in the beginning of the administration, said, we don't have any ammunition and stuff. I mean, our own United States armed forces were low on ammo. Soldiers weren't getting proper gear in the field. Their families were actually buying, steel plates and flak vests and stuff and shipping them to them because no Obama, and them wouldn't supply them. And is war good? No. And should we be even over there half of this stuff? No. But if they're going to be there, we got to protect them too. So, I do like that fact. And I just saw another article where they said that, population prison rates are at a 30-year low right now under President Trump. Blacks and Hispanics. Now, I think that partially because of the economy, if you have jobs for people and you're providing hope and things, I do think that that's going to lessen the amount of people being incarcerated. And then also, of course, with some of this prison reform thing, I do think that some of these people they released, I think they deserve to be released. I mean, if somebody sold some marijuana, they did some drug, but it wasn't a violent crime. Some of these people were getting like 2 life sentences for selling some marijuana and stuff. It's like, but yet you got Joe down the street who murdered his family and he got like 10 years. It's like, wait a second, how does that happen? But he happened to be a little lighter shade. So I do think that there are instances of racial profiling, and I do think there are instances of racism in the U.S. still. Is it as bad as Black Lives Matter and the mainstream media make it out to be? No, I don't think so. I think it's on a very low level. I think the United States has come a long way with that. I think most people don't care what color you are. I hear in Ohio, I mean, I go about my day and I don't ever run into any of that stuff. People just don't care. There are so many people, half of these people, you don't even know what they are. They're like so many mixed, you got so many mixed, like my wife is black. I mean, all my kids are mixed. A lot of people don't know that, but I mean, I have no problems. I say it all the time on my shows and stuff. It was funny because we went out and did that Trump parade in 270, me and my boss, this guy, Paul. And when we were on there, we noticed that somebody had posted a comment on my show and said, well, this guy's just a racist. And Paul wrote back, he's like, what are you talking about? This guy he's not racist. He's Jewish and his wife is black. It's like, what? Yeah, I'm a racist. I'm going to kill myself and go beat my wife now. I'll talk to you later. It's like, it's ridiculous, but people need to do like Martin Luther King said, and judge people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. But the mainstream media, just like you said, the thesis antithesis, they want to draw out these race wars and these class warfare and all of these things while they are the ones committing pedophile and Satanism and stealing and robbing. And, they're doing all this stuff, but they want us down here fighting with each other and not fighting for justice. And like you said, getting with local representatives and state representatives and saying, look, we need to work on that level and to help the higher levels. If we have good representatives in our states and in our counties, that's going to affect those who go to the White House and who are in the Senate and in the House and stuff. But, just complaining about it ain't going to make a difference. You gotta be active.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, is that I've been stressing a lot lately. Like, people, do you realize, you can go to your city council. A lot of these people, no one to my knowledge has a governor that said, these are laws, mask wearing laws. These are lockdown laws. They're
right.
Mandates.
Right.
Well, mandates, guess what? Your city council can override mandates. So what you need to do is get people out there and go confront your city council, and talk to them and ask them what's the deal. Me, I've been moving too much. I have not been able to gather enough people in the community to be able to confront these people. But one of the things I plan on doing is going to the Indiana Department of Health and asking them, why aren't they putting in these COVID protocols? Now I realize a lot of people have not studied medicine and things like that. I've been reading all these papers and listening to all these doctors. And to me, I'm very confident when I say that, like doctors like Dr. Mobeen, when he suggests certain things should be protocols, and Dr. Zelenko suggests the exact same things should be standard protocols that would save lives. I feel very good reading what I've also read to go down there and be like, hey, why don't you do this? I at least want them to answer this for me.
Right.
So I plan on doing that and just putting a video there. But like something like that, I don't expect other people to do, because you probably do not have enough confidence to lay up a good enough to lay out a good enough argument confronting people who work, that head medical departments and things like that. But as far as like city council, though, you guys can go to them and be like, look, we don't want these lockdowns. We could see at least these basic statistics that say, like we don't need to be wearing masks. We don't need to have lockdowns. There are, treatments for this. No one has to die over this disease. There's enough treatments. We can open things up and just go complain to your city council about it.
Right. There was an article where it said, I saw it the other day. I think I posted Facebook. They talked about tens of thousands of doctors have come to sign a petition or something calling for this lockdowns to be ended. I mean, there are like tens of thousands of them. I was looking to see if I could find it. It was a good article. and I think I posted it, but I was just like, wow, you know, um, if you have things like that evidence from credible doctors, from credible people stating that this is, you know, this is bad. Yeah, right here. It was, it was, oh, it was a video. Okay. Yeah, it's on my channel, but it's called Thousands of Doctors Call for the End of the Lockdown and to Reopen the United States. It was actually on One America News. Have you ever watched OANN?
Oh yeah, I watched them a little bit.
Yeah. I like them.
They're a little bit better than Fox. Someplace in between a Fox and an RT for me.
Yeah.
One thing about RT though, I needed to add this. I forgot to add this a while ago. Was that, man? Like, the one thing I don't like about them is that they kind of lean on like like they don't come right out and say this, but you can hear in a lot of their lingo and talk and subtlety that like Jews are behind it all. Like I bet you, like a lot of,
Yeah.
I remember a couple of those people on there, man, because they also had YouTube channels. One of them, I can't even remember. I challenged him to a fight. I got so mad. But yeah, it's like, you know, he was always talking about the protocols of Zion. He was talking about the protocols of Zion on his own channel, and I'm like, dude, you know, like the Jews didn't even write that, right?
Right. You know? Yeah, it was debunked a long time ago, wasn't it? Of Russian propaganda.
It's a Jesuit propaganda, and Leo Leham. I got it on the top of my site, fishingfortruth.com, and if you go to the left part of the top page, right there, it's got the article where Leo Liam debunks it. So,
okay.
Yeah, he totally proves it just by reading it. Just by reading the protocols design, you can tell that it was of Catholic origin and not Jewish origin.
Yeah, I had read something about. I couldn't remember who. I knew it was debunked, and I knew it was somebody else who wrote it, and that makes sense that it was the Jesuits that did it. Them bastards. Sorry.
But the thing about Russia today, it's almost like they appeal to those people that believe like in somewhat of a Jew world order, or like the kind of Farrakhan Muslim almost type of mindset, you know, that they got against the Jews and how they kind of perceive the world. And it's like I'm kind of like confused, like, you know, who are they trying to appeal to, and what's their subtle agenda while they're trying to present you like real news and real current events and what's really going on. What's their other agenda? Because it's like I do think a lot of their stuff's more truthful than what you're going to find in American mainstream news, but they also seem to have like some other agenda there where they're not like they're trying to protect something or steer you away from something. I haven't like really quite figured out what their game plan is. Hit
your screen on. I got your site up there, Fishing for Truth. So you're talking about this one here, right? Who really wrote the Protocols of Zion? And no, Jews did not write it. So this is the article. Yeah, so we'll check that out. That's for everybody out there. Yeah, check out his check out that article on Fishing for Truth. So yeah, that's cool.
My site's still a mess. I still
no, that's okay.
I throw things up there just so when I meet people out on the street, I can be like, "Hey, you can go to my site. This is my site," and oh, you're looking for this? I know where this is. I'll add it to my site. Here you go. You know, and that way
I've had this one up for years. I've done it's kind of together. And I've I post
mine.
Well, it's a blog. It's a blog. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So I use it. And so it has like prearranged things, and I kind of just set it up, and it was relatively easy, and it was free. So I always use free stuff. So, but yeah, you can go on there, and then I have like some videos I did, the terror camps, and some of the other videos I did a while back. Here, the Obama Catholic Connection. I have a lot of stuff on there. And then I think I have different like topics, but then down at the bottom too, I have We're Hit Radio on Blog Talk Radio. I did some shows. Putin thanks Trump for helping to fight, I think, ISIS and MSM and the global elite narration and so on. And a lot of different sites to like Oath Keepers, Gerald Celente, Debunking the Anti-Semitic Myths with Barry Hamish. He's good. Barry Hamish talks about the Jesuits. He's passed away now, but he is very knowledgeable in Israeli, Jewish, the Zionist, the labor Zionist, from Shabbatai Tzvi. They were really the Jesuits, but through the Jewish side to try to make it look like the Jews are the Empire of Oil, the hidden history of 9/11. That's pretty good. Money is Debt, Freedom to Fascism. That was Aaron Russo. And then some Endgame and Obama Deception, Fall of the Republic, History of the Vatican, some stuff on that, Federal Reserve, just things for people to just generally get some ideas on, kind of trying to educate them, if they want to learn about some of those things. The national debt, you can hit the national debt clock and it'll show you the national debt. Look at that, 27 trillion. But that's just the unfunded liabilities and everything total is like right, where is that at? It's humongous. Where's the big one? The big boy. I get down here, unfunded liabilities. Look at that one. That's like down at the bottom. It's like a gazillion, 100 billion gazillion, it's like, wow. And then
55 trillion. Is that what I'm seeing?
We're at, 155. Yeah. 155 trillion.
God.
Unfunded liabilities. That's everything, pretty much. And so a lot of people don't realize that. And on here, I like it because when you click on each one at the top, it'll kind of give you up here where it says U.S. debt clock. You see where it switches? When you click on everything, it kind of gives you a brief definition of what it is. So it's something that's interesting. If you're doing shows, you want to talk about certain aspects, I would have this on sometimes to say, okay, our national debt right now is $27 trillion, blah, 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 and it tells you about all of it. And the red is all the negative. The green is the positive, the revenue that's being brought in, so on, per citizen. Revenue per citizen is like $10,000. And then it shows state revenue, total state revenues and local revenues and all that good stuff. Are you there? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Well,
Wow. Sorry, I logged my own stuff out.
I was like, where'd he go? He left me. He left me.
Actually, I was trying to pull the window, man. My hand slipped and clicked the wrong box. So
yeah.
So that's cool. It keeps on going. Like you were still able to broadcast even if I cut out. Is that it?
Yeah, I know. I was like, whoa, I'm on here. I'm all by myself now.
Oh, it's your show now.
Yeah. No, that's kind of cool though, because if you had doing a show, that would be kind of neat because you could, kind of
keep trading off.
Yeah. If you had to go take a break or something, you could say, go ahead and talk about something. Yeah. So yeah, you got a lot of video and stuff on here.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is I'm gonna probably rearrange it again and take some videos. I really need to add your one video where you're talking about the Ustasha, because I have another video on it called the Sons of Harad, but that thing's like 2 hours long. What I think it is that's a really important subject, but you got it down to what, like a 15-minute video or something?
Yeah, I tried to talk about basically the Ustasha, but kind of break it down and make it a shorter film. I'm trying to do that. I tend to get these long videos, but I'm trying to do some videos preset as like 15 minutes or less, so people will watch them, but at the same time put a lot of information in them. Because otherwise a lot of people don't have an attention span. It's unfortunate that they don't, but
I just pull up my counter. I got this counter up here, man. It's like that's what I use for a reference when I talk about government spending. Like, oh yeah,
people
like, hey, look at how many people just died while we're doing this show from hunger. It's like,
wow,
it keep ticking. Yep, someone else died of starvation. Just now, another one. There's
well,
it's like,
that's what Henry Kissinger wrote that article. He wrote that policy paper in, I think, 1974, NSSM 200. And if you look at it, it talks about population measures, using food as a weapon, and other things.
Oh, that reminds me now that you said that, man. Ice Age Farmer has done hit on his YouTube channel. He's done a lot of really good work, man, exposing, man, what the craziness that's going on with them just destroying all the food, man. Like,
Yeah.
He did this one where I guess like some people took pieces of metal, and put it on corn stalks with zip ties. And what these farmers did was, I guess they take and they go and plow up this corn, and they grind it up and then put it into the cattle feed. And I guess these people knew that particular corn got used for that. So they Ziploc metal on it. So when it got ground up, they heard it and they looked at it and they're like, something doesn't sound right. They go look in it and they see all this grinded up metal shavings in it. Like, man, if we would have fed that to our cows, it would have killed them all. And they had like 4,000 cows, and like would have did them in. But it's like, you got people doing things like that now, not let alone like not allowing pickers into their country because of COVID. So you got like this one person, this is just in like one little country alone, one little group of farmers. They said, yeah, we normally bring in about 14,000 people to help us pick. We couldn't bring them in because of COVID.
Wow.
So you got all that food just rotting on the ground. So yeah, you're right. They are going to use this as a weapon. I think that's what they're already doing.
Yeah, but that's what it was. A National Security Study Memorandum, implication of worldwide population growth for U.S. security and overseas interests. And it talks about, this was published back in December 10th of 1974. It was Henry Kissinger. If you look here, the Kissinger report. And but in there, you'll see some of the stuff: world demographic trends, population, world food supplies. He talked about economic development and population growth, implication of population pressures for national security. And then they had a world population conference. The UN organization and specialized agencies encouraging private organizations. That's where you get all these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations. And it says utilization of mass media and satellite communication systems for family planning. And then also action to develop worldwide political and popular commitment to population stability, they call it. But it's a long article, but you go through and read it. You basically get the gist of what they're saying, like they need population reduction in third world countries, and they got to use food as the primary means and so on. It's crazy. But that was just one.
Now I can't see where you're sharing this from. Is this on your website or?
No, this, I just looked it up. I just looked up NSSM memorandum on Google, and I'll show you. If you click on it, I just typed in NSM 200 Kissinger report. And then
I tell you what, can you do me a favor and can you post that link into the chat?
Yeah.
And then that way I can like save it and go look it up later, if you don't mind.
This is from, this one here is, this one's probably a better one because it kind of talks about the NSM 200 from Human Life International and defending life and family around the world, but exposing the global population control agenda. And it just talks about it, but it talks about NSSM 200 and so on. I'll post both of them. This one here is that one. How do I post it in the comment? Because it won't let me comment for some reason.
Okay, I didn't know it wouldn't let you chat. I thought maybe your screen was still set up the same way mine is.
I'll put it in private chat. Did you get that? See where it says private chat?
On the
where you say you're still
I'm trying to learn this, man.
Where it says comments over there, it should have comments and it should have private chat, and I just sent it in the private chat. Let me see if I can go to.
Oh, I see it. Oh, it's all the way to the right. Okay, man. I did not see. I never Little buttons. Okay.
What I'll do is I'll mute you on there, and I'll post it in the chat too. There you go. I posted it in the chat.
All right.
And then the other one is here. This is the actual. This is at the government website. This is the actual PDF of it. Some people want to see the actual PDF as proof, so they can proofread it. But here is that one. I'll post that one in there too. Where am I at? Okay. There we go. Yeah. So those are, that's NSSM 200.
Okay, I guess it does. Well, on my chat, it didn't pop in, and I thought I allowed all comments.
It's supposed to. It's supposed to even come on to the regular comments because mine came on. Yeah. Well, it didn't. It didn't allow the 2 links for some. Oh, yeah, it did. Oh no, you put them on there.
Well,
but I put them
on there, but I'm like, why? Yeah, because I'm trying to make sure that people can. The one thing I want is people to be able to share whatever links and information they have on.
Right.
I'm not trying to be like one of these people that doesn't allow this. So I'm trying to.
Right. I try to do the same thing. I'm trying to keep it. I try to pay attention to it while I'm doing the show so I can watch. So what I usually do is I have an iPad, and so I set my iPad up, and then I pull up the show on there while I'm going live so I can see it and I can read their chats on there as well. But I silence its speaker. That way I have it's almost like a monitor, and then I have another monitor here and another monitor here. So I have 2 monitors. That way I can post. That's how I do the posts and stuff, post these articles, similar to probably what you're doing. Do you have 2 monitors?
No, I think I got one, but I forgot to hook it up. I wasn't even thinking about it because all this is still kind of new to me. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's really great. And then I'll think about it and forget it. But
it makes it easy to do it. That's why I do it. And also I use, there's another broadcast called XSplit that I use. That's how you see my other shows when I'm, flipping screens and then have all my headers at the bottom and all that. That's XSplit. I like that one too. And I'm only using the free version right now, but they do have an upgraded version that sometime I'm going to purchase. I think it's like $200 for a lifetime membership on it, but I don't have the money to be doing that yet, but I will, eventually try to. But this works good especially for interviewing people. This one here is it's easy, relatively easy to work. Because over there on your side too, you've got banners where you can write banners. Do you see where it says banners?
Yeah.
You can write in the name of your show and you can type it and then you can hit it. And that's where you can get it to come across the screen at the bottom. And you can put little subtitles at the bottom too, if you want. Yeah. So you can click on that, write in anything you want and then pop it up. So I know if anybody's watching, guys, we're like it's an educational video today.
Maybe they wonder, they
right.
want to do a show. Okay, I see that.
Yeah, so that way you can do that, and then the other little ticket ones, the ticker tape, it says you can write stuff in there, and then you can have it scroll, or you can just have it pop up, and it'll pop up below it. So, yeah, so you'll get better and better at it, and it makes it. Makes the show a little more professional, I guess, and appealing,
I mean, for me, it's about trying to get out as much information as I can. All right. Well, that's
no,
cool.
yeah. I just, I think the more you can do that and the more professional you can make it too, it just helps out, but for that too, you can post stuff down there below, and then what's cool too is you can go over there. You see where your comments are?
Yeah.
Go to one of those comments and click on it, and it'll come up on your screen.
Oh, okay.
So if you click it, you see. So if somebody has a good comment that you want people to see, you can click that. And that'll feature their comment. So that kind of is cool too, because they'll be like, oh, wow, they put my comment up on the screen.
Oh, man, make it so much easier so people know exactly what I'm seeing. Okay.
Right. So if somebody has a good comment and you like it, you could post that. You could say, "Oh, hey, look, uh, Dean's dude said this," or whatever. So it's kind of cool. Makes it easy. I checked that out one day too. I was like, "Oh, that's cool. You can post their comments right on the screen." So that's kind of neat when people do that, and I think it makes them feel like, "Oh, wow, you posted my comment." So that's kind of cool. But yeah, this. So all I was saying with that, Chris, was I do understand the whole concept with this vaccination program. Believe me, I don't in any way think that it's not important issue. I just, my thing with this election coming up is I think that since, yes, we know about the left right paradigm, my thing is, since we know that Trump is in running and Biden is, my personal thing is I'm going to vote for Trump because I know that so far in the 3.5 years he's been in, it hasn't been terribly bad. I mean, our Second Amendment rights we've been holding ground on that. We've been holding ground on these foreign wars. He's been pulling troops back to the United States. We haven't had any real new aggressions. We've been handling North Korea pretty much, China for the most part, Russia for the most part. We've been, before this, scamdemic came, the economy was pretty decent. There were a lot of people employed, a lot of people working. So all I'm saying is I think that, between the two, I'm going to give Trump another opportunity for 4 more years. Now that he's going into lame duck status, hopefully he'll be a little more bold and just say, you know what, I'm doing what I need to do. And I don't know what the game plan is, but I'm just saying between the two, I know for sure Biden gets in there. They're going to be writing the 25th Amendment on him in like 2 weeks after he gets in office. He's crazy. We got to get him out of here. And then Kamala Harris will take over, and it'll be Hillary Clinton and Obama in the White House, running things with everybody. So and I know for sure they ain't going to play around with. Lockdowns are going to be here, mask mandates, all that stuff. There ain't going to be no doubt about it. So, that's why I'm saying, some people may say, well, Mark, you're picking the lesser of two evils. In my opinion, I'm not, but I can understand that concept. But I think that we need to advise people between the two. My opinion is, on my show, I advise people between the two candidates that I think we have a better opportunity to get things done and to at least push off the tyranny under Trump. But that's my opinion. And by what I listened to some of the rabbis, and I know that, like I say, like Rabbi Mendel Kessin and them, I think that he's a very wise man, and he has a very good video, but a lot of people will be hard to understand it because he uses a lot of Hebrew terminology. So I was going to kind of get a synopsis of what he says and kind of clean it, English it up some for people, and then kind of say, here's what, his take on it is. But what's this here?
Well, this is my friend, Soon Politicon. But anyway, she just did this video today. Trump administration says they will fire FBI and CIA heads after the election. And so, like, I understand that, I guess I understand that people say, oh, well, you got a problem with Barr and Kavanaugh and Gina Haspel. It's just the fact that I even have to say 3 names right off the top of my head, and it's pretty much almost his first 3 picks practically. It's like, and these are the guys who helped create the deep state. And to me, when you're only debating Biden, you are basically, okay, which party is the party of the deep state? It is the Democrat Party. They are the ones who were in league with the Vatican ever since at least 1840. They've been in league with the Vatican. So, and so now I'm seeing that, if you get up on stage and that's the only party you're debating, why is that? I mean, are they the only legitimate party? And I know you said like it's always been a two-party system, but I don't like, to me, I don't buy into that, and I don't give that credence, because part of my thing is I think this is the way of controlling things. You only debate the other party, but the other party you're choosing to debate is the one basically running the whole deep state, and that's the only party you're going to let on the stage. Now, see, my whole thing is Trump could have said, well, hey, I want these third parties, because see, at this point you're doing what's best for America. You're also not censoring anyone. I think this is actually censorship of people, which we're not supposed to. As Republicans, we're not supposed to like censorship. Also, as Republicans, we're supposed to be capitalists. Now, capitalist society is where everyone's got a free chance to compete. You get to compete, and it's like whoever's like the best competition wins. And now all of a sudden it's kind of like socialism. Your debate reminds me of socialism, when it's like, this is the government approved choices, this is what we approved to out here to debate, and we're not going to let you choose or even hear about these other people. Because I guess my biggest problem is, you not only did you put in deep state, but now you're only going to debate the party that is running the whole deep state, and then it just starts looking really bad to me after you done put in these horrible picks, which a lot of people are starting to complain aren't doing anything. So it's only after all these people have been complaining for almost 4 years now that he's not doing anything, and that no one's really getting arrested, nothing's really happening. And now, after the election, you say you're going to get rid of these people. Well, who are you going to replace them with? I mean, you already, like, I don't know. To me, it's just it's a real mess. And then it's just like, on top of it, I just believe he should never spent $6 trillion on the flu.
Well, I agree with all that. What I look at is this: for one, and my thing is, for one, he was never a politician. He's never been in the White House, and you're running as the president. You think about every day, all the issues and everything you've got to go through. And then you've got the deep state trying to set you up for Russian collaboration and this and that and the other. And you've got lawyers and attorneys. I mean, I'm just saying, on a daily basis. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that what you're saying is not right. I think it is all. Here's the other thing too, is everything that you said is correct. So between the two candidates, which one do I think, if it was brought up to him, this whole, if someone came and said, look, President Trump, Carol Quigley wrote a book, he was a Georgetown professor, a Jesuit college. And in there, he stated that these elites pushed to create a two-party system. That way they could easily control it. So I agree with you. I agree too that there should be, when they run, you should have the right to have independents, run up there. You should have constitutionalist candidates. You should have Green Party candidates. You should have independents. You should have, There's Green, there's independent, there's libertarian, constitutional. You should have those candidates as well. I agree. So, but my thing is, between the two parties, which one do you think would be more likely to try to introduce that type of stuff if it's brought to their attention and there's a good point made for it? Like, hey, this and that and the other. My opinion is, I think that Trump is at least more open to say, you know what, you're right. I never even thought of that. I mean, I'm so busy on a day-to-day basis trying to keep the Russians and the Chinese and doing this and doing that and doing the other, that we sometimes can sit back and we can look and say, well, why isn't he doing this? But, on a daily basis, we have more time to sit and contemplate these things. Whereas if I was president of the United States, I probably would have just ran out the White House by now and quit. I would have been like, to hell with you guys, I'm out of here. So I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong, because I believe it's 100% correct. But it's just like I heard the reports where, Trump said, look, this guy Barr, I mean, what the hell? I mean, we've been waiting for these investigations. You've got this, you've got that. The FBI had stuff on Biden a year ago. They got this half of the stuff on Hunter Biden and them over a year ago, and they're just sitting on this stuff and they're not prosecuting. So I do think it's a big mess. But at the same time, do I specifically say, okay, well, it's all Trump's fault now because he's doing these things? So do I think he's collaborating? I don't necessarily think so. I just think that there's so many things on the agenda and on the plate of fighting constantly on a day-to-day basis to get done, that it will take more than 3 years or 4 years. I think it will take 2 terms and possibly even more, with as embedded as these people are. And yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, how much does Trump know about? It's hard to tell sometimes. What does he know about certain things? That's the other question. I mean, does Trump know about? Is he really studious in what the Jesuits do and what the Pope does and the Vatican? I think to a certain extent he probably knows, but to what extent? And how does he see things? That's all I do. I'm not saying that I try to give people the benefit of the doubt in some respects. And I look overall at what he's been doing. I think he's doing a pretty decent job, but those areas, I think that's where he needs to have people around him who are saying, hey, President Trump, part of this swamp system is the fact that we have a 2-party system that we need to break. We need to have 7, 8 parties up here during elections. They need to have the ability to have the same platform as us, all of these things. But there's just so much stuff when you're fighting this globalist takeover. Where do you begin and where do you end on a day? In a day and within 3 years, how do you do all this? That's all I'm saying. So, but what you're saying about Barr and all them, I do agree with. I get frustrated too. It's like, I'm sick and tired of hearing all these hearings and nobody ever goes to jail. We hear about all this corruption and we know it. We've got it documented, photographed, this and that and the other. It's like, okay, when is anybody going to jail? I mean, can we start arresting people now or what? But on the other aspect of that too, you think about if we're looking at just the Democrat side and how corrupt it is, we know it's corrupt on the Republican side too. So how many people are willing to go in there and jump into the fire, because they know if you start prosecuting them, they're going to be next on the plate. So they look out for each other in a sense. They know if they go and arrest Hillary Clinton, do you know how much stuff Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton probably know? And how are they going to be ratting on? You know what I mean? So a lot of these people are just like, we're not arresting them people. Barr and all these people are probably like, look, I'm not getting suicided. They're probably all.
And he's compromised. It's like he was the key player. Like according to many documents, and I'll just read a little bit of this one.
Yeah,
was a key player in the Iran-Contra operation, if not the most important member of the apparatus, simultaneously managing the operation while also fixing the legal end, ensuring that all the operatives could do their jobs without fear of exposure or arrest. So, I'm part of those planes that were being flown into MENA. When I mentioned MENA,
right,
happened in 1992, and this was made a big deal around the election of George Bush Sr. versus Bill Clinton, the first time Bill Clinton ran for office. This kept popping up, and they kept asking both of them, hey, are you going to look into it? There, because the Republicans would be like, the Republican voters and journalists would be like, hey, Bush, are you going to look into Clinton dealing drugs out of MENA? And then like your Democrats would be like, hey, Clinton, are you going to investigate Bush and the federal government dealing drugs in and out of MENA? So, but what was actually happening was both of them were running drugs in and out of MENA, but all of them were all involved and all tied into Iran-Contra and everything going in and out of MENA. They were all involved, and then William Barr was all a key figure and arranging all that too. So, and then it's just like, it's not even just MENA, it's like, if you look at the top of the screen, it says Barnes stonewalled and destroyed the church committee that investigated abuses by the CIA, National Security Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Internal Revenue Service. So it's like, he's done a lot of things. He stonewalled and stopped the inquiries in the CIA bombing, assassination of the Chilean opposition leader, Orlando Letelier.
Oh yeah, Loretta Lear, or was it Loretta Lear? Yeah, I think so.
So I mean, it's like it also goes on to say, in his attorney general confirmation, Barr vowed to attack criminal organizations, drug smugglers, and money launderers. Sounds like hot air. AG Barr would preserve, protect, and cover up and nurture the apparatus that he helped create, and use the Justice Department power to escape punishment. And I think one of his code names, while he was even doing this whole Iran Contra and the whole thing with Mina, was Robert Johnson. So I know people, if they want to look up more of it, all they got to do is look up William Barr, Robert Johnson. That's his alias that he was using behind this whole operation. And so there's just a lot that he was guilty of. And it's like this stuff wasn't hard to find. So this is why like True Pundit made excuses for him and said, well, maybe Trump doesn't know about this. I'm like, how do you not know? How do you really not know about this? You got to know about this. Like, I mean, you read the newspapers. It's like, people like that and that are that high up, man. Like you're knowledgeable about the world. You're not like average Joe who goes to work and and works a job where you're sitting there in a factory and you got four walls around you. You don't hear any radio all day. You come home and you're like, man, I just want to relax. Let me just watch some sports. And then you pass out and go to sleep. It's like, nah, man, you're interacting with people. You're talking to people. You got to be intellectual. You got to be able to have conversations. So you're reading papers. You're keeping up on current events. So I'm pretty sure he knew about that. And this was all printed out in the Wall Street Journal also. So
the only thing that I can think of, and I'm just kind of game, playing ideas, is that sometimes you'll have the FBI or places like this who will hire, a guy who is a cat burglar because he already knows the inner workings on how to do everything. So maybe some of these people think, hey, you know what? Barr knows about all this crap. So let's get him in here and let's utilize him. But I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm just saying in some cases, if I wanted to utilize somebody, I'd say, you know what, I'm going to use this guy because this guy, he's a crack, this guy's the top, diamond smuggler, burglar there is. He knows everything about these people. I'm going to pull him in. He's a top-notch investigator. He knows what's going on. I'm not saying that's the case, but I don't know. Maybe this is his idea. Now Trump is like going, what the hell are you doing? I brought you in here. You know about all this crap. I know that you could bust these people. Why aren't you busting these people? I don't know. Sometimes our guess is as good as anything else, but certainly, obviously, Barr is compromised. I mean, everybody pretty much that I listen to, alternative media, and everybody knows and says, hey, Barr, this guy is like a rock. It was, who else was in there? Remember when, who was it that was in there when he first went in? He was
Whitaker or something.
No, what's his name? He went in there. Sessions. Was it Sessions?
Jeff Sessions was the first one.
Yeah, but
are you talking about Attorney General?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, the other guy that was in there under Trump, and everybody was like, "Get this guy out of here! He's like a rock. He's like a dead guy." And I'm trying to think. It might have been Sessions. Might have been Jeff Sessions. That might have been who it was, because he wasn't doing a damn thing.
Sessions is the one who gave over this whole investigation of Robert Mueller.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was then. Yeah, Sessions.
About Mueller or not, and Mueller, I mean, he's good friends with Barr,
right?
I think like his daughter's wedding or something.
Well, and that's the thing. A lot of all these people, they all know each other. That's the other problem with half of these people, So it's like that's the problem with up in Washington is all these people are interconnected. And so nobody wants to do anything. It's like, when you have police departments that don't want to snitch on their fellow police officers to get them in trouble because they're like, oh, he's one of us. We can't do that because if you snitch on him, then everybody's going to be doing it to each other. And it's the same garbage. And that's why, I mean, partially some of it might be innocent, very minuscule amounts of that, but most of it's just corruption. Most of them know that if I go snitch, they got stuff on me too. So I ain't saying nothing, but it's like, it's crazy.
You played some people. I don't know who it was, but like when they had that last debate, there's like you're playing some people and they were talking about Barr and everything. I can't think of I don't know who it was, but you were playing some cool. It might have been from InfoWars or something where and these people were like, oh, this Barr, he's not doing anything, and it's almost like I think one of the guys said they thought early on, but they were going to give him a chance. But they were like, man, I remember this and this and this about him. And I was telling people this about him. It's basically the same stuff I'm saying about Barr.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of people. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, you've hit it hard on it, but I have heard others now saying the same thing. And then Trump came out the other day and he was like, I'm going to, thinking about firing. But I think right now with the elections coming up and everything, they're just trying to stabilize everything because, I mean, the Democrat side too always will spin anything. So if he started firing this, that, and the other, they'd be like, oh, look, blah, blah, blah. If he doesn't do it, they say this. If he does it, they say that. So, I think it's just sometimes it's like a gray area, in some cases. And then I try to go back and look at myself and say, if I was the president, what would I be doing? I mean, that's a tough thing right there, and I'm not trying to make excuses for Trump. Believe me. I mean, I've always told people like, I didn't know Trump before he started running for office. I knew he was some billionaire guy, but I didn't pay attention to this guy. I simply like the fact that I was always in 2008 on, I was always talking about that what's going to be our destruction is this globalization effort to push. And obviously and I've talked about the Catholic Church. My whole thing was that, they're the ones behind the United Nations. They're the ones behind all these UN agendas. They're the ones behind all the deglobalization efforts and so on. So I was saying, hey, globalism this is going to be our destruction. They're trying to destroy national sovereignty. And so when Trump came in, and I started listening to him, he was hitting on basically a lot of the pillars of what this new world order is trying to establish, open borders, destruction of borders, globalization, pushing UN agendas and so on and so forth, global warming, all this. And he was attacking those things. And so that's why I was like, hey, you know what? This is a good thing. We need somebody to do this. And so for what it may be worth with his shortfalls or things that he may not be handling, I'd say out of a lot of presidents, when's the last time we've really seen someone more so like this? It's been a little bit of time. I mean, he speaks it like it is for the most part. He's not too polished or anything. And he tries to, I think like right now, the biggest sex ring, we've had the most sex rings busted practically. I was looking at some statistics under any other president, under President Trump. I mean, they have been busting sex trafficking and rings. And now you got that Ghislaine Maxwell lady caught. And since she's been behind bars, I've noticed there was an uptick in the amount of sex trafficking rings and stuff busted. So she may be giving up information too. Who knows? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I guess I'm just like choosing to go more the route, and because just for anyone who doesn't know, I did vote for Trump the first time around because basically I've never heard anyone really talk bad about life growing up. I was born in 1974. I never really heard anyone say a bad word about him. He was never in office, and he was saying a lot of the right things when he was running.
Right.
I didn't go investigate super deep. I'm like, okay. He says he's a Protestant. He says he's he needs to build a wall. He says that the immigration problem. All these things that I believe strongly in have been like that I've hated Reagan for, because a lot of these things that Trump said he was going to do, these were things that Reagan actually did the complete opposite of. So I was like,
right.
Oh, this is great, And then Trump also seemed to be talking more, seemed like he was going to be more friends with Russia. Now for me, just even looking at something like Russia today, I don't have like bad feelings about Russia. Like I don't see what kind of evil boogeymen they are.
Yeah.
I don't get it, because it seems like if anything, the U.S. has done a lot more injustice with their wars and their regime change. You just look at Libya and Gaddafi. Just that one event recently, where the U.S. was behind assassinating Gaddafi and getting rid of him out of there. Well, Russia was on the opposite end of that. So when I hear Trump saying that he's going to look to work with, like he wants to have a better relationship, I'm like, these are good things. With Hillary, I saw World War II happening. Like, I was honestly fearful that if she got elected, like I done told my wife, we're moving out of the country if she gets elected, because I said I just don't see how it can be bad. But I said the one thing about Trump, I said he'll either be the best president since Lincoln, or you might see the New World Order, because I said they're shooting their load by having all this like media attacking him, and you got just the right people, like if a really legit candidate ran, they would be getting attacked like Trump, the same way Trump's getting attacked. They would be. But I said if he winds up like double crossing us and putting in like deep state figures and keeps putting in nothing but Catholics, then dude, he's going to set up something big, and you probably will see like the New World Order ushered in. And then I see him put all these people in like Barr and stuff, and now I see this COVID-19, and I see where this COVID-19 thing can go as far as making a global reset. I'm like, okay, it sure looks like it's the other way around, which is what I was afraid of too, because I was like, really, like after all these years, after having such tight control, we're really going to have a legit president. But I voted for him anyway. And it's like, I really see it like, okay, to me, he's the same. And I guess I'm just using this opportunity more towards trying to wake people up. Because really in the past, if I saw just a Democrat and Republican up there on stage debating, now that is rigging, but no one ever put it to me that way. Like, Chris, don't you think it's rigging the election when you're only giving two people the spotlight? But now that I see Trump putting in all these actors from the past, who helped create the deep state, and then he chooses to only debate the party that helped create the deep state, that helped destroy America. It's like, and now this is all I'm seeing up there. It's like, I'm starting to just take this a whole different way. And I guess I just want to use this opportunity as a way to tell people and point out, like, look, man, none of this is normal. None of this is right. None of this is heading in a good direction. And I guess to try to open their minds and eyes up to how controlled things are. And like, don't be caught off guard if a New World Order gets up. Because like people like my mom, she gave me and my stepdad, when I went to go visit them, gave me the impression, now maybe this isn't true, but they sure gave me the impression that they think after the election, everything's going to go right back to normal.
Right. Most people think that for some reason. I don't know why, because it's not.
No, see, okay, see, and you're one of the few people that said you'd vote for Trump that thinks it's not going to go back to normal. It's like a lot of people I know who are going to vote for Trump thinks as soon as this election's over, COVID goes away.
No, I don't think it's going to go away. I think that there's going to be a big fight, but I would rather have President Trump in office compared to Biden and Hillary, Hillary Clinton and Obama, because if Biden gets in there, it's going to be Hillary Clinton and Obama running the White House, basically, in my opinion. These people are all tied together. Bernie Sanders is going to have some parts of it. They're going to be putting in all this communist, agendas in there, the Green New Deal and all this garbage that they have. But I think that they're going to push hardcore if they get the left in. The only difference, I think, with the left is you basically just know where you stand then. You just know, okay, here comes tyranny. With Trump's side, I can see where people are saying, hey, the main thing that I'm concerned about on the side of President Trump going in is the pandemic, and the vaccination process. But I'm not as worried under him as I would be if Biden and them get in. If Biden and them get in, they're not even going to pretend to try to restrain that stuff. They're going to have trace check with the track and trace and all that crap, and they're going to enforce it hardcore. I mean, they'll make it to where you can't, unless you've had your track and trace, you're not going to be able to attend school. You're not going to be able to go to work. You're not going to be, I just think it's going to be all out with them. Whereas with Trump, I think at least we'll have more of a an opportunity to try to veer ourselves away from that. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, see, I guess the problem I have is like, it really seems like a lot of these videos when I see them like pro Trump or hey, I'm gonna vote for Trump, it's like singing kumbaya and everyone's happy and it's like everything's going to be great if Trump gets elected. And my problem with that is you're not, like, a lot of these people are not acknowledging the deep state he has been putting in. They're not, like, it's one thing if you're like, okay, I'm going to vote for Trump because he's at least saying he's got to do this and we're going to try to hold his feet to the fire. But I guess after being kicked out of so many pro-Trump groups, every time I was like, hey man, I see that he's not nominate Kavanaugh. Look, dude, we got to protest against this. We can't let this deep state guy in. Look, he sabotaged the Vince Foster case. He's for government spying and he's ruling in favor of all these things that are like Democrat policies. I'm like, we can't. Boom! I'm out of the group. I'm out of that trial.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, Chris. That those are low level people, though. But if you go on and you start listening to Oath Keepers, 3%ers, you should listen to any of these people. They don't think it's going to be rosy if Trump stays in. They just think that they have a better opportunity if he stays in. But they're ready. They're getting ready for up to points where they're talking about locking and loading and stuff. I mean, they're getting very serious about this. This is no longer just, people are thinking that, we're going to be fighting the Democrats. I mean, it's getting to the point where people think it's going to become physical, well, so I'm saying the upper level Trump supporters don't feel that way, like these people in the chat rooms and stuff, and the average American who thinks Trump is the savior. No, I don't think he's the savior by any means, but I do think that Trump is not coming in. My opinion, okay, is that he's not purposely coming in to be a deceiver. And it's like, oh, I'm the controlled opposition and I'm just going to push this new world order stuff. I don't think that. I just think to some extent, maybe Trump came in, he's doing the best he can, but he's not the savior. And that's the problem, And so I think maybe looking at it more like, hey, he's a human being and he's got, what other presidents were from the time that they got into office until now were constantly under investigation, impeachments, this, that, and the other. I mean, really not the others. I mean, that's the only thing I try to look at is the amount of stuff that you go through on a daily basis and the amount of policies that you have to push, the amount of things that you're trying to do. I mean, he has made progress with the wall, but they don't want to talk about it. But I can show articles and things on that where there's been more parts of the wall built than, most of these other presidents. He has made, attempts to do so. There has been a lot less people coming over the border. I mean, dramatically. He has busted a lot more drug cartels. He has busted a lot more MS-13. He's gotten prison, populations down. The unemployment rates were low before the COVID virus. I mean, I'm just saying, like, everybody says, well, he's not doing this, that, and the other. Well, exactly. That's my point. He's a human being. And yes, he is doing the best he can. I don't think he's the savior at all. I don't think he's anything special. I think that he came in with an ideal and populism and national sovereignty. And I think that overall he's tried to push that objective, but there's so many other things that you could push too. It's like when I do my shows every day, every year, I always think, man, there's so much stuff I missed. I tried to cover this. I tried to cover that. I can't cover all this stuff. And so I'm just saying, I'm just not trying to justify what he's doing. I'm just trying to say, I think that overall, I think he's still trying to do what's right. But I also think that he's a realist, and I think that he understands where he's already at. I think he can't he could come in and say, okay, yeah, we're not going to do any lockdowns. We're not doing vaccine. That stuff ain't going to fly right like that. So I think that Trump tries to be a little more clever with things and say, okay, here's what we're going to do. So with the vaccines, I've never once heard Trump yet say they're going to be mandatory. As a matter of fact, when he said it, he said, yeah, I'm going to make enough vaccines. I'm going to have the military help us pass it out. But there's going to be a lot of people who, they don't want it. Not everybody's going to be taking these. So all I'm saying is I can only go by what I've seen so far. I don't think that Trump is going to do that, but I know for sure that on the side of Bill Gates and on the side of the Democrats, we know for sure they'll push mandatory crap. I mean, we just know. I see your cats. How many cats you got?
I got 3 of them.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say earlier I saw like a darker cat, and then I seen that one.
That'd be Abby, my black cat. And then this is my stepsister's cat, but it's kind of my cat now.
Oh, that's cool. But you know what I'm saying. But listen, but what all I'm saying is I understand your side of it too. Believe me, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think that's the other aspect that America needs to see is that we have to be able to have differences of opinion, but that doesn't mean that I can look and say, well, I don't believe Chris has the right objective, because he doesn't believe that the way I believe about Trump or something. No, I believe me, if there's a patriotic American out there and somebody came up and said, hey, Mark, do you know any patriotic Americans? Chris Lucas would be on the list. My friend Ron Stone would be on the list. I would say I am on the list, but I can sit and talk Ron, and sometime I'm going to try to get Ron Stone on the show with us too. Very knowledgeable in biblical studies in Israel. He's been to Israel like 9 times. He converted to Judaism. He's kind of a Messianic Jewish guy. Me too. I always say I'm an unorthodox Jew because I do believe in the Messiah. I do believe that Jesus of Nazareth or Yeshua HaNetzer was is the Messiah and so on. But we're very Jewish still. I still keep Shabbat, and I don't eat pork. I don't eat shellfish. I keep kosher. I still keep the holy days. I don't celebrate the pagan holidays. Just because I don't feel like, they're pagan. It's all Greek to me. You get it? It's all Greek to me.
Well, the thing is, I think Jesus, when he came down, I don't think he changed the DNA in these animals and things like that. And suddenly, like, they're good to eat, because
right.
they still are full of viruses and
right.
And pathogens. So I'm just like, man, that is one scary animal to eat. You can cook it fully, and I read articles. It's still got pathogens and viruses.
Yeah. Trichinosis, and a pig can get bit by a snake and absorb that poison and not die. It's and the thing is, what people don't understand is about all the unclean animals in Leviticus. Most of them all have one stomach, but all the clean animals have 4. Like cows, and so they have a bit better process for eliminating food and the poisons out of their body so it doesn't go into the muscle. Whereas with like pigs, trichinosis is a big thing. Trichinitis goes into the muscle, and so that's one of the big things. And then of course blood. The Almighty said not to drink the blood of the animals because blood carries disease. It's the life of all flesh, it says. But it also carries, disease. And so, and fat, cholesterol, and so on. I mean, the Almighty gave us a dietary system that is good for humankind thousands of years ago, but people they don't listen. What is the Almighty said? He said, my people perish for a lack of knowledge because they have rejected my knowledge. And he's talking to the priest, and he said, you shall no longer be priest unto me, for you've forsaken the law. So, but people think that, like, when you talk about the law of the Almighty and the commandments, oh my God, they're so hard. How am I going to remember all that stuff? Most of it's just common sense, people. I mean, the Levitical priesthood really is the modern day doctors. Back then, if you were sick, you went to the priest, and the priest would declare you unclean, and they would quarantine you if you had COVID virus back then. They'd quarantine you and make you wear a mask. No, I'm joking. But I mean, people don't understand. Like, I was telling somebody at work, or not at work, but when I was at a person's house, they were talking about the mask and stuff. And I said, listen, masks are good for particular things, but they're not good to be walking around all day breathing your own bacteria in and being outside. If you're washing your hands with sanitizer every 5 minutes and you're hiding in your house and you're wearing a mask all day, you're going to break down your immune system, people. You're not going to build it up. I always joke about, like, when we were kids, we played in the mud and we ran around and we did all kinds of stuff and we didn't die. We caught colds and we did all this stuff. And people just need to understand that it's a psyop. I believe that with China and stuff, look at what was going on over in China, Hong Kong. There were people in all these countries were uprising. Hong Kong was uprising against China. There were a lot of Chinese dissidents. You had the yellow vests in France. You had uprisings all around the world. All of a sudden, a virus breaks out. Now where are all these dissidents at? Well, they probably went to the concentration camps or they got killed, and they said, they had COVID virus, So China, hi.
Said throw them in the crematorium. They got COVID.
Exactly. So, they shut this populist uprising worldwide down with the coronavirus, and shut down economies. But I was thinking about Maurice Strong. Maurice Strong was the UN Secretary General, and he also pushed the UNCTAD meetings and in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro and all that. But in his book, he wrote a novel based on this. And he said in there that the only way they can get the industrialized nations of the world to start this sustainable development is to cause them to collapse economically. And he said, isn't that our job to make that happen? So they want to try to push an economic decline of the industrialized nations. Well, the best way to do it is through this lockdown scenario. Push the lockdown hard, push the mask wearing, push all this, and shut down the economies. So, who is that?
Are you reading the comments?
Yeah, who is that?
I don't. That's someone new to me. So I'm kind of I was trying to figure out what exactly they were trying to say or hinting at. Or
did he say, "Fear no evil, come here, you evil one, for I am here to make you whole again. Humankind, we are. Race don't come into it." Well, there's only one race anyway. It's called the human race. I mean, there's no different races. I mean, I did a video called "Redefining Racial Prejudice," and in there I was talking about racism. The racist thing really came from eugenics movement, and it came from Hitler and them, because if you can convince people there are different races, what else does race denote? It denotes competition. If you're in a race, there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. The winner is superior, the inferior one is the loser, So, hey, so this whole idea of race and different races, it's meant to divide us. But if people go back and think about there was only one race on Earth called the human race, then we have to start thinking of each other as human beings again. We may have different colors, we may have different cultures and different ethnicities, but there's really only one race. Oh, just thinking with you guys too. But yeah, with China, though, you got to think about it. China is like the flagship for the New World Order. I mean, they're the ones pushing globalism. They're the ones pushing censorship to the extreme. They got concentration camps. They got like 3 million Muslims in there, and they've got like 1 billion people. They got the 5G program set up already. They've got 1 billion cameras everywhere. They are the flagship for the New World Order. Remember when David Rockefeller, back in I think it was right after he set up the Trilateral Commission. Remember he wrote, there was a statement that he said, we are thankful to China. They're one of the most successful. I don't know. It was right after Mao basically murdered 80 million people, and then he comes out and says the social experiment of China is one of the most successful in our century and all this nonsense. It's like, what is this guy talking about? But he was saying it successful in his view of what he wanted, a dictatorship basically. So yeah, it makes sense. Let's see. I'm going to find that statement.
Yeah, I was kind of looking for some of the things about the like a Catholic bishop or a Catholic representative praising China for their social credit system.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I think here it was. Let me see. Trying to find. Yeah, here's what New York Times. I think it was in the New York Times. And David Rockefeller said, let me see if I can find that. From a China Traveler. It was written in 1973. In the actual newspaper, I found the actual newspaper article. Trying to see if I can get it to blow it up, but I can't get it to do that.
Oh, I need to click you. Then here. There you go.
Yeah. So anyway, here's the actual newspaper article. It was called From a China Traveler. This is the article that David Rockefeller wrote. But here's what he says in it. He says, the social experiment in China under Chairman Mao's leadership is one of the most important and successful in human history. How extensively China opens up and how the world interprets and reacts to the social innovations and lifestyles she has developed is certain to have a profound impact on the future of many nations. So, I mean, the social experiment under Mao's leadership is one of the most important, successful in human history. He murdered like the estimates up to 80 million people. But see, that's what these global elites want. And you got to remember, David Rockefeller wrote in his book Memoirs, he said, some people accuse me and my family of being globalists and wanting a new world order. And he said, if that's the case, I'm guilty and I'm proud of it. I mean, he says that in his own book. So, you know, he definitely was a globalist. Of course, he's gone now. But while you're looking that up too, I did post another article in there, and I'll repost it again too. You were talking about Putin. There's a very good article that you need to read sometime, Chris. I'll post it on the chat. It's right here.
All right.
It was written by. Let me see if in Imprimis, Hillsdale College. Christopher Caldwell, he wrote it, but it was called How to Think About Vladimir Putin. And he just goes through and he talks about how, the U.S. and them really destroyed Russia and how Vladimir Putin came in and kind of got it back on its feet and got it stabilized and everything. So it's a pretty good article. I read this a while back, and when you were talking about it, I was like, oh, I want to post that article. It's kind of a long article, but he just talks about Vladimir Putin is a powerful ideological symbol and a highly effective ideological litmus test. He's a hero to populist conservatives around the world and anathema to progressives. I don't want to compare him to our own president, but if you know enough about what a given American thinks of Putin, you can probably tell what they think of Donald Trump. Let me stress at the outset that this is not going to be a talk about what to think about Putin. This is something you are capable of making up in your own minds, but rather how to think about him. And on this, there is one basic truth to remember, although it is often forgotten. Our globalist leaders may have deprecated sovereignty since the end of the Cold War, but that does not mean that it has ceased for an instant to be the primary subject of politics. And it goes through the article, and I thought it was a very good article because it kind of just gives you a difference on how to look at Russia and how to look at Putin. And I felt the same way. Like when Trump said, hey, maybe we can get along with Russia, maybe we can have the left just went because they want that strategy of tension. That's the Cold War was a strategy of tension. It's good for the military industrial complex and all them. They don't want peace. Basically Henry Kissinger said peace is not sustainable. I mean, in NSSM 200, he's like, peace isn't sustainable. You can't sustain peace because you have population growth, you have prosperity, you've got to have war, you've got to have famine, you've got to, you got to kill people off, so war is great, that's just basically the synopsis of what he talks about. But he says, but you can go through this and it talks about, about Vladimir Putin and Russia, and it was a pretty good article. It says Vladimirovich, I believe is not the I think that's Putin. That's his real name, I think. Is not the president of a feminist NGO. He is not a transgender rights activist. He is not an ombudsman appointed by the United Nations to make and deliver slideshows about green energy. He is the elected leader of Russia, a rugged, relatively poor, military powerful country in that recent years has been frequently humiliated, robbed, and misled. His job has been to protect his country's prerogatives and its sovereignty in an international system that seeks to erode sovereignty in general and views Russia's sovereignty in particular as a threat. And see, it made a lot of sense to me too, because this writer, he recognizes that, the universal church, the Catholic Church is universal. They want to bring back what? The dominance of the Vatican. So they want to push the erosion of national sovereignty, the erosion of these nation states in order to push this New World Order agenda, disguised under the United Nations and under the Green Movement and all that. So that's what I was getting. But he shows how Putin is no pushover, and he's a rugged individual, and he wants national sovereignty for his country. I remember when they were starting to let all the they were kicking out all these refugees, and they were fleeing out of Syria and all these places. Russia was like, they're not coming here. He basically told them right off the bat. He said, our constitution, our way of life is totally diametric to Islam. Don't come here. I mean, he was being honest. And see, that's the problem with the United States in some respects, is because, yes, we are a land of the free, the home of the brave, but in some respects, by this setting up of the freedom of religion, in a sense, it's almost like a two-edged sword in a way too. You want people to come and be free. You want them to express, but at the same time, we have to guard ourselves against, since we are a Judeo-Christian country, we've got to guard ourselves against Sharia. We've got to guard ourselves against Islam, because in Islam, they basically say there's two types of people who are Islamic and the rest are enemies. It's just like the Catholic Church. They have the same philosophy because the Arabs come from the Catholic Church. Basically, it's an invention of them. So in Catholicism, what do they say? You're either Catholic or you're an infidel. Basically, they'll put it nicely, but that's what you are. And so Putin, it says, by American standards, Putin's respect for the democratic process has been fitful at best. He cracked down on peaceful demonstrations. Political opponents have been arrested and jailed through his rule. Some have even been murdered. And he talks about Anna Politkovskaya or whatever her name is, and so on. So they show kind of both sides of Putin, but they show also how he's maintained control of his country and made the economy better, and he's built it back up, and now he's been more open too. With I noticed in recent years he's been more open religious wise, right, as well. So, but anyway, that's a good article sometime to check out. I posted it, I think, on the chat. It's called "How to Think of Putin." But it's a really long article, so you'd have to.
Yeah, it looks pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's a very good article. Because I get a subscription to Imprimis from Hillsdale College. I get like these little newsletters, and that one was one of them. But I found it online too. But I still have the paper newsletter too from this. Like this here, it says, when Putin took power in the winter of 1999 to 2000, his country was defenseless. It was bankrupt. It was being carved up by its new kleptocratic elites in collusion with its old imperial rivals, the Americans. Putin changed that. In the first decade of his country, he did what Kemal Ataturk had done in Turkey in the 1920s. Out of a crumbling empire, he rescued a nation state. He gave it coherence and purpose. He disciplined his country's plutocrats. He restored its military strength, and he refused with ever blunter rhetoric to accept for Russia a subservient role in an American-run world system drawn up by foreign politicians and business leaders. His voters credit him with having saved his country. So, people always try to look at things like, well, they're not America, so they're evil. No, it's not the case. And that's the problem with all countries, is we have to start to work together. The founding fathers have said fair trade with other countries and things. That's a good thing. We don't want to get entangled in other countries' messes and stuff, but we do want to get along with other countries. We want peace. We don't want war. When you go to these other countries and you meet these people, because I was in the military, these people are just like us people. The average people just want peace. They just want to raise their kids. They want families. They want education. They want the same things. And, but the United States is, out of the countries I've been in, it's the best country there is. And so it does piss me off when I hear people talk derogatorily about the United States. Yes, we have our problems, but this is the best country to be in, people. Out of these other countries, this is the best place to be. Trust me. There is no other better country. And I've talked to people who come here. Couple months ago, I posted an article with the guy who came from Nigeria, I believe it was, came with $20. Now he owns a big business. He loves the country. And he even says he likes President Trump, though. He says he has not been given a chance yet, whatever. But his point was he likes the United States. And then I met some people from Guam, and Guam loves the United States because the United States was credited with helping Guam during the war. And so all of them love the United States. I went to some people's house the other day. They're both from Guam, and they love America, But yeah, it's a good article. So
yeah, I'm just going to hit on this one article I brought up.
Go ahead.
This is from the National Catholic Register.
Oh yeah.
On it, it's talking about this China getting praised by this Bishop Marcelo Sanchez Sorondo. Anyway, he goes on to say, right now, those who are best implementing the social doctrine of the church are the Chinese. And he is the chancellor of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. He just returned from a trip to China. This was back in February 9th, 2018. In an interview published February 2nd, Spanish edition of Vatican Insider, he extolled the Chinese government, stating, I found an extraordinary China. What people do not know is that the central Chinese principle is work, work, work. As Paul said, he who does not work does not eat. You do not have any shanty towns. The bishop went on to say that China, this is great, that China defended the dignity of the human person in the area of environment and climate change. China is assuming a moral leadership that others have abandoned. China has evolved well. So I just kind of want to point out those comments, because especially that one where he says defended the dignity of the human person. But yeah, it's like, and also these bishops are also praising the China's social credit systems and all that, and I just wanted to throw that in there.
Right. No, that's funny. I had done a video, and I can't find the article now. I was hoping to find it. There was.
Is it okay that I clicked your screen?
Oh no, you're fine.
Okay, all right.
I was just looking because there was an article, a couple articles I did a few years back that I had found where the Catholics were like dead set on these Catholic bishops, and it was a certain Catholic organization that were dead set on the elimination of guns, and they were talking about it. And I was like, very anti-gun, but I can't find the particular article that I was looking for. But a lot of it is on how the Catholic Church could help lead a gun control movement. So they're very anti, Second Amendment, but they'll pretend like they're not. They try to make it sound like well, we just, because of violence, gun violence and so on. It's not gun violence, people. It's people's hearts who are violent that utilize tools. I mean, over in Europe, they were showing, like in Britain and places where they have severe gun control measures, they don't have a lot of deaths with guns, but they have people killing each other with knives and toasters and shovels. And, I mean, they still have like high crime rate. They just didn't shoot each other with a gun because they didn't have a gun, but they beat each other with hammers and stuff. It's like, are you going to outlaw knives and stuff next? Or are you going to outlaw shovels because people kill each other with shovels? It's ridiculous, So really, the gun control measures are all part of the UN agenda to push the Publication 7277, which was under John F. Kennedy, 1961, when they started pushing the UN agenda. Have you ever seen that? Complete and total disarmament in a peaceful world, it's called. And how they will totally disarm all nations, except the only people who will have guns is the United Nations peacekeeping force. This was under John F. Kennedy. It was called Publication 7277. You can look it up and you can read the whole article. And as a matter of fact, I published an article that was on Infowars.com. They posted it back then when I wrote the article, because they published lots of my, it was called I'll find it, the START Treaty. This is what I wrote, is really, I'm trying to remember the sentence of it, really the United Nations military global regime treaty, I think is what I called it.
I'm really surprised you got anything published on InfoWars, though, man, because my friend Derek in the Midwest, he went and his comments used to get deleted from InfoWars, and they were all truthful comments too, and he's got video of it where he goes onto the website and he was talking about Knights of Malta and it's getting deleted. And
I've noticed though, recently though, they have in the past few years, they have really come out a lot and have started talking and exposing and really, talking about the Catholic Church a lot more.
Pressure.
I sometimes wonder, I mean, it could be pressure. It could be just that, people, I don't know, over time, there's a lot of things that people make changes. People look at things. I always look at both sides of stories and try to say, okay, what is the objective? I don't want to automatically assume that somebody does something for a particular reason. I just go, hey, you know what? They're talking about it and they're exposing it. And so I look at like InfoWars just like any other news agency. I don't look at them as anything special. I would look at them like I look at Fox News or CNN or RT News. They're another news outlet. So I'll read stuff. I may agree with some of the stuff. I may disagree with some of the stuff, but it's a platform. And if I can get my article out to any big platforms and they can get hit, then I get people to see mine. So this was, I think, the article that I wrote. Let me see if I could find it. It's hard to find it. I mean, I've put in the actual title of it and I still can't find it. Let me see if I can find it on info. I'll see if I can see. If
I would be curious about that. And like,
here it is.
Post it in the chat room, but if you can't post it in the chat room, just do the private chat again, and I'll post the link into the chat room.
This was my article. You see it? This is on InfoWars. It was in 2010. Mark Matheny, Sic Semper Tyrannis News, and they published this article of mine. It was a pretty long article, but I talk about the United Nations and how the START Treaty is really under the United Nations Global Military Regime Treaty. As a matter of fact, I'll show you this. Mark Matheny.
Okay, but
under InfoWars.
Didn't you say there was like some connection to like the Catholic Church in this whole treaty too, or?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of treaties that they've made, But look, here's InfoWars. These are all my articles they've published in the past. Propaganda of agitation, Trayvon Martin shooting being sold as white on black crime by the media, businessman asked to remove American flag, Peter Schiff, U.S. is in worse shape than U.S. ambassador to Syria calls for protesters to end Assad rule. I wrote, they published a ton of my stuff back in the day. These are all my articles. Gerald Salente, yeah. Yeah, so I've written tons of articles on stuff. In austerity, we trust. These were all articles that they published of mine.
I'm curious. Did you ever publish anything on there though that was pointing the finger at the Vatican or the Jesuits?
You know what? I can't remember. I mean, I used to just publish so many articles, and I would post stuff, and some of my articles would get picked up, and some wouldn't. I think back then, Alex Jones and them were a lot more skittish about Catholic stuff. And then I noticed that over time he started picking up more and more on it and started talking about it and exposing it. So,
I would explain a lot that if you got something published, and I've seen other people get things like mere comments deleted, that explain it. Because if you stay away from that and make good points, but you totally do not strike at the root of the tree, they will publish your comments. Publish your comments and articles. But man, once you get anywhere near that root and you start to dig at the dirt around it to expose it, boy, they're gonna rip you off of there.
That was one that I wrote back, the globalist plan for a coming world currency. They published that article. I mean, I've written a ton of them on stuff that was about the IMF and all that. But I think now you are more likely to get things on InfoWars as far as Catholic conspiracy and stuff. Now they do quite a bit. Matter of fact, they have there was one guy that is Italian that comes on there.
I know they had Chris Pinto on there.
There was a couple different ones that I've seen on there. Let's see if I can find anything from.
But you see, one time, Jason Burmis, he said this thing that really stuck out, which makes me wonder if they only allow people that can help control the narrative on there, because someone calls him. I mean, dude, this guy was being so nice. I mean, it was almost like someone with like your mindset towards them. Like me, I got a very distrusting mindset towards InfoWars and Alex Jones now. But
yeah,
like, let's say you called into your site and you give them all this complimentary thing, and right before your call in, you go, "Hey man, I just want to say one more thing. If anyone's never heard Jack Chick, I'd like to recommend somebody to check him out and check out this book." Oh man, dude, Jason Burmers was like, he's like, "What? Our experts aren't good enough for you. They're not good enough for you."
Yeah,
dude, he just flipped out. I'm like, "What? Really? Off of that little call, Jason?"
Well,
man, and it's just like, and I was like, okay, right there said it all to me, man.
Well, I say this, even back then, I mean, they were also very, they would beat on Israel a lot too back then. But I've noticed over time, there's been a lot of change, because I constantly I've always followed InfoWars, just like I follow a lot of other organizations. But I've noticed a difference. Now, some people will say, well, I believe this, that, and the other. That's fine. I don't try to argue with people about things like that, because there's really no reason to. I tell people you don't have to follow Alex Jones to understand these things if you do research. But I do look at InfoWars. I look at Zero Hedge. I've got like so many websites I go through on a daily basis, just looking at articles and seeing what they're writing about and so on. But I do think that they do cover a lot more on the Vatican now. And these are some of the older articles, but they do cover it on a regular basis nowadays. And a lot of the stuff is, to me, it doesn't, I mean, I know a lot about the Vatican too. It doesn't seem like smokescreen stuff. It seems like some valid stuff, So, Gay orgy sex scandal rocks Vatican as the Pope fires traditionalist. Vatican's third most powerful figure, Cardinal Pell, charged with sex assaults on minors. Secret Catholic exorcist cult in Brazil is making a deal with the devil. They talk. They publish stuff. I just know. That's why I posted. That's why I just Googled it on there to see what was in their run up of stuff. Vatican suspected of money laundering. Huh?
It kind of soft though. I mean, like, could I just look at that very bottom on Vatican suspected in money laundering? Like suspected. I mean, there's just
you got to think though too. My thing is
proof. It's like,
my thing though is this. With me, I can do my show. I've got like 2,000 people, and I'm not going to get sued probably by the Vatican or anybody. But the organization, the bigger you get, you do have to worry about lawyers. You do have to worry about slander. You do have to, you have to be more of a news organization, which is, that's valid. I mean, you've got to come out with stuff. If you can't prove it for yourself, you have to say suspected or whatever. You know what I mean? In my opinion.
I just guess, man. Like, to me, they're one of the biggest money laundering organizations in the world because they
are. They know
they don't have to disclose. They're not open at all. They don't have.
Well, they're not. But all I'm saying is, I'm just trying to say, as far as being a news organization, the bigger that InfoWars and them have gotten, they've become more almost of a legitimate news organization, even though mainstream news is not going to accept them as that. So when you start doing those things, I mean, you've seen when Alex Jones was talking about the what do you call it, the Sandy Hook and stuff. I mean, they came hardcore, liability lawsuits, suing, and so on. So I mean, you do have to, as you get bigger like that, you do have to be a little bit more on a point with what you're saying. And you do, and especially if these organizations are big, I mean, we know the Vatican's got freaking power. I mean, that's the whole point. So if you just come out saying stuff, I mean, what's the point if you're not going to be on air? I mean, if you're going to be shut down and ruined, what's the point? So, I mean, you have to find ways of getting the information out, but the bigger you get, you also have to be able to do it in a way that's, that you're making sure that you're getting that info out. Now, a lot of people out there, as they see this stuff and you listen to the day-to-day programs and stuff, I mean, he says a lot more in the regular programs and things, but when you're publishing publications, especially, the bigger you get, the more you're going to be scrutinized and micromanaged and so on by the, outsiders. So that's all I'm saying. Am I saying it's right or wrong? No, I'm just saying, I can feel that, because that's just the way it is. So, but that doesn't negate what you're, how you feel about it. I mean, I had a lot of scrutiny against InfoWars for a while, but I say, you know what, they publish some pretty good stuff. I just use them as a news outlet, a news organization. And when they picked up my articles and published them, I was thankful, because on the days that they would post, I would get thousands of hits, all of a sudden on my site. And I was just like, and I picked up a big audience by doing that. So, it was what it was.
No, I mean that's actually pretty good if it gets you traffic. I mean,
it did. It was like, and I think that's how I got a lot of viewers pretty quick too, because like I would post an article and I would post it. And every time I posted, I would send my articles out to several news organizations, not just InfoWars, like I would send it to all these websites, and 3 or 4 might pick them up. But when InfoWars picked it up, it was just all of a sudden I'd go on my web and, I could see, like, I had a globe on how many people were watching. And all of a sudden it was just like hundreds, it'd be like all around the world. I was like, holy crap. And so I would go on and see that and I'd say, holy crap, somebody picked up my article. And then I'd start looking and I'd check InfoWars and yep, they picked up my article. So I knew, just because of the traffic, all of a sudden it would just be bombarding my website. It was crazy. And I think they did publish 1 or 2 of my videos one time too. They published the one when I talked about redefining racial prejudice. And they also published another one that I did on, a bill that got passed or something, and they published it as well, which I was kind of surprised because they never tended to publish people's videos as much as they would publish articles, but they published a couple of them. So,
Yeah, I kind of feel bad because I had a friend that was going to go on there, man. Now I told him, man, like I wouldn't go on Alex's show because at the time, dude, I just did not want to be associated with anyone who I thought was a shill. But now I'm kind of like, well, it would have got him extra exposure, and
I mean, if InfoWars called me up and wanted me to be on their show, I'd be on it. I'd go on it because
I would go ahead and go on it now. But man, back in those days, like I really. Like my whole thing was I was trying so hard, man, to like sort out who is an agent, who's not, because it just seemed like back then almost every single person was. I mean, now I think there's at least like a few people talking about like the Jesuits of the Vatican, and they seem legit. But man, back then, man, it was like everyone seemed like an agent. Everyone seemed to have some kind of tie in. And I was just like,
well, here's the thing about the Vatican. I mean, I'm just saying from my understanding of things, the hardest part with that is you can attack in a sense. I mean, you can look at the spiritual aspects of the Vatican, the history of the Vatican, and so on, but it's harder to show people. I mean, you and I see it. I think that's part of it. It's hard to see for some people too. Like when my friend Ron Stone, when he first met me and I started telling him this stuff, he thought I was a nut. He's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, no, man, I'm telling you. So over time, as he researched and started seeing things, he started saying, you know what, Mark, I'm starting to see this picture that you're talking about. The problem with the Vatican to some respect is because they're so well shrouded and covered, it's hard to show people concrete. I'm not saying things aren't concrete, but my point is like with the money laundering, these types of things, those are really in news sources. That's really where people are going to be more convinced in some respects. You know what I mean? But like in my respect, I was convinced because I was on a spiritual level. And as I started to research the Bible and read it, I started to see it was the Vatican, who was this at the head of this cabal, in a sense, this push for this world government. But for some people, they may not relate to that. So with attacking it, you have to be on different levels with people too. You've got to be able to hit the geopolitical aspects of it. You got to be able to hit the spiritual aspects of it. You got to be able to make ties with some concrete stuff with it. And it's hard to find stuff unless you're digging. And I think a lot of people just, they just go, if you start talking about the Vatican, what if the first thing people start thinking of is, oh, that's the Bible, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that. No, I get it, but
almost daily, because I do actually almost daily try to talk to some stranger on the street about it,
Yeah. And it's tough. It's tougher. You know what I mean? But like here was an article that they had published: search for missing teen girl results in mystery human remains found under Vatican. Vatican Insider breaks down ongoing scandal. This was in 2019. Louis Zagami joins Owen Schroyer to discuss strange case of missing teen and shares shocking details of the case being ignored by the mainstream media. And they were talking about it. Catholic Insider: Vatican is now run by Satan. Basically, it reminds me of when it says that Babylon has fallen, has become a habitation of every unclean spirit and every foul creature. But
Zagami's someone I don't trust. He's kind of like the Fox News of exposing the Vatican. I mean, it's like, listen to Fox News, because it's not like they're going to give you some breadcrumbs of information, and you can you can put two and two together by listening to them and CNN. But at the same time, know what they are, and that's what I want to tell people about Leo Zagami, man. I like that's one of these guys, man. That's like, it's kind of like, oh, I want to listen to like a conservative viewpoint from Sean Hannity. Just realize, he's steering you somewhere, and realize
Well,
like Leo is too. I'm not saying he doesn't have some good information, but Leo's going to steer you.
yeah, but the problem with that is they're going to steer you if that's all you listen to. In other words, like you and I, you do tons more research around it so that when you listen to a man like them, you can say, well, that ain't the case, or yeah, that is true. You know what I mean? But if all it's like people who, if all they sit and listen to is Fox News, then that's just, they're just, the program is just, but if you have people who are doing research in multiple areas of things, and then when they watch something, they can utilize that because now they have a filter. They understand how to interpret those things. So that's what I try to tell people is that you've got to learn to be able to interpret based on other evidence and findings that you know about, not just that one source, and that's the problem with a lot of people is they're not willing to do all that research. It's just not that important to people. So they just go, oh, okay, well, Leo Zagami, whatever. Now with organizations, news organizations and so on, I kind of understand it too, because you can find people that are going to be regulars on your show. I mean, that's a good thing. And especially if they have an expertise of something. So for, say InfoWars, Leo Zagami, that's a person they have a contact with that they can talk about the Catholic conspiracy and blah, 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 and so on. I'm not saying, I'm saying outside of whether you think they're controlled or not. Let's just even put that aside. I'm just saying, like, for me, if I'm going to, as I grow my show, I'm going to say, hey, if I want to talk about the Catholic conspiracy, I'm going to call Chris Lucas and say, hey, do you want to be on the show? Or I'm going to talk to somebody, like Ron, if he talks about Israel. He knows all about Israel. He knows about a lot of the rabbinical stuff. He knows, so I'm going to call him and have him on the show, but who's to say that somebody else on there is going to be like, well, Chris Lucas, he's a shill, like, no, he ain't. He's not a shill, but you know what I'm saying? It's my point. And I'm not saying that you don't know Leo Zagami. You're probably right. I'm just saying I always try to look at things from the standpoint of production and time and information and things of that nature. And, because it does take a lot. I mean, you realize how much it takes to just do a show. Sometimes you're like, God, I just was going to sit down and do the show, and I start doing my research, and it's like 4 hours later before I even start my show, and I'm just like, God. And then I'm like, what am I even going to talk about? I've sat here for 4 hours, and I still don't know what the hell I'm going to talk about now. Sometimes I think I overload myself with information, and when I get on, I'm like, hi, everybody.
That's exactly what I did a couple of times. Like, wait a minute.
Right. I'm like, I get on, I'm like, Pope is bad. And that's it. I'll see you later. It's like the Pope is very evil. It's like, it's funny.
Yeah. I think I did that the other day, man. I was like, oh.
Yeah. I've done it too, where I've gotten on and I'm just not in the zone at all. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah. So, anyway, I'm just like, man, just shut down, Mark. Just shut down. It's like, just get off the stage. You're horrible. It's like, I feel like that sometimes, but no, man. What you're saying is it's valuable. People need to understand. And that the most important thing that people need to understand is they need to do the research for themselves as well and pray. That's the thing. Pray every night. I've been going to bed, and before I go to bed, I've been reading 2 chapters in my scripture every night. I got off course a little bit on certain things. I work out because I'm 51 years old now. So, I'm trying to stay in shape. So I have a regimen. When I get off work, I come home, I have a treadmill, I have workout stuff. I do martial arts as well. I've been doing martial arts for like 30 some years. And then I been trying to get back and reading my scriptures, and I'm reading 2 books. One called Technocracy Now, and then I'm reading another one. I'm reading The 5,000 Year Leap on Constitution. I just constantly trying to read and brush up on things so that, and give the viewers a variety of things and kind of make sense out of stuff. That's the hardest part about it. It's just putting all this stuff together because it's so vast. The networks are so vast, but the Vatican is a very important aspect to that. So yeah, or I mean, it's probably, it's on the top tier of things, really. So people need to understand the relationship and the biblical aspects of what this is about, with this push for new world order. I mean, global governance. That's why the movie The Mark of the Beast I'm doing, it's probably not going to be what people expect. It may be different. They may be disappointed. I don't know, but I'm doing it. And there's just so much stuff to cover. When you start sitting down and trying to make a movie, it is hard, because I mean, I'll go through hours and hours and hours of stuff to make 5 minutes worth of film. It's crazy. And so far I've been working on it probably for like 3 months now, and it's only a 2-hour film, but it's like, and then I go back and fix this and switch that and do this, and then trying to keep the theme on what I'm trying to talk about. So in this first one, I'm trying to give a basic theme of what I feel the Mark of the Beast is, from more of a spiritual aspect. And then I'll do another movie, and I'll go into more in the technological aspects of modern times on how they're going to implement this, this full grid dictatorship, I guess, whatever you want to call it, So,
Hey, about that, now, see, I know a lot of Seventh-day Adventists when they talk about like this Sunday law coming.
yeah,
Personally, I don't like to focus on the Sunday law part of it, but like
right,
when we were talking about the mark, I always thought, because I honestly feel like it's going to be more having to do, instead of making you worship on Sunday, which is I think what everyone feels when they hear a Seventh Day Adventist say that term. I
right,
to me, it's more. I like to focus on more like, well, no, this mark that's coming, I think it's going to force you to break the Sabbath. It's going to be more
right.
focused on breaking the Sabbath than it is and buying. I bet like buying and selling on the Sabbath like they're doing in Grenada, rather than a force like, hey, you can't work on Sunday. Because I think most people even Sabbath keepers wouldn't be too worried about like, oh, the new world order is going to make me not work on Saturday. Well, as long as not going to make me work on Sunday. Well, as long as I can still keep my Sabbath, I'm fine. And but I
Right.
think it's going to be like a double-edged sword. Like there's going to be something about like they're going to like it like they might have this sun, like I believe it's going to be a green Sunday, but I also believe having to do with climate change as an excuse, as
Right.
they're trying to do with the COVID now is tied into climate change. That's what the Pope's saying. It's all because of climate change. So but I think it's going to be tied more into like the breaking of the Sabbath too. Like that's going to be its biggest goal.
There's a small sample of the movie. I'll give you a little bit. I don't want to expose it all right now, but this is part of the Mark of the Beast. It's still in rough cut, so you'll see some of it right here. So with that, what I look at is this. One, if you go back and you read the scripture, the Almighty says, surely you shall keep my Sabbaths, for it is a sign between me and my people, that they shall know that I am Yahweh. The Almighty says that the Sabbath is a mark. If you look it up in Hebrew, it's the word ot. It means an evidence or a stamp or a sign, a signature in a sense. So one, the Almighty said his Sabbath, his Shabbat, is a sign between him and his people, that they should know that he is the Almighty. And so the seventh-day Sabbath, which starts at Ben Ha'arabim, between the evenings on Friday evening as the sun sets, that begins the Shabbat on Friday evening to Saturday evening. And a lot of people misunderstand that, because if you go back in the book of Genesis, however, it says, and Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and then the morning were the first day. what it is the Almighty created on this, that he created Shabbat to give us rest and refreshment, just like he said, he rested from all the works that he created and made on the Shabbat. And a lot of people don't understand that. If you go to the book of Genesis, it says the evening and the morning were the first day, the evening and the morning were the second day. The Almighty's day doesn't start at midnight like the Roman calendar does. The Almighty's day starts at the evening, at the setting of the sun. You have 12 hours of darkness and then 12 hours of light. The Almighty's day starts in darkness, but it ends in light, and that's a nice thing that we can look at. But the Sabbath is one thing that the Almighty says is a sign. But in that scripture too, it says, surely my Sabbaths, plural, you shall keep, for it is a sign. A lot of people don't understand that the Moadim, it's called the Moadim, the holy days of the Almighty, in the book of Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers. When you're reading the holy days, like Pesach, which is Passover, and then the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and the Feast of Trumpets and Tabernacles, the last great day, and so on. The 7 holy days, they are set for us to observe, and they are also a sign or a mark or an evidence that the Almighty has given us. And also, if you look at the New Testament, I think it's what Paul, he says, the holy days are a shadow of things to come for the body of believers. So what the holy days do is they kind of show a plan of redemption. And but a lot of people are not aware of that because they don't study the holy days and they don't observe the holy days. And so they have been replaced when the Roman Catholic or the Roman Empire rose and Christianity started to spread throughout that empire. And Constantine and them saw that they had to solidify the empire, but they had all these Christians. He then claimed to have seen the sky open up, and he saw the cross, and he said, "In this sign conquer," and so on. And that's exactly what occurred. If you want to talk about the mark of the beast, you can't just talk about the microchips, and you can't just talk about the 5G and stuff, people. Those things are all going to be tools. But really, a lot of the mark of the beast has been implemented already, and people don't realize this. You got to remember that it says in the last days, people are going to give heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of demons, having their minds seared as with a hot iron. They're going to run after teachers having itching ears because they want to hear something new every minute. They don't want to hear what maybe what they need to hear. That's one thing, is the Shabbat. The Sabbath day is not Sunday. Constantine the Great, in this sign conquer, he changed that day to the first day of the week, the Dies Solis Invictus, the inconquerable sun, because they worship the sun god on the first day of the week. So they switched it, and they also switched it to avoid having anything to do with the most hostile rabble of the Jews. So the Sabbath and the holy days are one thing. If you look at all of the holidays like Christmas, Easter, these holidays, they come from ancient Greek Mithraism, and the Saturnalia and the Yule. Those are all pagan holidays coming from the Roman religions through Mithraism, primarily, and other mystery religions and so on. Hear ye the word which Yahweh speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith Yahweh, learn not the ways of the heathen, and do not be dismayed by the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain, for one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. They are upright as the palm tree, but cannot speak. They must needs be born, because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither is it in them to do good. You fasten it so that it doesn't topple, and you deck it with silver and gold. This is the Christmas tree. This is the modern Christmas tree. But in ancient times, the evergreen tree was a symbol of life, and they would deck it, and they would, dedicate it to their gods in ancient times. Asherah delves from that too, which later became Eostra or Easter, the dawn goddess. And sunrise worship comes from that, because if you look in the book of Ezekiel, there's a point where the Almighty condemns the priest because they have their backs turned from the temple, and they are facing the sun. And modern churchianity basically follows a lot of these pagan holidays that were instituted by the Roman Catholic Church. He brought me to the inner court of Yahweh's house, and I saw at the door of Yahweh's temple, between the porch and the altar, there were about 25 men with their backs toward Yahweh's temple and their faces toward the east. They were worshiping the sun toward the east. And modern churchianity basically follows a lot of these pagan holidays that were instituted by the Roman Catholic Church. But a lot of people do not want to hear that, or they know it, but they don't want to follow that. So this is the permeation of paganism into the apostasy of the body of believers. This is biblical, that the Almighty has a name, and it is a sacred one. I am Yahweh, that is my name, and my glory I will not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. It is holy, and it was revealed in the beginning of time, but and Adam and Eve knew the name of the Almighty. But when the children of Israel went into captivity, and then for the amount of time that they were in Mitzrayim, Egypt, they forgot the sacred name of their Creator. They forgot the name of the Almighty, and so they called him El Shaddai. They said they worship on the mountain El Shaddai. And when Moses came forth as the prophet, the Navi, the Almighty shown him the burning bush. Hashem, the Almighty, the Creator, spoke to him and told him to go to his people. And so Moshe said, when I go to the people, they're going to ask me, what is your name? What shall I tell them? And at that point in Exodus, I think it's 3:14 or 3:15, the Almighty says, Ahyeh Asher Ahyeh, I will be whomsoever I will to be, is how it translates. And then he says, furthermore, you shall tell them that Yahweh, the Elohe of Isaac, Jacob, and Israel, has sent me to you. And this is my name forever, he says, Leolam Va'ed. This is my name forever and my memorial to all generations. And so the Creator gave a name, and it's 4 letters, Yod He Vav He, which would be the equivalent in Hebrew, in the English language, as YHWH. And it is pronounced as Yahweh. Now, there are some people who pronounce it differently, but if you go by Hopton Albright, some of the foremost scholars and linguists in ancient languages and so on, they will verify that his name is pronounced that way. Josephus and the works of Josephus stated, and Josephus, he lived, Josephus Flavius, he lived in the 1st century, right around the time of Messiah, and he also stated that the high priest when he on the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, would pronounce the sacred name in the temple, and so Yahweh is the name. That's why you hear when you pray and you give praise to the Almighty and you say Hallelujah, you're saying praise be to Yah, the short version of the sacred name of Yahweh. And that name is in many of the prophets' names, like Jeremiah, Isaiah, Elijah, which is Eliah, Yeremiah, Yirmeyahu, and so on. So that name is in their names. And that's one of the things, too. The Almighty says, if you go in through the scripture, it says, the name of Yahweh is a strong tower. The righteous run to it and are saved. Whosoever shall call upon the name of Yahweh shall be saved, the scripture says. You know, blessed is he who comes in the name of Yahweh. Baruch habo Hashem Yahweh. That's what the greeting was. That's what the Messiah said. The Encyclopedia Judaica, Volume 7, on page 680 states, the personal name written in the Hebrew Bible with 4 consonants, YHWH, and is referred to as the Tetragrammaton, at least until the destruction of the first temple in 586 BCE. This name was regularly pronounced with its proper vowels, as is clear from the Lachish letters written shortly before that date. But at least by the 3rd century BCE, the pronunciation of the name Yahweh was avoided, and Adonai, or Lord, was substituted for it. The true pronunciation of the name Yahweh was never lost. Several early Greek writers of the Christian church testify that the name was pronounced Yahweh. The Jewish Encyclopedia has this to say of Simon the Just. He was the high priest, and he ruled either between 310 and 291, or the other Simon that ruled from 219 to 199. But it says, after Simon's death, men ceased to utter the Tetragrammaton aloud. I have not sent these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. But if they had stood in my counsel and had caused my people to hear my words, then they should have turned them from their evil way and from the evil of their doings. I have heard what the prophets said, that prophecy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets, that prophecy lies? Yea, they are the prophets of the deceit of their own heart, which think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal. On page 413 of Unger's Bible Dictionary, we see that Baal was the common Canaanite word for Lord. Baal, common Canaanite word for master, Lord, was one of the chief male deities of the Canaanite pantheon, now well known from the religious epic literature discovered at Ras Shamra. On page 665 of Unger's Bible Dictionary, it also shows Lord, Master, Greek, Kyrios, Supreme, and it notes Baal, Master. As noted above, it means Lord, applied only to heathen deities or to man as husband, etc. As far back as the time of the Babylonian captivity, the Jews started to substitute the name of Yahweh for the term Adonai. According to the Interpreter's Dictionary of the Bible, on page 414, it shows us that the word Adonai is also of Canaanite origin. Adon, this title, the Lord, equal to the Greek Adonis, is closely related in meaning to Baal and is also of foreign origin. Most scholars also agree that Adonai should never have been used as a substitute for the name of Yahweh, and that it's not an acceptable title to our Creator. A popular and critical encyclopedia and scriptural dictionary by Samuel Fellows, Volume 2, page 1076, tells us Adon, an early word denoting absolute control. It is not properly a divine title, being employed of the master of slaves. And then Unger's Bible Dictionary on page 665 states, Lord, Adon, an early word denoting ownership, hence absolute control. It is not properly a divine title. In Canaan, Tammuz was addressed as Adonai, my Lord, the Greek Adonis, and the story of Adonis and Aphrodite, the Ashtoreth or Ishtar of the Semites, made its way to Cyprus and from thence to Greece. When the children of Israel went into Babylonian captivity, as far back as the Babylonian captivity and the destruction of the temple and so on, they began to stop using the sacred name in everyday speaking and talking. Before, if you look in the Old Testament, and you can look it up in the Encyclopedia Judaica, the Encyclopedia, the Catholic encyclopedias and the Christian encyclopedias, they all admit that at least in the Old Testament, all the way up until the time of about the Babylonian captivity, the Israelites would greet each other in the name of Yahweh. They would bless each other. Baruch Yahweh, Baruch atah Yahweh, is what they would say. Blessed are you, Yahweh. And they would greet each other that way until the time of the destruction of the temple of Babylon. Then they began to substitute the sacred name of God, of Yahweh, for the term Adonai, which means the Lord. The Mishnah, Barakot, mentions also the utterance of the Tetragrammaton outside of the sanctuary, which was permitted and even commanded, saying that it was ordained that the name of God should be used in the ordinary forms of greeting, which were the same as those exchanged between Boaz and the reapers, or the salutation of the angel to Gideon. Because I feel that it's necessary for people to understand this. There will come a time, the scripture states, it says, there shall come a famine in the land, not for bread and water, but for hearing the words of Yahweh, the Holy One. And so that's important, because the days of the drought are here. The Messiah said, I must work the works of my Father while day is here, for darkness comes when no man can work. We are coming into that darkness if we are not already there. And a lot of people have to understand that. But the last thing is, if you go into the book of Revelation, what is one of the things that says that when the two beasts rise up, the beast that rises up out of the sea, the beast that rises up out of the earth, at some point they will cause everyone, great and small, bond and free, rich and poor, all that, to receive a mark in the hand or the forehead.
And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark.
And whosoever won't receive that mark shall not be able to buy or sell, right? And shall be basically killed by the beast, put to death. So obviously it shows there's going to be a great time of tribulation. There's going to be a great time of conformity by the beast system, who will push to conform you to the image of that beast system. And whosoever refuses to is going to have a hard time, because they're not going to be able to buy and sell. They're going to starve. They're going to be persecuted. So one of the other things is, like I said, the hand or the forehead. If you go back, however, into the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, I believe it is, what does the Almighty say? Hear, O Israel, Yahweh is our Elohim, Yahweh is one. You shall love Yahweh your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. These words which I command you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. The Torah, the laws of the Almighty, shall be in your hand and in your forehead. So if you look at it, with your hand, you do works. With your mind, you think, you see, you hear, you speak. The Almighty wants his laws, the laws of righteousness, to be in your works and in your thoughts, in your actions and in your deeds and your thoughts. So the mark of the beast, the system is to do what? The Almighty gave 613 commandments in the Old Testament, in the first book, I'll call it, the first sets of books, because not Old and New Testament. In the first covenant, we'll say. And part of that was the Torah. You know, a lot of people say, as Christians, they say, well, that's done away with in Jesus. But if you go into the New Testament, people, or the Havrit HaChadashah, the renewed covenant, nowhere in the new covenant, nowhere in the New Testament, as it's called, does it say that the Almighty has done away with his law, his covenant. He renewed his covenant through the Messiah. But the Messiah, the first thing he said when he came, being about 30 years of age, it says, when he began to preach, the first thing he said was, do not think that I have come to destroy the law or the prophets, the Torah or the Nevi'im, the law and the prophets. I have not come to destroy it, but to fulfill it. This is Matthew 5:17 through 18 from the Contemporary English Version. Don't suppose that I came to do away with the law and the prophets. I did not come to do away with them, but to give them their full meaning. Heaven and earth may disappear, but I promise you that not even one period or comma will disappear from the law. Everything written in it must happen. But if you look in the Greek, the word fulfill there, it's the word plerosai, I believe it is. It means to fully preach, to establish, to teach. So the Messiah, the first thing he said to the scribes and Pharisees and to the people was, he says, don't even think that I have come to destroy the law or the prophets. I have not come to destroy them, but to fulfill them, to establish them. And also that fulfillment meant to show them that he was the prophesied Messiah to come. The Ben Elohim, the Son of God. And so when he came forth, he established that fact that he had not come to destroy the law or the prophets, that he had come to establish them. And he said, and unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you shall not enter into the kingdom. He said, not one yod or one tittle shall pass from the Torah until all things be accomplished. And it's funny that he said that, because if you take the sacred name of the Almighty, the Yod He Vav He, which spells the name of the Holy One of God, Yahweh, what did the Messiah said? He said, when he said that he had not come to destroy the law or the prophets, he said not one yod or one tittle, which was a mark that they would use. He said, shall pass from the Torah until everything is accomplished. It's funny because he used the yod in the first letter of the Almighty's name, saying not one yod will pass from the Torah until all things be accomplished. Elohim, in a sense, means the mighty one. It comes from the root word yil, meaning strength. And so the sacred name of the Almighty was spoken among the people. But again, when they went into Egyptian captivity, they forgot the name they started to, they would refer to the Almighty as El Shaddai. And then when Moshe came, of course, the Almighty revealed the sacred name to Moshe. Moshe came and spoke in that name, and that's how the people knew that he was a prophet. And if you go into Deuteronomy and other places, one of the laws, the Almighty says that if any man shall come and speak in the name of any false idols or any other gods, he's a false prophet. So one of the authentications of a prophet, of a Navi, would be that he would speak in the sacred name of the Almighty.
I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass, that whosoever will not hearken unto my words which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die.
And so remember that there was a prophecy in the Old Testament during that time where it says, I shall raise up a prophet like unto Moses, and everything he shall say you should do. Well, that was the Messiah. That was Yeshua. And so when Yeshua came on the scene, the Messiah, one, his name was given as a prophecy in a sense, because if you take the name Yeshua, it's really spelled in the Hebrew Yod, He, Vav, Shin, Ayin, pronounced as Yahoshua or Yahshua. He had the same name as Joshua of the Old Testament, Joshua the son of Nun. Some of the early church fathers wrote that the Messiah's name was the same as Joshua's name in the Old Testament. Augustine of Hippo said, he will see Joshua lead the people into the promised land, for it was not without reason that this leader, right from the beginning, bore his name.
I can cut it off
Jerome
at any time.
Stated,
Oh, okay.
the
Yeah.
Lord. Not only,
Because I know Truth
Yeah.
was just talking. I had a question I want to ask you anyway.
but that's
I
some
didn't
of the that's
for
some of the mark of the beast. That's parts of it right there.
But anyway, yeah, I mean it's pretty interesting, man. I'm gonna have to watch some of that because there's definitely some stuff I didn't even know, or at least I need a refresher on. But hey, because I know you know a little bit about these holy days and stuff like that,
Right.
and I know there's like going to be like a total eclipse, just like there was. I can't remember what year that happened. It was like a few years ago. There was like a total eclipse that went over. I think it was Tennessee. If you went there, you could see like I went and saw it with my family, and the moon, once it covered that sun, it blacked out the whole sky, and you could see stars, and it was like 3 o'clock in the evening or something. And I know another one's coming April 8th, and it's the day right before Rosh Hashanah Nisan. I didn't know if you think there would be any significance to that, because I think it's really weird that it's like basically it's making an X and right through America from the last eclipse to this eclipse. And since Rosh Hashanah Nisan is the day right after the eclipse, I was just wondering if there's any significance to that particular holy day or anything.
Well, the Rosh Chodesh, it's called, that you're referring to, it means the new moon. Rosh means head, and Chodesh in Hebrew means it's the moon. So it's the
Okay, I
Rosh.
didn't know if that was like a holiday or
No,
what.
so it's not really a holiday, but you have 12 moons in a year. That's where
Okay.
the word month comes from, the Old English word monath, which comes from the Hebrew word moon, Chodesh, which is moon. but in Old English it was called monath. Moon was monath, and then it later changed to month. So when they say 1 month is 1 moon, because the cycle of the moon is 28 days. So that's how you get your months, basically. But in Hebrew, in the days of Israel, they didn't have a solar day. They had a lunar day. They determined by the lunar calendar, whereas the Catholic Church and them changed to a solar calendar. And so they, kind of flipped everything around, the Gregorian calendar and everything. So the Rosh Chodesh in Nisan is every new moon. It would help to determine the calendar, and it also helped to determine when the feast days would be coming. So, because the Bible would say in the first moon, on the 15th day of the first moon, this holy day is coming, and on the 14th day of this new moon. So they would count from the new moon, the Rosh Chodesh. The rabbis would, when they see that the sliver was bigger than a fingernail, then they would, they would have 3 witnesses that would go out on the hills, and then they would determine, okay, this is the new moon, and then they would count from them days to go to the holy days. So it would depend. They would, the first holy day of the year, Passover, Pesach, would be determined once they would determine the month of Abib. Okay, the month of Abib is the first month, but that moon was determined when the green ears of corn were rising and the new moon came at the same time. So the Almighty's calendar would never fall at the same time every year, because it would be determined by the green ears of barley, the Abib, and then the green ears of barley and the new moon. You see what I mean? So that's how they would determine the holy days. And they still do it in Israel that way. They have 3 witnesses that go out on different hills, and then they determine the new moon, and they determine when the green ears of barley are, coming up in the beginning of the year, and then they count on the 14th day of the new moon is the Pesach, is the Passover. And it's, you can see that like in the New Testament with Yeshua, because on the 10th day he rode in on the donkey, on the jackass, and they were singing Hoshiana. Well, the 10th day is when they would pick the lamb in the Passover. So Yeshua rode in on the 10th day, and then on the 14th day, he was sacrificed just like the Passover lamb. So it's all shadows of things to come, from a biblical perspective.
All right. Yeah. See, I'm still trying to learn about all those feast days, because my biggest thing was just trying to get over fighting with people about the Sabbath and making sure I had the Sabbath down right. And
well, yeah, it is. I mean, it's a lot. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I basically discuss in this movie. With the Mark of the Beast, I go through 3 basic things that I say has already been done by the Catholic Church, basically instituting the Mark of the Beast system. But and then from there, then we're going in more into the technological side of it, on how they're going to enforce, their New World Order system. So that's what I kind of go into. And then I do briefly cover the mark, the beast from the sea, the beast from the earth, and some other stuff in there too, in the video. I talk about the Tower of Babel. It's a bunch of stuff that I talk about in the video. So, it's probably going to be about 2 hours long, this one. And then if that one goes well, then I'll probably do another video kind of covering more of the aspects of, from a technological, political standpoint, of the Mark of the Beast after that. But that's all. Yeah, there you go. For the love of God, arrest somebody.
oh, hey, now. Okay, finally.
I posted that. I was like, I thought of you when I said that, when I posted that, Chris. Like,
Oh, wow.
For the love of God, arrest somebody, and look at Barr looking at his papers.
Yeah, that sums me up.
Yeah.
So hey, Truthfree, is there anything you want to throw out there?
Well, yeah, sort of like lock them up. Well, first off, Barr, like, okay, the deep state is like still in office. Barr is deep state. Pompeo is deep state. Fauci, Burke's deep state. But I don't know. It's I lost track of the question. I had a good question. Oh my! Oh, you covered the Pope calling on the one world currency. He didn't say exactly one world currency, but one world equity. His Marxist ideas of
Right.
Oh, did he just say this again? Because I know he's called
Yeah.
for one world currency before, so he said this again recently.
Yes. I think it was like yesterday or the day before. Yeah, he's pushing on it. It's and it matters. People think, well, like the Pope and the King and the Queen, they don't matter. It's all just fluff. It's just no. They're still what they say. Hold some weight.
I grew up on a farm, Boone's Farm. That's funny. Oh God, I'm sorry. That's hilarious. You seen this one? Pope calls for civil unions for same-sex couples and major departure from Vatican doctrine.
Yeah, I keep meaning to cover that, man. That's one of those things where it's like I got all those things I want to talk about.
Right.
I just like,
right. Yeah. But yeah, I saw that. I was like, what I try to do during the day when I'm out working and I'm scouring, I'll share it to my Facebook page. That way I'll remember it, so I can go back and look over. But yeah, that was on the other
That's
day.
Major. It's major. It's sort of like SCOTUS in 2015, 2016, that week of June before the 4th of July, where the Obama painted the White House in rainbow colors.
Oh yeah.
Tuesday, and then that Friday, SCOTUS was voting on gay marriage for law of the land, and they voted yes. And unlike individual states declaring that homosexual marriage is codified, or however you say it, this was like in my estimation, it's like as a nation we're poking our finger in the eye of God as a nation, declaring what he made and how he made us as the law of the land. I think it was 2016. I'm not sure, but same thing with when the Pope just did that last week. That's major. I mean, you think of the Catholics in the world, the Southern America, and in Europe, but yeah, that's major.
Well, yeah, I mean, you think about it when the Bible, when it says Babylon is fallen, has become a habitation of every unclean spirit and every foul demon, that's exactly what is going on in the Vatican. They are a den of vipers.
Yeah, and when they say like Christianity, whatever percent of the world's population, and then there's Islam and Buddhism as far as religions, Christianity within that, Catholicism is considered Christianity. And,
well, they try, they try to push that idea that but the Protestants broke away from the they broke away from the Catholic Church in protest.
Right. And it's funny, if you're in the Catholic system, they'll claim they're Catholic, not Christian, or they'll say Christian Catholic, or I forget.
Right.
Catholic
Right.
Christian.
Right.
But there is a distinction. Yes, there is a distinction. But they want to
down.
They want to lump all Christianity into Catholicism. Yeah. Huh.
You see that, Chris? They always try to remove these videos. I had the Vatican, the Third Reich, and the Unholy Alliance World War II documentary. Of course, it's been removed. It's been removed.
You made or you had
Bastard.
someone else's? Besides someone just decided to post. Because that always happens to me when I post someone else's video and then and I'll find out later, oh, that was a good one. I see it's removed. And
Right. I know. I've been
No,
trying to
no.
like mirror them sometimes and, you know, record them because otherwise you're not going to be able to.
Yeah.
Allegations about 40 gay priests in Italy sent to Vatican. I got the
It's
secret
not been
history of the
removed,
Roman
Chris.
Catholic Church. This was another one. Video is no longer available. Copyright. They always do that too. They'll put a copyright claim on it and then shut it down, you know.
Well, now it's fact checked. It's been fact checked to have
Right.
harmful disinfo.
Yeah, but
Well,
they'll also
Yeah.
they'll also, you know, say that there's a copyright to it. Vatican properties are operating as brothels and massage parlors for priests, claim the latest VatiLeaks report. That was back in 2015. But that was a good one.
you know, I still can't find that one Pope. I tried typing in Pope One World Equity, and I tried typing in One World Currency. I couldn't find any recent articles in it, but I do know like someone 10 years ago said that the Vatican was calling for a one world currency and that you would need to like crash economies or something like that.
I'll find the link I just saw, Chris, and send it to you. It might have been Don't Speak, but I'll find it. Send it
Oh,
to you.
that'd be great. But one thing I did find, I need to share this real quick though. That I didn't know about. I don't know if you guys saw this one. 'Cause I was looking for that, and then I didn't know that this one world religion signed by religious leaders of the world.
Wow.
You got to have a one world government. You got to have a one world religion.
Right. Exactly.
There's a United Council of Churches or some such. There's a few
Yeah.
similar. Like my pastor said, anytime you see the word united, unified, unification in the title, it's just it's all it's no good. I think UCC maybe, but yeah, United Council of Churches, really wicked. It just how best it's just like the devil, no surprise. How do you really work in the world? You infiltrate and commandeer, like get into children's movies and stories. Walt Disney, okay, become the leader of children's movies and stories. You infiltrate. You don't like just do an opposing thing. You get in there and say that you're the voice for a lot of groups for child advocacy, trafficking, kidnapping, abuse. They're the leaders in the trafficking and abuse. The best way.
Yeah. Oh man, that's an old video I did. That's a video, man. That's from 2014. Let's see what I said back then. I think this was when I had crutches. I had broke my leg. This is Mark Matheny for Six Semper Tyrannis News and for We're Hit Television. Today, I wanted to go over a couple things because in the news, we've got this conflict going on over in Israel between the Palestinians, Hamas primarily, and Israel. And you see a lot of media that wants to show all of the things happening to the innocent Palestinians and so on. And don't get me wrong, I mean I feel for any human being who's suffering unjustly, innocent especially. But Israel has tried to take precautions to avoid hurting civilians. They have made warnings to evacuate in Israel, in the Gaza Strip. They have done bombings as warnings on buildings before they bomb the buildings. And there's been several video evidence that
if they see a Hamas target and fly towards it to fire a missile, and then there are civilians in the area, they usually abort the missile and fly it off into some desolate area and blow it up. So that's one thing. But the other thing, too, is the culprits behind all of these things. We tend to hear that, these banksters are all Jews and finance everything. But what is being overlooked is primarily the complicity, or the orchestration of the Vatican to push for what is called a Novus Ordo Seclorum, a New World Order. And what people have to understand is that this has gone back to the Reformation, when Martin Luther nailed the 95 Theses to Wittenberg's church against the Pope. And this was unpopular for the Pope. And so the Pope then decided that Martin Luther would have to die and that Protestantism would have to die. And with that was the creation of the Society of Jesus, or the Jesuit priesthood under Ignatius de Loyola. And if you read you can go in and read all about the Society of Jesus, but it's a big organization. It's a military arm of the Vatican. And they push for the annihilation of Protestantism. They push for world universal domination under the Vatican. And so this is one of the things that I've been talking about a lot in these reports. So it's important for people to understand that in Israel there are a group of people called labor Zionists. And these men are they're Sabbateans, they were called, under Shabbatai Tzvi in the Middle Ages. He rose up to proclaim himself as a Messiah. And what his doctrine was anti-Torah, that everything in the Torah was true in its opposite way. And essentially, the establishment of Israel was brought about by these labor Zionists as a secular state. That is not debatable. But the problem is lumping all Jews together in a conspiracy, which basically doesn't make sense when you really analyze it, because Israel's the size of New Jersey, and we know that a lot of hostile nations are hostile to Israel. Israel's just trying to survive and exist, and a lot of this could be debated. People can make arguments, but we know the truth when you really boil it down. And there was a video recently that said, if you took all of the weapons and missiles and everything away from the Palestinians at this point, what would Israel do? Probably just coexist with these people. But if you decided to instead disarm the entire nation of Israel of all weapons and arms, would the Arabs then coexist peacefully with Israel? Most likely not. They'd probably go in and drive them into the sea, as the Palestinian extremist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and them have vowed to do. And so to this day, we still have a counter-reformation going on by the Vatican. And we have a massive influx of Mexicans and Latin Americans coming across the border as an agenda to filter in more Catholic Democratic voters here in the U.S. to fundamentally transform America, as Obama has said. And we know that Obama, regardless of what anybody says, is an illegal himself, illegitimate as far as the presidency. He is not. He's not eligible. Even if he was born in Hawaii, his father and his mother would both have to be American citizens or under the jurisdiction of the United States at the time. And we can go into all that. I've discussed that in videos before. So one of the main things I'm going to focus on in some of my reports in the future is the history of the Vatican and its complicity with several communist dictators in the past who have murdered millions. One of the main ones was Hitler. And Hitler obviously said that he was a good Christian, a good Catholic, and he was basically just carrying out the same agenda that the Catholics did. And I'll show proof of that. And there's also proof that, Abraham Lincoln knew that the Jesuits were a poison in the United States. after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, there were those who knew that the assassination was done by um, John Surratt, who was a Catholic, devout Catholic, and was carried out by the Jesuits. And then many of the leaders here in the United States then cut off ties to the Vatican, all the way up until 1984 when Ronald Reagan, the so-called conservative, whether he did it by his will or not is debatable. I don't think he did, but I think he had to do it. Normalized relations again with the Vatican. So, and since that time, we've had serious problems in the United States. That was in 1984, by the way. So I'm going to cover some of those things. But also in the meantime, we see massive amounts of these immigrants coming in, these illegal aliens, and our own government fighting to get them in and help them. And if the real problem was addressed, like the condition of Mexico and the drug cartels and things, if the United States were to lean on Mexico to clean up its country and even assist them, if all this money we're spending was diverted to that, we wouldn't have to have these border problems. But this is an agenda to transform the United States, merge it with Mexico, merge it with Canada, create a North American Union, and so on, so that they can ultimately create a new world order. And so
Yeah, so that was one of the, that that's funny. That was back in 2014. I was a lot skinnier back then. I didn't have a beard either. Look at this.
Well,
head of the firm that built warships for Hitler to run the Vatican Bank. This was an article back in I wrote this article based from the Telegraph.
Truth Reads, did you want to jump in and say something? Because you keep kind of hearing stuff. Didn't know if you had some stuff.
No, I was just going to say Jesuits have been, Jesuits and Jews have been kicked out of like 108 nations, 180 nations. And so I just wonder, like, not Jews, political Zionist Jews, is that cover or the scapegoat for Jesuit? They tie together. I do know that.
Well, there's a group called Labor Zionists, which are basically, they're traitors. They're basically, they are Judases in a sense, but they are part of the Vatican's arm in a sense. They're the ones that basically are anti-Torah, anti-Zionism, true Zionism. I'm talking about the Almighty's form of Zionism, because in the Bible, Zion was more of the ideal of the heaven on earth. The idea of Zion.
God's Mount Zion.
Yeah. So, but the labor Zionists, they came from, like I said, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was a prophet or a false prophet, who proclaimed himself as a Messiah and so on. A lot of them followed his, but he goes all the way back to Marcion, Marcion and the and Simon the Magus. They basically twisted Torah to be anti-Torah, to be anti God's law, basically. And so these labor Zionists, they want a form of humanism, not worship of the Almighty, not a true Israel or any of that. That's what they are. They're basically part of the globalists. Yeah.
It's amazing. What group is kicked out of like that many nations? But you got your Jesuits, absolutely, and fake Jews. I think the ones like the Pharisees that Jesus said. And I always wonder, like when he said, those who claim they are Jews but are not, does that mean like they're really like Jewish blood, but they're not following God, or they're really like Khazarian or what they say claiming but aren't?
Real quick, Mark, and then let you jump in because you're a little bit more Bible versed, but I got one particular one in mind. Kings 17. That basically, to me, when I see that, this whole thing about synagogue is Satan, those that call themselves Jews but are not. Well, in 2 Kings 17, that talks about how the Jews were ran out of the land of Samaria, right? So then you had then you had the Babylonians come in and settle in there. And then later on, we know in the New Testament who was Simon Magus. Simon Magus was Simon the Samaritan, who was a sorcerer. And we know he started the Catholic Church. So that's why I wonder. So, I mean, my question would also be, when they say those that call themselves Jews and are not, well, since Simon Magus, was a Samaritan, and the Samaritans thought of themselves as Jews because they came out of the Jewish land and they had synagogues too.
Right. But the Jews, the Yehudim, they didn't consider the Samaritans really as Jews. So,
but those are people who call themselves Jews but are not, right?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. That follows that thread. Yeah. And I mean, because if you look at even at the Catholic Church, I mean, the Pope and them wear yarmulkes and all that. They basically say they are that extension of, of the Jewish faith, basically.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. The yarmulke on the Pope's head and stuff like that.
Yeah, they wear that, and they basically are You see, there's your article, one of your articles that you did a while back. I published it back in 2014. I posted it on my website, The Future Conflict. It talks about that. You were talking about that letter or that book that was called The Future, how they predicted late 1800 Rome's invasion. Yeah,
I got that book available on my site, Fishing for Truth. So if anyone's interested in it. It was a hard one to find because normally you can find it in Google Books or archive.org, and so I really had to look for that one.
Look at this. Historic first ever Islamic prayers at the Vatican signals the start of the New World religion. When they had the Arabs coming in to pray in the Vatican, the den of Satan. Pope Francis orders the Vatican to create the first ever art exhibition to promote Chrislam, Christianity and Islam. Oh, man.
It goes with this little hat on.
But
there again, he is with his Jewish cap. He thinks he's a rabbi.
Yes. But what Jesus is referring to, is he referring to blood Jews that are not following God? Or,
as far as what?
Or imposters?
As far as what?
Synagogue of Satan. Those who say they're
I think Jews, it's more imposters who try to proclaim themselves. That's what Chris was talking about, because Simon Magus came from the Samaritans. The Samaritans claimed they were Jews, but the Jews really didn't consider them as Jews, You know
what always strikes me? Jesus at the well with the Samaritan woman. And they're like, his disciples, why are you talking to her? And she said, we worshiped our father Jacob at this holy mountain. And he said, like, woman, you don't know what you worship and bought it, Jacob. So I was like, wait a minute, they're related. It's this weird.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Samaritans.
Well, I was just going to say the one thing about that is when you read that whole chapter of 2 Kings 17, you find out like the Jews get taken out of the land, the Babylonians come into the land, but then they're plagued by lions. So the Babylonians send out to get one of the Jewish priests. But why were the Jews kicked out of the land anyway? Because they were starting to worship other gods and starting to become corrupt. So that's why they were kicked out of the land in the first place. So here you are bringing this Jew back to teach you about the religion. And so you're getting a corrupt form, which they're mixing in with their own religion, Babylon, just kind of like how the Catholicism is Christianity mixed in with Babylon. This is sort of the proto-Catholicism.
Right.
It's Jewish religion mixed in with Babylonian religion, and so they start practicing this. and I guess like the lions stopped plaguing them. But from that point on, they also can. But see, if I'm not mistaken, it seems like they were thinking of that just being like a god of that land, not the god of gods, but just the god of that particular land, and that's who the
right. It's funny that you said that, Chris, because think about this, Truth Freeze. The woman is a Samaritan woman. Yeshua, he comes there. He asks her for some water. And, you know, he's talking with her. And then he asks her, what does he ask her? My brain, about her husband. And she goes, I have no husband. And he says, rightly so, for you have had 5, and the one you're with now is not your husband. Now think about that, because if you go back into Kings 17, when they took the Jews out of there, they brought people from 5 different places who served 5 different gods. They served 5 different gods. So he said, you have had 5 husbands. But he says, but the husband you have now is you're not married to. So the Samaritans didn't have a compact with God. You see what I'm saying? So Yeshua was saying, he was given a spiritual nugget there. He was saying, I know that you come from Samaria. Your people worship 5 different gods, their husbands in a sense, spiritually. And he says, but the man you're with now is not your husband, because the Samaritans were now worshiping Yahweh, but he really had no covenant with the Samaritans. And she didn't really, but now I'm not to say that she didn't really have 5 husbands, but I think it's a spiritual lesson there to show that the Samaritans had come from the 5 different regions and served 5 different gods, but the God that they were serving now, they didn't have a contract with, so they weren't married to him. And I thought, wow, that's a very spiritual lesson for the Samaritans, you know, but at the same, yeah. So, but at the same time, if you look at the Samaritans too, Yeshua does at times give them a little bit of kind of props when he talks about the good Samaritan who came along, even though all the other Jews, the priests and all them who are their own brothers wouldn't serve him. But this Samaritan comes along and he helps them. So Yeshua is always like telling people, like, you know, you can't look down upon other people either, you know, just because maybe they don't have, you know, the covenant with the Almighty. There are still people everywhere who can do righteousness or they can do evil, you know.
God tells us we will be amazed, or they will be amazed at who comes before the table of the Lord in the end times.
And remember the Samaritan woman. Remember the Samaritan woman when she came up and asked Yeshua to help her, and he said, you know, it's not fit to give what's meant for the children to the dogs. And she said, yeah, but even the dogs eat from the master's table. She was a Samaritan woman. And he said, I haven't found any greater faith in all of Israel. And he healed her, you know, so he accepted her, even though she was not of the tribe of Israel at that time. She was a Samaritan, you know.
Amazing.
Look at that.
I was like, she's talking about Jacob as their father. How could she not be Jewish? And it just, so thank you for explaining.
Well, because, you know, Jacob and Israel, Jacob was Israel. So that's who they worshiped, she says, because they were taken there, like he says in King 17, they were taken from other countries and brought there. Back in them days, a lot of times what they would do is when they captured people, they would move them from one territory to another to totally, confuse them. Basically, I mean, if you're taken captive and you're taken out of your familiar land to somewhere else, you're kind of defeated. There's nowhere for you to go, you know? And so they took them. And then, like you said, there were lions attacking them. And so they had to take a priest of Yahweh and send him down there to try to teach them how to worship correctly. It was like they had a seminar.
He tells her, woman, ye know not what ye worship.
Right.
It's like, that's so striking. It's like, oh, I love the word of God. It's just like it hits you right in the head, in the heart. Even if you don't fully understand all of it, it's like, wow, you know.
Well, he said, right, you know not what you worship, but we know what we worship, he said, for salvation is from the Jews, you know. but again, that spiritualness was the fact that they had not come from the tribes of Israel. They were pagans. They had worshipped probably Baal and Asherah and all the, these pagan deities. And then they were brought there. And so, Yeshua, but at the same time, you see what he did. He was kind to her and he still helped her,
Yes.
but he also
Yes.
kind of told her, like, you don't know what you worship, you've had 5 husbands and now the man you're married to is not your husband. The man you're with now is not your husband, but he was referring to idols. And then the first 5 were idols, and the God that she worshiped now, he said, you're not married to. He was referring to the Holy One. So it's kind of a spiritual lesson, because you think about us, we're called the bride of Mashiach. We're the bride. We're like the woman, a chaste virgin. Whereas Babylon, she's a whore, she's a hooker, she's a harlot.
Oh, and is Babylon, please ask, I got, excuse me, sorry for it. Okay. The Antichrist is to come from, Babylon, Iraq, the cradle of civilization, or cradle of civilization. Is that Babylon? And is that what Daniel said where Antichrist will come from? Or am I getting it?
Well,
mixed up?
There's a lot to that, because you have Babylon, yes, was around in that area of Iraq, Nineveh and those areas. And because even recently when Saddam Hussein, he was recreating Babylon. He was rebuilding the city. Did you remember seeing that? Has anybody seen that?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes,
when he was doing it? Yeah. He was trying to
Yeah.
recreate it, basically, and rebuild Babylon. And isn't it funny too that Saddam Hussein was like a type of Nebuchadnezzar, because he had built that empire, and when he said, by my hand I've gotten all this greatness, and then he was cast out of his kingdom. And where did they find him? They found him in a hole, right? And his hair had grown long and his nails had grown long, just like King Nebuchadnezzar.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That is. Wow.
It's kind of weird. He had been dethroned. I thought that was interesting.
But Babylon, is that to Daniel reference Babylon? Do you know?
Babylon was a physical place at the time of Daniel. When in 586 BCE, when the Babylonians came in and took over Israel and destroyed the temple, and they were taken into Babylon. Remember, the book of Psalm has, I think it's Psalm 137. It says, by the rivers of Babylon, we hung our harps, and there we says, how can we sing the song of Hashem in a strange land? Because they were talking about Babylon. And he says, if my right hand forgets, Jerusalem, may my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, and so on. That was written while they were in Babylonian captivity. So Babylon was a real place. Later on in the New Testament, with the disciples and John the Revelator and them, the Babylon is more of a spiritualness, because it's reminiscent of mystery religions, that came out of Babylon, out of that area, like Zoroastrianism, Mithraism, and the old mystery religions. So Babylon also is confusion. It means a mixture, to mix. So if you go back and look at Nimrod was, it says he was a mighty hunter in opposition to Yahweh, and then he built this tower of what? Babel. And then later Babel. So the Tower of Babel was more than likely in the same area as Babylon during where in Iraq, more than likely. I mean, I don't know if scholars know, but it was called Babel back then, and then Babylon later. Babylon is more of a Latinized term.
Yes.
of Bavel or Bavel or Babel. So, but it comes to mean confusion, because what does it say in Babel? That's where the Almighty confounded their language. So it was called Babel, confusion.
And it was like, let us not, like, if men, I find that fascinating. If men get together and okay, just like today, men, like, they build the formatted, thought of bridges, and there's amazing things that men in the male mind can do, right? And construct and do if they put their minds together. And that God said, if men, you know, get together to contrive it,
Right.
it just like it's fascinating. It really is, in a way.
Well, the Almighty said, if they get together, then nothing that they purpose to do will be withheld from them. But he
Yes.
knew that their purposes were nothing but evil, So he did not want them to do that, There's while you're looking at that, Chris, have you seen this is another portion of my movie, the chapter 1. It's only a few minutes long, but Tower of Babel. This is basically what I kind of talk about with this New World Order. Check this out. This is only like 4 or 5 minutes long, I think.
And Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before Yahweh, wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar. And they dwelt there, and they said to one another, go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime they had for mortar. And they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad the face of the earth. Genesis. In a nutshell, this is the New World Order. Soon this very similar event will unfold, and indeed is unfolding before our very eyes. It is said in the scripture that there is nothing new under the sun. And throughout the history of mankind, the desire by those who have taken hold onto the reins of power have arisen with that power the desire to control the entire wealth, resources, land, labor, and even the thoughts and actions of all humanity. Nimrod, the mighty hunter, was a hunter of men's souls. He sought to consolidate the resources and wealth of the earth in his day by creating a world government in the name of security and prosperity, lest the people should be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And like Nimrod, those in power in our time also have within them the desire to bring about a world governing tower by consolidating and controlling the wealth and resources of the nation states in order to protect us. In the days of Nimrod, the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And so today in our era, we too are of one language through the development of translating technologies and learning tools. So we have the ability with the click of a mouse button now to translate our thoughts and our intents into any language on the globe, basically. And likewise, English has become the international language used in trade and business throughout the continents, thus bringing the entire population of humanity into one language and one speech, if you will. The name Nimrod comes from the Hebrew word marad, and it means to rebel. This is also where the modern English word marauders comes from. Those in power like Nimrod basically have rebelled against the Most High, and they've also sought to consolidate their power by controlling the masses. The elite have worked hard to bring the nations under one banner
or global mindset, if you will, through various organizations, think tank groups, foundations, and media groups. They're in the very process of bringing all people into the same preliminary stage of a world government, and that is the ability to communicate globally. Now, the whole earth was of one language and one speech. This has been brought about through organizations such as the Council on Foreign Relations, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Trilateral Commission, and several others. Through public education, our children have been taught that globalization is vital to humanity and its progress into the future. The globalists have also fostered concepts of environmental catastrophes to bring about unity on a global scale. Since global warming is a threat on an international scale, we must be united in the cause of protecting ourselves from its devastating effects, or at least that's what the globalist would have us to believe. And just as Nimrod convinced the masses in his time to consolidate their nations and tribes into a global community, so too these rebel globalists in our days hope to get the nations to repeat these words. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower whose top is in the heavens. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad the face of the earth. So with the flood still fresh in the minds of the children of Noah and his 3 sons, Nimrod was able to convince the people in his day to build a tower, that would reach far above the threat of another flood and therefore protect them from the judgment of the Holy One. The globalists of our day have contrived a second tower under the banner of the United Nations now, in hopes of convincing all the nations that they too can have the protection from, environmental catastrophes, war, poverty, plagues, and so on. So there is a push at this time to bring about a global currency, a global army, and a global government. Now, with that push, there's also been a push for a global religion. And this religion is based basically on environmentalism or the worship of Mother Earth, Gaia. So it's necessary for the globalists to replace the creator of the Bible, the Holy One, Almighty Yahweh, with another in order to bring about this unifying process into a second Tower of Babel known as the New World Order. But why is this necessary? But Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men built. And Yahweh said, indeed, the people are one, and they all have one language. And this is what they begin to do. After this, nothing they purpose to do will be withheld from them. Come now, we will go down, and there we will confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So Yahweh scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth, and they ceased building the city. So, when the people in Nimrod's day began to consolidate their power and resources under an oligarchy or dictatorship, the Almighty knew that there would be no way really to stop this world power once it would come into being. And, in scattering the people abroad over the face of the whole earth and confounding their languages or their ability to communicate, he would in effect also stop a world ruling dictatorship. So this is the modern day concept of sovereign nation states. This gives us security and freedom to all of us by in effect making it impossible for any one nation to become an all-powerful entity, if you will. So we can look back to the lessons of World War II and the defeat of Hitler by the sovereign nation states that had the ability to protect themselves and help in the defeat of this tyrant.
The emblems were taken down. The symbols were burned. The regime and all its power had perished with the rest. Nothing remained.
So under world government, a dictator or a ruling class oligarchy, there wouldn't be any way to stop the desires of those in power. We know that with power often comes corruption. And as they say, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So this is why the League of Nations basically was a failure. Borders and sovereignty ensures freedom and prosperity, but the absence of these things basically brings tyranny. So the globalists need to destroy the Judeo-Christian God of the Bible, because we're assured of certain unalienable rights given by God himself. And we have that written in our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and so on. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitles them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to separate. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, it's necessary for these global elites to bring about a form of universal religion without Yahweh, the Creator in the Bible, in order to destroy the thought and the concept of God-given rights. Now, in the New World Order, the second Tower of Babel that's being constructed, there must be total reliance of the people on the state and state-given rights. For whoever gives the rights to you can also abolish those rights. So in a world of sovereign nation states endowed with certain unalienable rights by our Creator, there's relative freedom from tyranny and the ability to fight against such threats. This is also the reason the New World Order advocates push for global trade agreements and many of the United Nations efforts to destroy national boundaries under the guise of security and prosperity. So if we are to defeat the New World Order or this second Tower of Babel, then we must learn a great lesson in the defeat of the first Tower of Babel. And that is to protect and defend our right to remain a sovereign nation with distinct boundaries and to stay out of foreign entanglements, especially with the United Nations. And we must continue to remain as one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we need to simply cease in building the tower.
So that's
Wow.
another scene from the movie so far. So
Yeah, that was really good.
yeah, I've got a lot
Would
of.
you not say one world is back to exactly what God warned against at Babylon? One world, global, politic, government, money, one world.
Yeah.
Babylon.
Yeah, I mean that's what they were trying to do, So that's why that's part of the movie is with the Tower of Babel and everything. I'm trying to make a progression into what the mark of the beast is, but I wanted to kind of go through a history of it as opposed to just here's what the mark of the beast is. You know what I mean? I want to make it a progression of a lesson to where it builds up to exactly what this mark of the beast will be. That's the whole thing,
In the boundaries, the lack of like, let's all meld together. We don't need boundaries. We don't need nations distinct.
I just like the way it starts out, man. I like all that
Yeah.
cinematography you got going on.
Yeah.
That's really nice, man.
We'll just sing about Lucifer at the High Holy Mass in St. Peter's.
Right.
But it's by corrupt Bible scripture that they do that. They call Lucifer the light under twisting. I think it's Isaiah and
Spirit
Revelation.
cooking. That's the spirit cooking.
Oh, yeah, but son of calling Jesus their son of the morning and the day morning star day
will be to explain the biblical interpretation of the mark of the beast spoken of in the book of Revelation. Although there will certainly be the use of AI technology as well as full spectrum dominance utilizing surveillance, DNA, RNA, facial recognition, and other forms of tracking, This film will primarily cover the biblical definition or revelation of the mark of the beast, if you will. In order to explain the mark of the beast, however, it will be necessary to set the foundation for which this mark will come about in the end times. In the beginning, we read from the scriptures, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim va'et haaretz. In the beginning, the Mighty One created the heavens and the earth. The Holy One also created mankind. Vayomer Elohim na'aseh Adam tatzalmenu chidmutenu. And the Mighty One said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. According to the scripture, Adam and his wife Chava, or Eve, disobeyed the Holy One's command, which forbade them to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But as for the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you must not eat of it, for in the day you eat of it, you shall die. In the biblical account, Adam and his wife ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The Holy One then cast them out from the Garden of Eden. Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now, lest he reach out his hand and also take of the tree of life and eat and live forever. According to a little-known book called Sefer HaYashar, the Book of the Upright, or Book of the Righteous, a more idiomatic translation.
That's part of it, and then I'll show you one other little section of it. Let me see here. Something that I haven't shown you yet. Let's see. Okay. About right here, I think. Here's another little bit of it. He will see Joshua. My point is, his name is comprised of two things: Yah, the Yod-He, and Shua, meaning salvation. So the Messiah's name means Yahweh is our salvation. You know, Yah is our Savior. So that's his name. He had the name of his Father within him. And so when the Messiah came forth and he spoke many times, if you look in the New Testament, you often wonder, he speaks and then they want to stone him or they want to throw him off a cliff. And you wonder, like, why? What did he do? In many cases, I believe it was because he spoke the sacred name without substituting it. Remember, there's a time when he goes into a synagogue at that time, and he rolls open the book of the scroll of Isaiah, and he starts to read it. And what does it say? The spirit of the Lord is upon me, for he has anointed me. And he goes on and so forth. And as he's done, he rolls it up and he says, today this is fulfilled in your ears. And it says all of the people in the synagogue looked upon him, because it says he spoke with power, not like the scribes and Pharisees. A lot of people, I don't think they really understand what that means. If you do research, oftentimes the scribes admit that as it became taboo amongst the Jewish people to speak the name aloud, the Masorete text and the rabbis and them started to instruct the people that when they came to the four-lettered name of the Almighty, that you were to substitute it with the word Adonai. The Encyclopedia Judaica clearly shows us that the Talmud expresses, not as I am written, am I pronounced. I am written, Yod He Vav He. I am pronounced Aleph, Dalet, Nun, Yod, or Adonai. So they started to substitute the sacred name up to the time, around the time of Simon the Righteous, the high priest at that time. Only the high priest would then, on the Day of Atonement.
After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceeding, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of man, and a mouth speaking great things. Then I would know the truth of the 4th beast, which was diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were of iron, and its nails of brass, which devoured, brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. And of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell, even of that horn that had eyes, and a mouth that spake very great things, whose look was more stout than his fellows, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints, and prevailed against them. Thus he said, the 4th beast shall be the 4th kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down, and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws. And they shall be given into his hand until the time and times and the dividing of time. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion to consume and to destroy it unto the end. And the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him.
Is one, it's the Sabbath, the Shabbat, and the. So anyway, that's pretty much the portions of the film. So I still got quite a bit to do on it, but that's just some of the preview of it. So that'll give you an idea. But yeah. So
I've got a question. Psalm 2. Why do the heathen rage? It says, why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. Who is that you know? Let us break their bands asunder and cast their cords from us. In Psalm 2.
Well, think about it like this. Think about a horse has a what do you call it? A bridle, where it controls it and it moves it around. I think the kings of the earth, it says, take counsel against the Almighty and against his anointed. Obviously, his anointed will be his Mashiach, the Messiah. And these nations in the end days would be there's going to be an epic battle called Harmegiddo or Armageddon, where they will come against the Holy One. But to break the bands asunder and break the cords, in my opinion, is reminiscent of the Holy One's law, of his commandments, where they want to try to cast those aside. They don't want to be controlled by the Holy One or his Messiah. And there's a scripture where I think it's Isaiah chapter 24, I think it is. I can't remember, where he goes and he says, or no, it's not. It's not Isaiah. It's Isaiah chapter 30, I think it is. Let me see it real quick. But anyway, the point is, what he does is you're in Nazi Germany now. What's going on? You moved quick. Your microphone's muted. Yeah, your microphone's muted. But
Okay, sorry.
Let me see if I
Yeah,
can.
it's actually Italy that I went to real quick, showing off the protest.
Let me see. Isaiah. I think this is the one.
I'm looking at Isaiah 24. I'm looking through it. I just I'm fascinated by that. Like, let us break
No,
their
it's okay. So here it is. Here it is. Truth Freeze. Listen to this. This is what the Almighty says in Isaiah chapter 30, verse 8. Go now, write it before them in a table and note it in a book, that it may be for the time to come forever and ever, that this is a rebellious people, lying children who will not hear the law or the Torah of Yahweh, which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not to us right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophecy deceits, get out of the way, turn out of the path, cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. And so, in a sense, they're casting the bands asunder. They said, do not speak right things to us. Do not show us the truth. Prophecy lies to us. And they say, get out of the way and turn out of the path and cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. But he says, these people are lying children who will not hear the Torah of Yahweh. They will not hear the law of the Almighty. And
so
then,
the bands are the word of God.
In my opinion, because look, verse 13, therefore this iniquity shall be to you as a breach ready to fall, swelling out on a high wall, whose breaking comes suddenly and in an instant. And he shall break it as the breaking of the potter's vessel is broken into pieces, and he shall not spare. So forth, there shall not be found in it the bursting of a sherd to take fire from the hearth, or water pithel out of the pit. So, obviously the Almighty is going to get his revenge upon these wicked people. So it's kind of reminiscent of the end times. It's kind of reminiscent of Gog and Magog and Armageddon, where these people finally rise up against the Holy One and try to say, we don't want your bands and cords upon us. We don't want to be controlled by you.
That's fascinating, though, that means God's word. Well, I mean, it's not surprising, but that it's a band, it's a cord on the wicked. God's word is a band and a cord on the wicked.
And remember when Yeshua, the Messiah said, come to me and learn of me, take my yoke upon you. Well, what is a yoke? What was he referring to? Remember, the horses put a yoke on them around their neck. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So what does that yoke do? It bears a burden. It is control. It controls the horse, and it causes the horse to bear a burden. So the Messiah said, come and take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light. So in a sense, it's a cord, it's a band. But yet these people want to cast those bands asunder and cast the cords aside. And they say, speak to us lies, speak to us deception. We don't want to hear the truth. We don't want to hear about the law. We want the Holy One of Israel to cease from among us. Now listen to this too. They don't mind having a God. They just don't want the God of Israel. If you think about it. Cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. They don't mind the gods. They just want their own gods. They don't want to have to take the God of Israel, because with the God of Israel, you have to take certain standards. They don't want those standards. So they say, give us prophets that will tell us lies and smooth things. It's like the modern Christianity of today. All you have to do is believe and you're saved. You don't have to do nothing else. Prophecy smooth things to us. Prophecy lies. They don't want that responsibility that is with it. The Messiah said, take up your cross and take up your stake and come along. There's a to whom much is given, much is required. There's a responsibility with serving the Holy One of Israel. There's certain things you have to do. You don't just skate on through, as it were.
Wait, Can't we just be in willful ignorance? And then that to me, that's amazing and a big distinction today and at all times. Deceit, being deceived, you don't know better. But it versus willful ignorance. It's major. Deceit
Right.
versus willful ignorance.
There's
I think
there's another verse too. I'm going to show you if I can find it.
and I think that sending a strong delusion is like I keep thinking, is this corona mask thing it, or is it going to be more than that? But because people's hearts have waxed cold, I will send them a strong delusion. Oh, but willful ignorance versus
Yeah, and that's Second Thessalonians, and with all this, so I like to look in context with it and see. But yeah, even him who's coming is after the working of Satan with all power, signs, lying wonders, and with deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause, the Almighty will send a strong delusion that they should believe a lie.
Deceivableness. Wow.
Yeah, deceivableness of unrighteousness, because it says they did not receive the love of the truth that they might be saved. But if you look at this, the love of the truth. Let's see. I think it's 1 John. I don't know if it'll pull it up or not that way. Book of John, yeah. If you look at the book of John, I'll show you. It's pretty interesting when he says the love of the truth that they might be saved. I'll show you some verses here. Let's see. I think it's 1 John 4. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Let me see. But it says right here, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of God, because many false prophets are out in the world. Hereby you know the Spirit of God. The Spirit that confesses Jesus has come in the flesh is of God. But then he goes on, he says, you are of God, little children. You have overcome them, because greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. They are of the world, therefore they speak of the world, and the world hears them. We are of God. He that knows God hears us. He that is not of God hears us not. Hereby we know the spirit of truth from the spirit of error. And then he goes on, but here he says, right, let's see. Yeah, it says, I think it's 1 John 5. That's what I'm looking for. I'm sorry, it's been a minute. So yeah, he says, by this we know that we love the children of God, when we love God and keep his commandments. For this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous. And, that's what Yeshua said too. Take my yoke upon me, take my yoke upon you, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Here it says that the love of God is that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not a burden. They're not grievous, whereas the people of the world it says the people of the world do not hear us because they don't hear God. So what do? They say, let us cast the bands from us and cast the cords away from us, because they don't hear God. They don't hear the love of God, and they do not keep his commandments. So, they cast it away. They cast that away from them. And then if you go into what does it say in Revelation? It says, blessed are they who keep his commandments, that they may have the right to the tree of life and may enter into the gates of the city. You know,
Yes.
what does the last book of Ecclesiastes says, here is the whole matter. Here is the whole matter of man. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. You know, so again, you know, this no law type of faith is, you know, James said it, a man who has faith and does not have works, you know, it's, how can you have faith and don't have works? He says, you know, he says, you can say you have faith, but I can tell you my faith by my works, by what I do. So, you know, actions speak louder than words is basically what he was saying. And that's one of the things is, you know, we have to show our love for our brothers and sisters and show our love for humanity by our works, by what we do, you know, not just talking about it, but we gotta do it. Right.
And but yet we also know that we all sin every day, like every one of us. There's like, you don't get through a day without sinning. So there is a difference between the heathen and the saved, even though both we sin.
Right.
I'm not saying it right. I mean, you know, we
Well, I mean, you know, the whole thing is, what did Apostle Paul said? He said, every day I die daily. He said, you know, what did he mean by that? I die daily. You know, he said, what did he say? He said, the things that I wish to do, those things I cannot do. And the things that I do not want to do, those things I do. And he said, oh, what a wretched man I am, you know, because he said he knew that he says, we desire to serve Hashem. We desire to serve God with the spirit, but our flesh is weak. You know, our minds and our hearts and our minds, we want to serve the Almighty, but a lot of times our flesh is weak and we turn away. And then James said, you know, when you're tempted, do not say that it's the Almighty who tempts you, but every man is tempted by his own desires. You know, a lot of times Christianity kind of has this push that, you know, the devil made me do it and the devil's always tempted me, but it's not always necessarily the devil that's tempting us, because we're in a fallen state of humanity. And sometimes it's just our own lustful desires that we exercise, that we continue to feed upon. You know, have you ever seen somebody who you know, goes, man, I feel like punching that guy in the face, and they just keep saying and conjuring it up, and then they just bam, then they do it. You know, that's sometimes our own. In Hebrew, we call it the Yetzer Hara, you know, the evil inclination within us that is not always because of a direct assault from Satan. Sometimes it's just our own flesh that's sinful that gives us that desire to do evil, you know, and we have to overcome it. Remember, what did the Almighty say to Adam and Eve? He said, the desire to sin is with you, but you must overcome it. He said, the desire to sin is with you, but you must overcome it, you know? So you just got to overcome it.
Well, and knowing, because there's a big debate with those who preach, you know, works versus faith, like Catholic Church, you know, works. You do your ritual, Sunday Mass, confession, stay in a state of grace, take communion, and you'll be saved.
Right.
Versus a faith.
Right.
By grace of faith.
But, you know, I think too, a lot of times people misunderstand that too, because the Messiah, many times when his disciples and others came to him, remember the one guy came and said, oh, righteous teacher, what shall I do to enter into life? And the Messiah said, if you would enter into life, keep the commandments. You know, so he wasn't just saying, like, the Messiah didn't say, well, if you want to enter in life, just have faith and that's it, you know, and you're good. You know what I mean? He said, if you want to enter life, keep the commandments. But, you know, which ones? He said, you should honor your mother and father. He said, you should not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. So Christianity sometimes gets away from that, and they say like there's nothing you can do to save yourself. No one is saying that you can, but there is an obligation that when you serve the Almighty, you take up that yoke, that yoke that He gives to serve Him with, and that service is to love the Almighty with all your heart, soul, and might, and to love your neighbors you love yourself. And how do you do those things? Well, the Bible says, for the love of God is that we keep His commandments, and His commandments are not grievous. So to show love for God and love for your fellow brother, I mean, if I love my brother, one of my commandments is I'm not going to go sleep with his wife. The other commandment is I'm not going to steal from him. Those are actual works. How could I say I love my brother and I'm stealing from him and I'm sleeping with his wife? Well, obviously I don't love him, because the love of God is that we keep God's commandments, and how we can say we love our brother and we're stealing and lying and cheating on him. That you can't do that, obviously. So it's real simple, but it's complicated at the same time, because the lust of the flesh wants to do all those things, lie, cheat, and steal.
Yes. And oh my goodness, just like about 20 years, well, maybe not 20 years ago, there was a big push on about the college students and that, thinking that it was all right to cheat on tests. And like, what are the ramifications of that? And I'm thinking like, well, wow, well, like, how big a deal is that? Like, yeah, if you want to get your graduate, you want to graduate, whatever, you cheat on a test. But you know what? That's the start. You lie, cheat, steal, murder. It's and then genocide. It's like,
right. You lying dog face pony soldier.
yeah.
Joe Biden, from the book of Joe Biden, scripture chapter 2.
No, but if it's okay to lie, well then okay, it's all right to cheat, steal, murder. It gets to murder. It's really quick. It really does jump that far really quick. If it's okay to lie, you're cheating, you're stealing, and then murder. I mean, it's that quick.
Right.
Wow. We all know we all fall short. It's like, that's where like some people get turned away, like, oh, I'm not going to follow religion. And I always, all my life, like, God, what's the right religion? I always ask, like, the right religion. I asked the wrong question to the Lord, because now I realize all religion. So I'm like, I want no religion.
Well,
I want faith.
Let me tell you something, Truth Freeze. Religion, have you ever looked up that word? Do you know where it comes from?
No.
It comes from the French word reléguer, and it means to bind up.
Yeah.
So religion means to bind up. And, in some ways that could be construed in a good way, and sometimes in some ways it could be construed in a bad way, because, it can hamper you, or it can, the Messiah said you have to serve one or the other, right? You can only serve two. It's only two masters. You either got to serve, he was talking about mammon and riches, but we can also look at it as Satan. You're either going to serve the Almighty or you're going to serve the evil one, and so you're going to be bound to one or the other. So, it says you are a servant to whom you obey. So if you are serving the Almighty, you're in a sense a servant. But the Messiah said that we were to call him no longer call him a master, because he said, because a servant does not know what his master does, but he said, but I've told you everything. So he was kind of trying to liken, the pagan idols. The people felt like they were their lords, because Baal in Hebrew, the worship of Baal Baalan was a Canaanite god. It meant Lord. And so it was like a master. So if he was your master, you were a slave. And so the Messiah was saying, you're not a slave to the Almighty. You are a child. You're his children. So he is a father. That's why a lot of times in the New Testament, you see when Yeshua calls the Heavenly Father, Father, because we're like children of God. We're not slaves of God. So he's not a master. He's not a Lord in that sense. He's a father, So, I mean, that's one of the reasons in my Mark of the Beast film, I'm showing that really the English versions of the Bible have really done a disservice by taking the name of Yahweh out of the text and putting the word Lord, because the Almighty is really not a Lord to us in a sense. He is our creator, but he is more of a father to us. He's more of a, not a master in a sense. You know what I mean? Not in a sense of servitude is what I mean. I know it's kind of complex, but he is more of a loving father who cares for us, as opposed to a master who, beats the whip on us. But because it also says a son whom a father loves, he chastises. So again, he likens the Almighty to a father who sometimes he punishes us, but because he loves us, it's not because he enjoys punishing us. It's because he's trying to get us to turn from our wicked ways. And he's long suffering, not willing that any man perish, but all men come to repentance, it says. So, sometimes when people think that they're doing wickedness, or the world is in this time of wickedness, they say, well, where is the promise of his coming? For he promised that the Messiah is going to return and do all this stuff. And there's a lot of naysayers that think, that he's not coming. But Paul said that the Almighty is not slacking. He said he's not slack concerning his promise, but he's long suffering, not wishing that any man perish. So sometimes when we think that, the Messiah should return, maybe the Almighty is saying, I want to, but I want people to return. I want people to turn from their sin. I don't want people to perish. He wants to save humanity, not destroy it. So he's been long suffering and patient with us, but his patience is going to wear thin soon, because the world is becoming more and more wicked. And it was to say, because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold, and and it says that her sins are reaching up into the heavens, and the Almighty is seeing it. So, but hey, look, I'm going to have to get off here. I didn't realize it was 2 a.m. now. I was sitting here for 5 hours talking with Chris, which was great. But yeah, I do have to get off of here. My wife works. She'll be getting 6 hours. And my wife, she'll be getting off work here shortly. So I would like to greet her and see how her day has been going and everything. So I'm gonna get off. But hey, thanks, Chris, for inviting me on the show. And Truth Freeze, is good to hear from you and talk with you. And if I do any upcoming shows, I'm going to remind everybody that I am going to do a live election coverage on election day.
Nice.
Yeah, because me and my son, we're going to go vote at the voting place. He's 18. This will be the first year he votes. And so he's excited about that. So me and him are going. But that day,
are you going to be a reporter reporting it? Yes.
I don't know if I'm not going to go to the voting places and do it, but when I come back, I'm going to be covering live coverage on like all the stats on what's going on in all the states, and just kind of everything. I've always done it every year, done pretty much election coverage just on what's happening all the way up until they announce. Except this time they're not going to probably announce it for 2 months, so I don't know if I'll. No way. 4 months later, I'll still be on the air. I'll have like long beard. I won't have any strength left.
Everybody, I'm thinking like everybody. If you're in the city, like get out of the city on November 3rd just in
Right.
case?
You'll see me in my bunker. I'll have I've got my AR-15 and my pistol. And oh yeah, look, and so I'm always carrying. So I'm always
Oh, seriously,
I'm
people
always
really
strapped. So
people really need to be kind of on high alert, right? Around the, like what is it, Tuesday? I think.
Yeah.
Is it Tuesday or Wednesday?
yeah, it's Tuesday.
Okay, Tuesday. Yeah.
But for all the Democrats, it's Wednesday. Voting is for all Democrats is Wednesday. I forgot to tell them.
That's
For
right.
Tuesday for Republicans, look,
Yeah.
hey Chris, you know that Tuesday for Republicans and Wednesday for Democrats, they have to vote. So, but, that would be funny. We send out some disinfo like that.
Yeah.
But you guys and gals have a good night. I'm gonna sign off. I'm getting tired, and I haven't ate yet. And my dog's outside. I got to let him in.
It's been such a short time already.
Go a little bit longer. I mean, you're free to talk, say whatever you want. Truth free.
That's right. So I'll let Truth Freeze take over.
See if I can go 10 hours.
I'm signing off. You say what?
See if I can go 10 hours.
Right. All right. Well, you can sign me off then.
All right. I'll see you later,
talk
Mark.
to y'all later. Bye.
God bless. Thank you so much. Oh, I love it. Oh my goodness. Mr. Smooth, Liquid Smooth. Nice to meet you. Verbally, whatever. Wow.
I haven't seen many of your or at least I haven't gotten notifications lately. Have you not done any shows, or am I just not getting notifications?
Well, I'm on the 2 strike on the YouTube.
Oh, I just got my first one for talking about COVID protocols, and it was verified by 2 different doctors too. And all I did was repost their video and posted a 3-minute clip of it where he said this should be standard COVID-19 protocols. And
Wait. You got affected by it?
Huh?
You got affected by it or no?
They just gave me a strike. It said my next strike, I'll be suspended for like a week off of YouTube from doing live streams and things like that.
Well, I got strike 2, and they told me I think it was 2 weeks, right? I thought it was a month, but then strike 3 is like permanent, right? My sister's like, get a hard drive, because I'm like, I know it's gonna like. I'm not tech savvy, so I'm trying to like in my mind what's on YouTube versus what's on my internet, and I don't want to lose everything if I don't have to. I'm not gonna fret it too much, but yeah, I get it because I know the very next video I do is gonna be another strike, because anything to do with the truth about masks, the virus, the doctors, the protocol, the agenda. It's like, and otherwise, I'm not going to be post. That's all I post on. I don't see no point posting anything else.
Hey,
and it's funny.
Your strikes.
Wait, say again.
Have you appealed them?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yep. And so far, the first 2 I appealed, they were like, well, we're sorry, but what you appealed, but it's dangerous disinfo. I got an answer really quick, even though they said like, because of Corona, we don't got a lot of people on staff, blah, blah. And then really quickly, like, your appeal has been disapproved. It's dangerous disinfo. And him like, that is the reason of the disinfo. You guys calling it dangerous. You're not sharing it's maddening. It's insanity. It's psychosis. Oh, I mean, what are you gonna do?
What you have to do is if you had another YouTube channel, and then like when you now I'm not sure if you actually pay for the StreamYard or not, so I don't know. So
No,
you have to pay for it to do this, and it's only like $20 a month. But you can, like, if you created another YouTube channel, what you could do is maybe set it to private, maybe. And then that way, like while you're doing all your live videos, it's already backed up on your private channel or something.
See, you know what? I thought about I had I at some point about 4 or 5 years ago was given it all of a sudden my channel turned to like another name. And I'm like, what's going on? And it was like a JJ John Johnson. I'm like, really? You give me like a John Johnson name? And so I still have it as a second channel, I think, officially on YouTube. It doesn't have any videos or anything though on it, much. But I'm like, okay, I think I got a second. I don't know. My sister, I was just talking to my sister. I'm only concerned about my like PDFs, stuff I've saved, playlists. I would like to save if I could from YouTube. The playlists of do-it-yourself medicines and all that kind of stuff over the last 8 years, 7 years. But I'm not gonna like, I don't know. I'm not too concerned about it, but if I can, do something to save it, because I know I'm on strike two. In the minute, like in about 5 days, where I can like upload again and post, I'm gonna get strike three. I know it. Because that's all I can post about is stuff that they're gonna strike me about. So yeah. I might like, I don't know. I suppose I should work right now, do homework, and make another channel. That's what people say? But man, a lot of people realize YouTube, it's just it's petering out. It's short lived. It won't be long before it's over. I know they've scrubbed so much. I know like 5 years ago I could type in like green paper and get columns and columns of YouTube videos, green paper, no matter what it was, right? Today, you post something, you might get 4 videos in the column that are related, and that's it. It's like you guys really scrubbed it that much, like wow, and they have.
Yeah, the
You
only
get
way I know to somewhat get around that is when I put because it says when you do this YouTube search engine, it's always defaults for relevant, and I switch it to upload date. So if I'm searching for coronavirus or COVID-19, I might type in COVID-19 New World Order or something just to see who's making new videos about that. And if it's relevant, I won't find nothing. But if I switch it to upload date, I can maybe find some actual like newer YouTubers doing something. But other than that, like you can't just do the relevance search anymore. It's really hard. And one thing I could do for you though is if you ever went to something like BitChute or something like that, and let's say you were on the
Yes.
verge of getting kicked off, what I can do is I can put you on my website, Fishing for Truth. That way, if like maybe it might be easier for you just to suggest it and be like, yeah, it's like one of the sites, on the top of his page or something. Because like people who I actually know are like not agents and things like that put out decent information. Like I'm willing to put you like on the top of my site just so you can have that quick reference. Like, oh, if you want to find my channel, this is a real easy way to do it. So.
Oh, so wait, you're saying on BitChute?
Well, what I'm saying is, whether you go to BitChute or whatever platform you decide to go to,
Oh,
it's kind of hard to be like, yeah, go to BitChute / whatever your name's going to be on BitChute. There might already be another Truth Freeze or something, but what I'm saying I could do is I could like put on the top of my website, Fishing for Truth. I could put Truth Freeze videos, and that way if you just want to say, hey, you can just go to this site, look for my name, and I can make it real easy for people just to find your videos. If you need to go to another platform, you need some way to have your channel promoted on that platform.
nice. You're like, oh, you're one of these. Oh my goodness, this is what we need. Networking. You're one of the tech, truther but tech savvy getting by the games.
Oh yeah, well, see,
Sponsorship
the one
games.
thing you know about Mark Matheny's YouTube channel, it's like man, I wanted to find his channel, I couldn't remember what his name was. I was like, I know it's something like math. How do I spell it? You know, because he's got Matheny Apu on it, right? But I couldn't remember that, you know, because I only
Yeah.
saw it one time, and I'm trying to search, and I'm like, what the heck was this? He's got that odd YouTube name, and then he calls himself Sick Semper Tyrannis, which is
Right.
for a lot of people. I think that's why he doesn't get the views he needs. So what I need to also do is do him a favor and put his
Yeah. He needs to like.
channel on the top of my site too. That way he can just go fishing for truth, and that way someone can find him a lot easier, because I think fishing for truth is a lot easier for a lot of people to find. You just look at the top of my site, I'll have these channels listed. And
In other words, you know how to do some of that. Listen, he should be getting like thousands of views. I mean, he does later, I notice, but initially it'll be like 4 or 5. I'm like, what is going on? He is so shadow banned. It's like I at least from what I'm thinking, it's unbelievable, because he does such top-notch alternative news journalism with you know, not just his presentation, but the shares and all that, and what he cites and all that. It's like unbelievable that he gets like 4 views on live. Like, really, how does that happen, right? And then I'll look back later. He got it like over 1,000, but at the time, so he's being so shadow banned. Yeah, and it could be like you say, just using those 2 different names or whatever. You know, my brain can't understand the tech part of it, but YouTube name, 2 different names, whatever, that may be part of it. I don't know, but he's definitely shadow banned.
yeah, I just think it's just real hard for him to promote it when you don't have a real easy name to promote. That's why I picked this new name. I used to be The Protestant View when I had a website, and now they're trying to charge me $10,000 to have my name back. I'm like, man, forget it. I'd really like
Wow. Are you kidding? That's called extortion.
Yeah,
Wow.
10,000. No one else is gonna buy that. I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, I got high traffic, but you know, still no one's gonna buy it. No one bought that name because of the name. It wasn't high traffic because of the name. So I just picked Fishing for Truth, got the idea from somebody, and I was like, okay, that sounds good. And no one had it. I was like, wow, surprise. So
nice.
And the whole idea about me calling it that is just to kind of think of like whatever people I promote, just kind of think of them as ponds that you're going to go fishing in, you know, and some, you know, you're going to catch like some really good fish, and some, you know, you might just catch one really great fish, and maybe everything else in it's not that great. But, you know, I'm just going to try to promote all this so you can try to find the truth, you know, and piece it together. And
Stephanie said, short and sweet. That's what people want.
Yeah.
Yes.
But my website's a mess right now, but I'm gonna try. I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to organize it. Right now, I just got things thrown on there just so if I meet someone out on the street, I'm like, you know, I can't be like writing every single thing down. But if I go, hey, go to Fishing for Truth, check out the article section. I got things on there about Kavanaugh that pop right up, you know, or things about Barr, and or you know, go right to the home screen, Fishing for Truth. You know, as soon as you go there, you'll see right at the top of the page, you know, blah blah blah. You know, it's real easy for me to reference things to people out on the street if I got that. So that's why I have it. And then I figure, well, I'll promote other people too, and try to help everybody out.
Networking. Listen, under this, when you close this out, you should link that Fishing for Truth if you got it going already. It sounds like you do. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I got it going. I'll definitely put that in the info section.
Yeah.
But
You know what? Oh, you're mysterious. I love you. You're so like mysterious. You're like, it seems like you know so much. Oh my goodness. And I so appreciate that you're trying to help, put stuff out there. It's awesome. Awesome. I don't know.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to approach this whole game like some a different way. I mean, I've been trying to do it for like 14 years and trying to figure out. And to be honest, I was trying to juggle too much early on. I was almost working like 90 to 100 hours a week at work, and then trying to run a website, and then trying to get like a career as a DJ going. And it's like it was just kind of a mess. And I guess once I had kids, I just was like, okay, I think I'm just going to focus on just this. And then my DJ equipment got stolen. So I'm like, okay, now I'm really going to focus on just this. So,
See, the Lord, you know what? Everything you did, don't think for a second it was all for naught. No, because God planned you for the skills you got for a reason, for such a time. I'm telling you, like there are people that they go through like 7 years of hell. It's like, what did I do this for? What did I learn? Because it all like goes to pot as far as like making money off of it or whatever. There's a reason for the mundane stuff or seemingly mundane that you go through. It's for a reason, for so that you are skilled and able for such times that skills needed. It gets pulled together. It's like you don't even realize it until after. Let me give you an example. A local vet soldier lost both legs, almost died, had over 100 surgeries. He was on so many medications, he wanted to kill himself. He went to the local pool and he was like, I'm going to swim every day. And because I don't want to like suicide and embarrass my family and do it directly, I'm going to just swim and do laps, and then my heart will burst, and then it'll be like, okay, he just died that way. I just died that way. And each time he went to the pool and swam, he was able to get off more and more of his medicines. So he was on so many medicines. He had over 100 surgeries, lost both his legs, started doing laps, and then every day. And then he was finally off all his meds, but like one pain medicine. And he was like, that's the Lord worked through him to save him. And then he went on to he met, well, Prince Harry, not necessarily big thing, but in the some kind of games, Olympic games for handicap. And then but talking to other vets and helping other people with their troubles and problems, where he would have been dead. But it was like, I forgot how I got on track with that.
I remember because like, I was just telling you about like the thing, the things I was doing and and like my equipment getting stolen, and you're kind of telling me a story about basically how it sets you up for.
Yeah, yeah. So you can be on a path you don't know. You don't know. You could be like 7 years, like in like all this aggravation and stuff you learn. You don't know why. It's meaningless, whatever. But no, then you find out it's for a reason. I guess that was my point. Yeah, yeah. I mean, with the soldier, he was like going and swimming and like I'm gonna kill myself, and no, he was getting reformed to be able to help others. And that's the sort you can go down a path like, oh, I gotta learn something for 4 years, go to college, something I don't want to know about, and you don't know why. And then here, it's God put you on that path for a reason, for future time, to learn what you're doing, the skills you're learning. You may not even agree with them or be happy with it, but it's for a reason.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's kind of what the ever since I started keeping the Sabbath, that's kind of what it's been like for me too. It's like, man, I went through some hard times, just trying to keep Sabbath. Have my job threatened, my boss threatened to fire me, and I didn't even know what I'd be doing if I lost my job because I'm like, wow, man, it's real hard to get a job when you're a Sabbath keeper. There's, I mean, unless you got some crummy job. Even crummy jobs are hard to get because they're like, well, we need you to work Fridays and we need you to work Saturdays. And like, and I went through a lot, man, because like they were really rough on me at work and everything, trying to figure out ways to fire me for 15 years. And, but I tell you what, man, it built a lot of character because, man, when you've been through a lot, it's like, well, I'm definitely, not just going to give it up real easy after this. It's like you get offers to like, I don't know, kind of like sell out and things like that. And it's like, well, been through all this misery. I'm not going to sell out now.
That's right. And when you got children and a family, oh my goodness. Yeah. You're talking, yeah, it's when the rubber meets the road. And it's hard. God opens doors. He opens doors when you follow him, but it's it ain't it at the forefront. It's at the back front. And so like you don't know going into it. Like, oh my goodness, I can't not work and not feed my family. And wow. Oh my goodness. It's rough, but it builds you up. God builds us up and builds us up for if we follow, keep our eyes on him, he builds us up. That's what's amazing. Even though it all seems to be like at some point it could be all for naught, like we're gonna lose everything. Oh, but God pulls us through. It's amazing, following his path. It's not easy. It's not easy. It ain't. It ain't.
I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, when it's not easy. I mean, it really does build some character because, I mean, like I was working like a job, got a better job now. I just got this job this year, but in the past it was like I was working the dock, and in the winter times it'd get freezing. I get like below. I've worked days where it was like minus 50 degrees, and I'm a wimp when it comes to the winter time. I'm a wimp, and having to be forced to work like 10 hours in minus 50-degree weather. Like, I was like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through it, and then I have someone call me up and they're like, Chris, I can give you a job making, maybe $5,000 more, but and I was like, oh, that sounds great, and it's like, yeah, it's like this schedule, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, so I can work until 7 p.m. Fridays during the summertime, but during the winter I can't work that. And they're like, you can't work just 2 hours into the Sabbath in the winter. I'm like, no. I was like, can you work around it? No. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I got to stick with my job, So it's like I've had like offers like that over the years, and it's like after I give all that up, man, and did all that suffering, it's like, well, I'm not gonna, just sell out for like a few $1,000s, and
What is that movie? The marathon runner. They made a famous song from it. He was going to
Chariots
be
of Fire. Is that it?
the Olympics, but they planned it on the Sabbath or a Sunday for him, and he's like, I can't do it. Oh my goodness, is a famous movie, a song done with it.
Let me see.
Fire
Chariots
runners.
of Fire.
Yes.
Okay, that was it. All right.
Yes. And you know what? What happened with that man? He was like, I can't run. In his mind, I think it was like Sunday. Sunday was for him, and I can't do it. I can't play in the Olympics on that day. And they knew, you're gonna be the winner if you do. And they were like, you can't not. And he was like, no, I can't. And whatever happened, somehow how God honored his honor, and he still did well. I'm not even saying it right, but it worked out really well. It was like amazing, miraculously amazing. Chariots of fire, that because he honored God. In his honor was Sunday. Okay, so see, God works with us. He knows, like, for Christians, Sunday, for Jews, faithful Jews, it's Saturday. Um, so this man, I believe it was Sunday. He couldn't run or be in the Olympics or whatever, and somehow things happened that he still was able to do well for England, not on Sunday in the Olympics. It was really like a bizarre, miraculous turn of events, how it worked out. I don't recall the story properly, but it just was because this man said, you know what, even though I know and my people are pushing me that I gotta do the Olympics on this day, or I gotta do the Olympics because I'm gonna win for my nation. I cannot dishonor my oath to the Lord to honor the Sabbath, and I shall not do this on this day. And it still worked out for him. Yeah.
I guess it was Sunday because I was curious. I just now looked it up, man. Yeah, I guess it was that he believed Sunday was the Sabbath, which I don't know, a little Catholic.
That's how God is good. God is good. God is not the author of confusion, but God honors our love of him. He does. Well,
Yeah, the only thing I wish is I just wish the movie it was the seventh day and not the first. That's the only thing that kind of gets me about it. But
no, I understand that. And my daughter just asked my pastor. She's like, I'm worried about us being like Sunday versus Sabbath. And he said there is somewhere in New Testament scripture about the first day of the month after Jesus died and rose.
okay, now, oh man, that verse. It depends on where you put a comma in it.
All right.
When did Jesus rise on Sunday? Because if you put a comma someplace different, I gotta remember what verse that is. Because
it wasn't about. It was about first day of the week, though. Is what the saying was, and we all know that Sunday. Or I mean, I get confused.
Well, me personally, I don't think Jesus rose on Sunday. I think he rose
I'm so mad.
I think Jesus rose at the end of the Sabbath, and I think he rose just before sundown on Saturday, the seventh day. And I say that because it says he'll be in the grave 3 days and 3 nights. And so there was a high Sabbath that week, and I believe he was taken down off the cross before the high Sabbath. And and that's on a Wednesday. So that's Wednesday before sundown. So then you got Thursday before sundown, Friday before sundown, and then Saturday before sundown. So Saturday before sundown is the third day. So 3 days and 3 nights. I mean, and I think the verses allude to that. But the only thing is, it's like that. There's that one verse in the way it's translated in the King James. And a couple other Bibles, I think, where they put the comma at, and when you put that comma in a certain spot, it sounds like he rose Sunday. You put it in a different spot, and you can easily interpret it as after he rose on the Sabbath. I'll have to find that exact verse though.
Yes. No, I hear you. But what my pastor was just saying, and I don't know what I'm going to ask him when I see him again. But he does say in the New Testament, it talks about the first day of the week. And I always, all my life as a child, I always thought first day of the week that's Monday, right? No, you were so lied to. You no. Oh, it's Sunday. Last day of the week is Saturday. But see, it almost seems not arbitrary, but it matters. It matters, right? It does. But if they're saying first day of the week is a new day, but honor the Sabbath. So I don't know. I can't it's hard to reconcile that in my heart, in my mind. It is. It is. And then you got the Pope in the Vatican saying we're using Sunday as our club of declaration of authority over the world, making that the day to worship. And then you got Sunday blue laws in America. That was the thing not long ago. But the first day of the week is Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
On the Gregorian calendar, it's Sunday. I'm looking at my calendar right now. First day of the week, Sunday. But yet, in a weird psychological warped way, most people think the new week starts Monday. It's really weird.
Well, that's because it's the first day they go to work, and they do start thinking about that. And I think in other countries, they are trying to shift it to where Monday's recognized as the first day of the week.
Wow.
And I think that's kind of there's part of me that wonders if they'll really commit to doing that, because the whole thing is I think the devil wants it to be obvious that you're going that Sunday's the first day of the week. That way it knows you're giving more honor to him than you are to God. And when you're treating that like a Sabbath, because what you're doing is God, rested the last day of the week, and that's God's Sabbath is the seventh day because he created everything in 6 days. And the whole reason for the Sabbath is that's the day he rested. So now you got one day that's not like the other 6 days. That's why you have a weekly cycle. Well, now here comes the devil. Now, if I walk into a church and I'm wearing an upside down cross, because it's the opposite of a right side up cross, people go, "Oh, he must be a Satan worshiper." So I kind of think the same thing with Sunday. Saying you're going to church on a Sunday. It's like you're doing the exact opposite. Monday's the first day, Saturday's the last day, and you're doing the complete opposite. So I mean, I think there's kind of like a demonic thing there. God's truth, the devil's a liar. Devil wants the first, gives honor to the first day and calls it Sunday, and God gives honor to, and to the seventh day Sabbath. So,
yeah, yes, no, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, just shaking my head, trying to make sense of it, because I'm still on one hand, I understand that the Sabbath is Saturday. Or no, the last day of the week. Yeah.
Just Saturday, yeah.
Yeah.
Or sundown Friday till sundown Saturday. But I mean, if we were really biblical, as soon as the sun went down on Friday, we'd start calling it Saturday. But you start calling it Saturday, people will be real confused.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. So what other topics?
Vaccine. Oh,
yeah, sure. I mean, you talk about that all you want, because it's my channel. I don't mind if you talk about it on my channel. If something happens, it happens.
Listen, Dr. Urso, URSO. Oh my goodness. He's given a few press conferences recently. He's one of the frontline doctors. He's like, look, hydroxychloroquine being banned, that would be one of the top-notch medicines. He said with all his sick patients, he's been using bronchodilators and steroids and aspirin with good effect. So, like albuterol, probably, and then your steroidal inhaler, and 100 milligram aspirin per clot prevention with rapid good effect. Like, really? Okay. On top of, like, everybody should be on vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc. But then NIH put out a memo to all the nation's doctors. Do not treat patients with mild, moderate symptoms of corona or respiratory distress, whatever, unless they need oxygen. Like, don't give them any medication. Really, NIH, you want them all dead.
Yeah, see that's the worst time, and it's like I've already heard a couple of doctors. Dr. Zelenko spoke against doing something like that, and so has Mobeen. They both said the thing you got to do is you got to treat it aggressively early. If you treat it aggressively early with hydroxychloroquine, zinc, and azithromycin, or instead of hydroxychloroquine, you could also use ivermectin. He said you use these three things early. As soon as someone shows like symptoms of it, and they should be, and this is on a study with patients in their 60s that are high risk, which Dr. Zelenko did, and out of these super high risk patients, only 3 out of 100 needed hospital care, but there was no deaths.
Yeah. And so really, like how can the NIH, National Institute of Health, recommend to the nation's doctors, do not treat patients with any medication unless they need oxygen. When if they're in the first stages, treat it early to give them the best hope. And Dr. Urso, one of the frontline doctors, using bronchodilators, steroid, and aspirin, great success. And yet they want more deaths. They want more death numbers. No, doctors, wait till they need oxygen. Then give them. Like it. Honestly, he just said, if I did not hear him right, Dr. Urso, URSO, the NIH said, doctors of America, do not treat any patients with mild, maybe even moderate symptoms unless they need oxygen. That means like anybody coming in starting to have troubles, don't give them any medicine. And yet, albuterol or bronchodilators and steroid inhalers and aspirin, he has treated with great success. So, in other words, they're like basically laying out the groundwork for really bad. Like, let them go into really bad states before you help them. Why? Well, it's blatant to me.
Yeah, it is criminal. No, I've accused the Indiana Health Department of committing murder by not even having these protocols, because they don't have to wait for the FDA. In my opinion, we're like all these states that have marijuana laws and things like that. Are they waiting for the federal government to make marijuana legal? No, they're just going and selling it in Colorado, right? So don't tell me they can do that with marijuana, but they can't have their own COVID protocols, in each state. I mean, heck, New York banned saying that doctors could prescribe hydroxychloroquine. So it's like, so if they can ban it, and can't Indiana have its own rules where it says, hey, we're going to allow it?
Well, the thing is, I know that New York did ban it. So, like, if a doctor prescribes the hydroxychloroquine for a patient and they went into a pharmacy, the pharmacist calls the doctor, and this is so new, never happened before. Pharmacist calls the doctor. Did you prescribe hydroxychloroquine for this patient for COVID? If the doctor says yes, the pharmacist tells them you cannot do that, and this doctor then is threatened with his license being revoked. Never before. This is so new. You don't get pharmacists calling doctors, questioning them. Why did you prescribe this medication? Now, if it was for lupus, something else, it's okay. But if it is for coronavirus, then no, you cannot do it. And they are threatened with having their license pulled. But it's not just New York. I believe, if I'm correct, the FDA banned it nationwide, all of America, in India, in South America, in Brazil, in many, many, many continents. This hydroxychloroquine is on the counter along with vitamins, and it's effective for virus. And in COVID, it's prescribed at a low dose, very low dose, very safe. High doses, oh yeah, you can have like blindness and troubles at a high dose.
And arrhythmias.
Yes. But at what they're prescribing for COVID, it's like 1/7 at a low dose. So at the whole FDA, all of America, it's banned in all of America. And pharmacists now can call doctors and threaten to pull their license indirectly. This is a new game, never before happened. So this frontline doctor, URSO, URSO, said because of the banning, he's like, now he treats his patients with like probably albuterol, I'm guessing, in fluoxetinase, inhalers that are like bronchodilators and steroid inhalers, and 100 milligram aspirin with great success. All his patients. In other words, breathing treatments, right? When people first get sick. And then beyond that, there are places that they use ECMO and they use CPAP and BiPAP, ventilator treatment protocol that was first prescribed, that gave New York City its deaths, was murder. They knew it. 90%, 80 to 90% deaths on the ventilator. 80 to 90%.
Oh, I remember
you're dead.
In April, where this doctor, he was like, I think we're making a mistake. Like, this sounds like and it sounded like a doctor that was like he didn't. Yes. There's like some conspiracy to lock things down, and he was actually. It sounded like he was someone that was actually kind of for it, but he was sitting there still questioning, like, I don't think these ventilators are a good idea. I think we're killing people with them, to be honest.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
like
New York City doctor.
articles and
He
here's
was
videos
given.
like that.
He was given charge to set up a whole new emergency room for COVID. I know who said Chloe. I can't remember his name. He said, I don't think we're treating the right thing. It's looking like we're like these people are dying right in front of us. Their pulse ox is so low. They're talking to us though like they're normal, and it's like high altitude. He was onto it. He was onto it in the very beginning, and then his video got scrubbed. And I know exactly who you're talking about. But you listen to some nurses and doctors who whistleblowed. You won't find it on YouTube anymore. It's all on BitChute now. A nurse, Erin. She came from Florida. She went to Elmhurst, New York City.
Oh, I think I saw that one.
Yeah. She was like, they're murdering. They murdered by vent. She said they came in with anything. They were sedated, tethered, told if you don't get on the ventilator, you're gonna die. And then they were put in a coma, on the ventilator, and then put prone on their stomachs. That blows the lungs out. 80-90% death rate. And the one patient she had that survived, he was a drug addict. So when he was sedated, it didn't take. So when they intubated him, he pulled the tubes, he extubated himself.
Oh
and he
my
walked out.
gosh. Oh, I've just seen pictures of that, and it's just, oh my gosh, just the thought of it freaks me out.
The reason he went in, he had high blood sugar, not COVID. He saved his life because he was a drug addict. And she was crying. And she was like, every patient I had, they murdered. It's a horror story. And it's still not known today. I'm telling you, this gets me so much. People are so mad at Governor Cuomo for killing the seniors because of putting known infected into nursing homes. One of 5 governors to do that. And he had a Navy ship he could have used and a whole center to put known corona sick patients in. And no, they got to go to the nursing homes. But this was murder by vent. It gave America the corona numbers. It's wicked. It's so bad. And still, most people don't know it. It drives me nuts. It does.
Well, one thing I called for early on when I did a video back in April where I was calculating excess death rates. So I was like, okay, so people want to say, oh, you can't quite figure out like who's really dying of corona or not. I was like, okay, here's one thing I'll do. I'll calculate excess death rates. And I could not find any excess death rates in about 47 of the states. And I went through this long PDF file or Excel file that the CDC had on their website. And it took forever because, man, there's so much data in it, man, it bogs your computer down. But I went through this whole file, man, on a week I had off of work and just went through this boring file, calculating the numbers. For about 45 of the states had no excess death rates that you could detect. Like you couldn't tell from like this year from the last year in excess deaths. But you go to New York and New Jersey and Michigan, and those 3 states, it was like 300% increases in New York. I think almost nearly the same in New Jersey, and about I think it was like 50% more deaths than the year before during that time period from February to April. It had 50% more deaths, but no place else in the United States had any kind of increase. And it's like, so, it just kind of backs up the story that, there was something weird going on in New York. And I said, look, we either need to lock down New York and make sure no one leaves that state, because they obviously got some virus, some form of COVID that's worse than the rest of the world, or else they're murdering people.
Yep, exactly. Exactly what you said. You found stats that show, because you get, there's so many ways to twist statistics, but it sounds like what you said. You showed that there's an exorbitantly higher amount from all the other years. What's the reason, right? But it shows that this is new. There's extra high death rate, New York City area.
Yeah, it was okay. It was like 3 times more than the second worst hit country. I mean, percentage wise, as far as like increase in death numbers, I'm not saying like, New York had like more people who died, but the percentage of people of increase of deaths in New York was more than any other country in the world.
See, there you go. Yes. And it probably will never come out, but it's top down, by design. Governor Cuomo used the National Guard to go to upstate New York to procure and steal ventilators to bring them to New York City, under the guise that, well, we got a lot of people here, and we all, if we get swamped and hit, we're going to need these ventilators to save lives. But yet, every ventilator, $39,000 for every ventilator COVID death. 39,000. One ventilator with 20 patients, 20 times $39,000. That's how much money they got. Plus 19,000 for every. It's all in New York and probably all of the nation. $19,000 Medicaid reimbursement for every corona treated patient in the hospital. But if they got on the ventilator, 39,000. So that's a lot of money each ventilator gives. Trump put a Navy ship on the West Coast and the East Coast and helped New York with a Javits Center for COVID infected to go so they don't infect anybody else. Governor Cuomo didn't use that. He sent known infected patients from hospitals into nursing homes that caused, I think, about 40,000 at least deaths to the seniors. But you got to think the vent death. This, to me, that's the key thing. Everybody coming into the hospital put on a ventilator, they were got a 90% chance of dying. And then $39,000 given or procured, whatever was the cost given, reimbursed, whatever. So one ventilator, say like 10 patients, 39,000 times 10, $390,000. Cuomo, early on in this, said, we don't have enough ventilators in New York City. We got to get more. And he sent the National Guard to go get them and steal them from different areas and bring them to New York City. Oh my God. It's a horror movie, a Hollywood horror movie. I say murder by vent, murder, vent, death.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play this video, but I'll post the link in the chat room, and whenever this video I'm done streaming, I'll post the link in the information box. But this is the video I did. I titled it "CDC Coronavirus: Are there really more deaths this year?" And in that particular video, I did go into like the excess deaths of New York compared to last year, and then I compared like South Dakota and all these other states that barely locked down at all, and showed their deaths, and how like there was no more deaths this year than there was last year's.
Have you seen? Did you see the video I was referencing with the nurse Erin? It got scrubbed from YouTube. It's on BitChute, and her name is Erin. She's a military nurse, came from Florida, worked at Elmhurst, the epicenter of, the New York City deaths. And she explains how they had like a dentist running an ICU or ER room. There were people practicing because they called doctors and nurses from all over. While nurses and doctors have been furloughed, ironically, but New York City did a big call, like calling all nurses and doctors from everywhere, come to New York City. And they were using it as like a testing time. Like, oh, you don't know how to put in a central venous line? We'll let you can practice now. Doctors were given by Deborah Birx's task force with Fauci the green light to do DNR. Without DNR, like do not resuscitate, usually is done by the patient and the family, right? But doctors were given the green light. Like, well, because it's a pandemic and we're in troubled times, if you think you got a DNR somebody, go ahead. You can do it. If they go into cardiac arrest, you don't got to revive them, whatever. Nurse Erin, did you? Yes.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm showing it up on the screen right now. And
but did you actually see it?
Yeah, I put the link in the chat also in case anyone wants to see it. It's Erin Marie Alzewski, the honest nurse at NYC Elmhurst Hospital. I remember seeing this video. I watched most of it when it first came out. Oh, this doesn't even. There's like some parts in it though where she's actually like going undercover. I'm just kind of clicking the screen. I didn't want to hit the play.
Yes.
But there's parts where she actually goes undercover and shows things with a video camera.
Yep. Like we're being told to DNR, and they're like, if he goes into a code, I'm going to jump on him. I'm not listening to this doctor. She said there's a dentist and her eyes get wide. She's not kidding. Like a dentist allowed to be in charge of, the ICU, not like, like pediatric or like let's clip toenail area of the hospital. I'm telling you, she ain't the only one. There are nurse practitioners, other MDs and other nurses spoke out on the murders and deaths in the New York City hospitals. They were crying about it. She ain't the only one.
Yeah, one thing I did early on was I was talking to a doctor. He kind of said, he was questioning the whole ventilator thing. And so I went on to a random CPAP machine because I wanted to see a video about a CPAP machine and BPAPs because I wanted to see what they were and compare them to ventilators. And so this is like a video that was a couple of years old. I just thought I'd leave a comment and go, I wonder if this is if using ventilators might be killing people. And some EMT from New York actually like responded to that comment I left on that YouTube video. So I guess he's like randomly watching it. And he goes, yeah, man, it's like my brother. He came down with COVID and he works at the same hospital. And I said I didn't want him to go on a ventilator, but they could put him on one anyway, and he wound up dying.
My pastor is an anesthesiologist. He said he was called back to work. He said, I looked into it, and he said a panel of 19 international experts are calling for protocol that makes no sense. And then he went on to say, you put people in a coma. He said, look, when you're going to do surgery on somebody, you're going to put them on anesthesia, you put them in a coma. He said, if you don't, they're likely to get up off the table and walk away, which cracked me up. Somebody do surgery and you're wide awake, you're going to get up and walk off the table. You put them in a coma. Then you put them on the ventilator. He said, but they want to put them prone. And he said, look, in all my years of working, he said, once in a while, a burn victim or something, we had to put him prone, but we had to balance everything carefully. He said, the ventilator tends to blow out the lungs. You put people in the prone, you're going to blow out the lungs. He said, it makes no sense. And it's funny. His video, he had just started to get on YouTube before Corona hit. And he got like 40 views, 20 views. All of a sudden, he does COVID, that one, and he got like 80,000 views. And, but what he said, it hits me. Panel of 19 international experts are deciding protocol. And it makes no sense. Put people in a coma, put them on the ventilator, and put them in the prone position. He said that's likely to kill people. It rings in my ear to this moment. They knew all along. They knew. And guess what? This Dr. Urso, URSO, recently, he's doing some videos. He's one of the frontline doctors since they banned hydroxychloroquine. He said using just bronchodilators, steroids, and aspirin. Quick, effective remedy for almost all patients with COVID symptoms. Basic albuterol or your bronchodilator, prednisone inhaler, and aspirin. And that wouldn't be even the first choice, but that's been working in aspirin, working with great success. Hydroxychloroquine would have been like probably the first choice before ventilator. But in New York City, how they get the numbers early, everybody that came into the hospital, everybody with anything but COVID was turned away, and anybody with any respiratory signs, sedate them, tie them to the bed, tell them if they don't get on the ventilator, they're probably going to die, put them on the ventilator, giving them an 80, 90% chance of dying, and there you go. Murder, vent murder, New York City.
Yeah, see up on the screen right now, I'm showing when I did this video back in April 30th, it had one comment, and I allow every single comment, so I don't know why YouTube blocks people's comments, but that's not me, and I've tried everything I could to allow every single comment. So maybe that was something saying, hey, I agree with you, this happened, and YouTube blocked it. But anyway, but yeah, as you can see here, I put in this video that you can see these death statistics from like 2019 in New York, and you can see that there's like around this week of time, this many people died this week in New York. About 2,000 people would die, during 1 week in March. But then it's like if you go a little bit further into the video, let's see here. This is about the 12-minute, 50-second mark. Let me see if I can pull it up. because it starts going into 2020, go a little bit more, but you'll start to see like the deaths shoot up to like, yeah, here we go, like in April. So like you can compare April of last year in New York and the late weeks of March, and it's like all of a sudden you start seeing this year it's like 3,400 deaths compared to like 2,200 deaths last year, right?
Wow.
That's like a pretty significant increase. And then it's like you know, and then in the second week of April, it's double that amount. It's like 4,200 deaths. So it's like what's going on there, you know? It's like you're like 2,000 more people died during that week of April than last year, or the year before. Yeah, last year. Can't quite get it. I don't want to play the whole video or anything.
No,
I
no.
just kind of want to give
You know
people
what,
just
too?
a sample of the statistics I was looking at.
Yes. And it seems like it was primarily like in New York City, you're like what you call your public hospitals versus private. I'm not sure the difference, but according like to that nurse and some of the nurses, it was your poor areas where it'd be like almost all Medicaid. And don't forget, every vent case, COVID vent case, $39,000 per person. So one vent is bringing 39,000 times however many patients go on it. And Como wanted as many vents as he could get his hands on, sending the National Guard to steal ventilators from other areas of New York State to bring them to New York City.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So this was your hub, the epicenter, in your city hospitals where it'd be more Medicaid, poorer people coming in. And like I say, the one guy, he's like, he had high blood sugar. And because he was a drug addict, the sedation didn't take. So when they sedated him and tied him up and intubated him, getting him ready to be on the vent, it didn't take. And he extubated himself. He pulled the tubes out because he was a drug addict and the sedation didn't take. Otherwise, he'd be dead. He'd be one of the dead. That's what happened early on in New York City to give America, not just New York, America, the corona numbers to help give this spread of all these measures we're still dealing with today, or now, back in March, April. You can't make it up. It's like a horror movie come to life that happened. And then you got this Governor Cuomo at the same time, not wearing a mask, writing a book, and going like, we're worrying about and caring about the children, and seniors are still in lockdown, and they're doubling down on children being masked in school.
Oh.
But ain't just New York. It's White House down, task force down. This is federal on down. Every weekly task force meetings with governors of all states. They're doubling down on the mask, distancing, numbers at meetings. How many? Like if you're going to do like Thanksgiving, Gavin Newsom, California, like 2 families only. Like if you got 3 kids, you better invite only 2. Unbelievable. The depth they're going. and they're doubling down on it right now. They're actually doubling down. Start enforcing, impose fines and imprison up to 6 months. People who violate the mask and distance and crowd control.
And Truth Freeze, aren't you from New York? Don't you live in New York right now?
Yes, I do. On the left side of New York. Yes, Buffalo.
All right,
Yep.
that's what I thought. Just so my viewers would have an understanding of like, you know, like what your level of knowledge is and things like that, because you're like right in the heart of all of this, but almost.
This is for those who are trusting that Trump is going to save everything. What I fear is, I might be wrong. I pray I'm wrong. I think he's like a Pied Piper because he publicly shows that he's like anti-vax, anti-mask, and yet behind the scenes, the task force, and he may not be in control of it at all, but they are doubling down on these recommendations of public health that go against our constitutional rights, the mask mandates, the distancing, the closing and killing small business, the culling of our food supply, all of it. They're doubling down. And they have weekly meetings. And Trump said, months ago that he deployed. He didn't say he was gonna or did or will. He said he deployed the military and other forces for when the vaccine is ready, because it's going to be a big, big job.
Yeah, I figured you'd love that comment when you heard it at that debate.
Yeah. I mean, what does that mean? I mean, really? And then Q trusts a plan. Well, he's really anti-vax, you know.
I agree with you 100% on all of this that you're saying right now.
Here's the thing. Oh, listen, in my area, this is amazing. In the last 2 weeks, I learned we got some groups that are forming, networking, in like Watchmen groups and this and that. That is our part of our remedy. Okay, aside for Jesus alone is going to save us, keeping our eyes on Jesus. The fact is, every area needs to get sort of like community, neighborhood ready. Get with like okay, there's a few groups in my area that formed, and one is like they push retired police, veterans, nurses, doctors, people, the teachers, homeschooling, all that. Like, let's get together in a group to get together and be one united like body against what's coming at us, and helping one another. That's the only, really, all we can do. We're not going to change the whole nation. We're not going to change our whole state. And when the lights go out, your immediate neighbors are what's going to matter. Seriously, like if we imagine the lights go out for like 3 months, the electric goes out for 3 months in your neighborhood, your immediate neighbors are going to be what matters. Not necessarily even your family, your brothers and sisters and all that. Your immediate neighbors. And that's what we probably need to really focus on at this point now, forming support systems within our community neighborhoods, I would say. Yeah.
Oh, I completely agree. Yeah. But the trouble is, though, it's like a lot. it's pretty hard for at least for me to try to do it because it doesn't seem like anyone's awake in my vicinity. Like
Yeah.
they
But
get
listen, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. And I heard other people saying that, I've heard other people lamenting that. But I just recently, indirectly, when I wasn't looking for like, where's my community like groups, um, indirectly finding constitutional groups, um, Second Amendment, First Amendment in my area. Then come to find out, oh, they have been all along, uh, networking and forming and growing. And so don't try to like in a nutshell type in where's my local community group, but
Yeah.
go like constitutional groups in my area, um, First Amendment, Second Amendment, and that's how I found it. And I found out that it's way broader than what I thought. And then you start networking with those people. I was like, wow. I just in the last few weeks, I'm like stunned. Oh, a local guy got arrested, not wearing a mask, and a group said like meet at this courthouse, and we went there, and then we found out, oh, we can't go in. It's now called a Unified Court of New York. In a watchdog guy, like an attorney, he was like, they're now militarized. In all the hospitals are militarized in New York. And in the court system said people can't come in with this guy, not allowed anymore. And that was just last week, and we're like, wow, it's like eye opening. Unified Court System of New York. Wow.
Oh, I heard nothing about this. Wow, that's blowing my mind.
I look, I the guy talked. I can't share it yet with my footage because I'm like on a YouTube strike until I think the 3rd or 5th, but I will as soon as I can. But yes, it's like, yes, I was like, that was stunning, stunning. He said, like, it's all in the hospitals are like militarized, where if you come in, in the triage, in the room where they check you out and all that, it's all military now, full on military. In our airport the week before that, one of the groups went in front of our Buffalo airport, and because the National Guard was sent there by Governor Cuomo, everybody getting off the plane, they wanted to like track and trace them, make sure they filled out their form, where you from, because he quarantined. He put every state on quarantine in New York, except like 4 adjacent states. If you come from anywhere, you're supposed to 14 days quarantine. If you come to New York, you better quarantine for 14 days. And the National Guard is in our airports, not in a humanitarian, but as a police state in New York. All New York airports as of last week.
How could you run that by me one more time? What did you say that's at all New York airports?
All the governor of New York, Cuomo, put almost all states on a quarantine list. If you come from another state to New York, you got to quarantine for 14 days. And we're going to track and trace you. But now they got National Guard at most of the airports to get people coming off the planes from other states and make them fill out forms to track and trace them. And so the National Guard is being deployed as a police under Title 10, I think it is, under a police action versus humanitarian. Like almost all the time in America, if National Guard's deployed, it's under humanitarian. help, natural disaster, handing out water, food, whatever, sandbags. But in this case, as a police state, our National Guard in New York at the airports as of like 2 weeks ago. Yep, in New York.
I am so glad I decided to keep this live stream going, man, because this is awesome info. I mean, I'm glad you're sharing everything you're sharing with me.
Yeah, it's surreal in my mind. I can't believe it. I feel like I feel like I'm in Saturday Night Live meets the Twilight Zone. I really do. It's
Yeah,
like, is this real?
yeah. I mean, that's what I keep thinking. I refuse to wear the mask, and it's because not just because I can't breathe in it and it makes me real uncomfortable, but it's kind of like I feel like if I was to ever cave into wearing that mask, like I'm just like keeping everybody in a trance, because I feel like me walking around without a mask looking normal. Like I'm trying to snap people out of that. Like, dude, this isn't normal. I'm normal. You're not.
Right, right. Well, you know what? The mask, it doesn't just damage and kill our brain cells and put us in a carbon dioxide anesthesia and reduce our oxygen to unsafe OSHA levels.
Oh yeah, I saw that video where
Also,
that guy, that fireman, he's got one of those carbon dioxide and oxygen level detectors. He shoves it up under there, and he shows that it drops below the OSHA limit.
yes.
So, and it starts going off and buzzing. It's like I really want to buy one of those. That's why I kind of hope people, like, I don't know, like trying to rack up just enough donation money just to go out and buy that. And I want to take that to I want to take that to the school board. To be honest, I want to say, look, I'm mad.
Oh, you
Shove
made a
that
great
under there,
point.
right in front of like the principal and or the school board director, and just be like, just shove it in there and have it go off and be like, I can't hear you. My oxygen level's low. And just shove that under my mask and just keep yelling at them about why these kids got to go to school with a mask on that reduces their oxygen level.
It's a genocide. And you know what? It's amazing. Within seconds, with the OSHA probe under the thinnest of masks, it goes below the 19.5% safe oxygen level. But beyond that, you also get the extra carbon, you get the carbon dioxide flooding. But you brought up a great point, the board meetings. I'm always jealous. Like, I'm in New York. I see, like, on YouTube, people in California, they're always before their board speaking, even though they get cut off after 5 minutes. They get to speak their piece and they make points, and it's like, yeah. And I'm like, and I realized, like, okay, my area must have board meetings. And then I find out when I go to my municipal board meeting, my municipal building, I had to because my dog got impounded and I had to get its license. And they tried to make me wear the mask and they didn't know what to do. I'm like, I can't wear a mask. I won't wear a medical. Sorry. And they're like, they didn't know what to do. And they're like, well, we'll mail you. I'm like, no, you can't mail me. My dog's in the pound. I need the license now. Well, anyhow, long and short, I'm like, our supervisor just okayed an LED light system. That's the way to 5G. And I missed it. And he was like, oh, the board meeting actually was like last week here. And I was like, that's what it is. That's where I got to go. Everybody needs to know where their local board meetings are and just go to them. I'm like, oh, because I read in the newspaper that the supervisor okayed the largest $20 million project ever. New LED lights with smart somethings on them. And I know it's the way to 5G. And no comment from the board. And I was like, what? So that's what it is. Just like your local board, find out where your local board meetings are, and then start going to them. Find out what's going to be the topic. That's one local way. Kind of late in the game about it all, but it's one way to slow this stuff down. Your local board meetings.
So right now I'm pulling up a website showing oxygen detectors and just showing.
Yeah.
And they got that.
And OSHA, it's amazing. OSHA, like if you go to like on YouTube, you go like on safe oxygen level. Oh, fact checkers, not true. It's so funny. OSHA back down. We need to push OSHA. Hold their feet to the fire. They're now backing away from unsafe oxygen level working conditions.
Oh.
You know what? It's already documented. They can't erase it. They already have documents from years ago about unsafe oxygen levels under 19.5%. They can't undo it. It's great. Even though they're being pushed to say well, we don't not recommend a mask because unsafe oxygen levels. But they could say that now. It doesn't matter. Their documents show that if you have to work under less than 19.5% oxygen level, it's unsafe.
Yeah, I'm on a website right now that show that they sell gas detectors here. Right here, they got the OSHA, all the OSHA documentation. 23.5% volume, maximum safe level, 21% oxygen concentration of air. Then the minimum safe level, and it's got OSHA right by it. Minimum safe level, OSHA, NIOSH, which is another organization. And it says 19.5%. But that's minimum. Minimum.
Yes. Yeah.
And then it's like, once you get under that 19.5, you get to impairment of judgment starts to be evident.
Yes. And within seconds from OSHA workers with a probe that you said you'd like to buy, they've got at least 2 different ones I've seen already. Within seconds, with the thinnest of mesh masks, it'll start beeping within seconds. And it'll go to like 17. That is brain damage, death. And they can say all they want that, well, we don't not recommend masks, but they can't. Okay, there are masks. There are times you wear a mask. You wear an NP95 bottom line respirator, properly fitted and worn correctly, because you're in an environment, you're getting toxic fumes, or if you're a mechanic or with vapors, whatever. There are times that filtration is better than you're breathing the air year round. But they can't like routine mask wearing, and then it gets under 19.5% within seconds. They can't like stick. They're trying to play both. They've been compromised. Oh, they already got documents out there about unsafe oxygen levels under 19.5%, which happens within seconds with the thinnest of face coverings. And so every worker needs to call OSHA and tell their boss, I'm calling OSHA on you. If you're going to make me wear a mask, you're making me work in unsafe limits. And these aren't just general, like I'm going to slip maybe and crack my head. I am damaging my brain cells every minute I wear this mask. Oh, surgeons and nurses wear them all the time. Guess what? In operating rooms, they have great ventilation And oftentimes they pump extra oxygen. And even so, surgeons will get shakes and damage from wearing the mask. But what I love is it's already old document. They can't hide the old documentation. It's already there. So they can say today, well, we can't, like, it's not true. It's fact checked. It's not true that we don't recommend a mask. Yeah, it is if it blocks safe oxygen levels. In your own reports, record it. It's published in history. You can't undo it. And then you could do a pulse ox. That's one thing. But the main thing is the probe that the OSHA workers have, the probe that goes under the mask in real time as you're wearing a mask to let you know how much oxygen you're breathing in when you wear that mask. That's key. The oximeters, pulse oximeters.
What'd you say it's called?
It's a probe that goes under the mask. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look up now because I mean, if one's only like maybe $250, I might just go buy. Like, I'm like so mad. I really want to confront these people and just like confront them with everything. You know?
No, you don't got to. Just find the videos. They're probably scrubbed. They might be on BitChute. I've seen at least 2 OSHA workers with the probe. They put it under the mask. Within seconds, it beeps with those stretchy masks. Not even, the thin masks, stretchy. And it goes beeping off. It's a probe to show the oxygen level, like under the mask as you're breathing, versus the pulse ox, which shows your oxygen level. But even that, the pulse ox, they're cheap today. In nurses and doctors, you cannot wear a mask and not have that go down. It does, to unsafe levels. It's like common sense. But again, in the operating room, where nurses and doctors do need to wear a shielding, maybe not a mask, but a shielding. But when they wear the mask, they have extra oxygen pumped in the room oftentimes, and they have great ventilation. It's just like, okay, if you're outside when it's like 10 degrees, you're wearing a mask or a scarf, you're still breathing fine. The oxygen flow isn't impeded because the conditions, the colder air and all that. I'm not trying to complicate everything, but the probe that they put under the mask, OSHA, that's key. That really is. There's videos. You don't got to buy one. Just find the videos for OSHA workers or OSHA probes under the mask that show in real time as you're breathing how much oxygen you're getting when you breathe with the thinnest of masks on you. And it's going to beep. It's going to be below the threshold of 19.5%. It'll be like about 17.
Yeah, see, I found this guy. He's
Oh yeah, yep.
So I mean, I guess I could go share it with sound. It's only like 2 minutes long. Here, let me just undo it and then redo it.
Do it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and play this one. It's good for the talk.
That's a good one. He covers a lot. Yeah.
Oh.
We'll do a little test here today. A lot of people are saying they're getting headaches and stuff and wearing a mask that they're requiring us to wear pretty much everywhere we go. And we'll test oxygen level under a mask using an OSHA-approved air quality monitor that tests for oxygen levels, hazardous gas levels, LEL, CO, NH3, H2S, stuff like that. This monitor is bump tested every day. It's calibrated every 30 days. OSHA requires 19.5% oxygen to work in a space. Look it up. Normal oxygen levels is anywhere from 20 to 21, right in that area. So I'm gonna do a little test here. I'm gonna put the sampling tube at the corner of my mouth, and I'm not exerted. I'm just standing here. So we're gonna put it right here. That's going straight to the air quality monitor. And we'll see what the oxygen level is. So I've got 20.5, okay, 20.6. That is the oxygen level without the mask. Now I'm going to set the camera down, put that mask on. Okay. Do the same test, those in the same spot. You can hear the alarm going off. That means that there is a hazardous atmosphere. And we'll see what the levels are. 17.4. 17.5, it's starting to go back up. Okay.
17.4.
It's going to clear at 19.5.
Oh, crap.
And that's what is required to work in a space. So if you're wondering about headaches and stuff like that, there's why. Because you're not getting enough oxygen. If you're exerted, working, running, whatever the case may be, it's only going to get worse from there. So, you know, it is what it is. You're not going to see this on the news because they don't want you to know this on the news. So take it for what it's worth.
I'll go ahead and throw the link to that video into the chat. In case someone wants to share that on Facebook or something. Boy, 17.5. So we saw, like, when I put that up there, we saw when I was showing that earlier, that website, when I went to go for mask shopping, that like 17 was really bad. Like, I want to find that site again if I can. But so I'm gonna go share that screen. And Truth Freeze, if you're coming back, just remember your mic's muted, so you're gonna have to unmute it. I know I forget sometimes, so just kind of reminding you. But anyway, so in that video, he said when he had that mask on, it was 17.5. Look at this. Impairment of judgment starts to be evident. So you got your kid walking around in school, around 17%. You see this? I mean, that's way below minimum safe levels. So yeah, I think I can't really afford it, but I think I'm going to wind up putting one of these on my charge card, and just go to a school board, stand in front of them with it, and I just want to see the look on their face when they try to explain this to me. Go to some school principal, and see them try to explain this to me. Maybe people, they see me do a video on it, and they'll reimburse me if they think, hey, good work, man. But man, after that, wow. Yeah, I just want to do that right in front of them and have them explain why my kid would have to wear a mask while going to school.
Well, because of Corona.
Yeah, I guess let's give them brain damage, and impair their judgment. I mean, you're going to school to learn, but yet you're going to make sure their judgment's impaired while they're learning. I guess that makes the kind of schooling you want to teach them it fits in with it, right? Because it's like you're not really learning these kids anyway, or teaching them anything. So maybe they
Well,
need to go to school with their judgment impaired to be able to fit in with the whole agenda.
exactly. Spiroskouras. He has done. He's an investigative journalist, but he exposed, and so did Leonard Ulrich. This Rockefeller lockstep made in 2010. Like it's more than Event 201, but it's well basic bottom line plan, like how to get on full control of the world, how to do it, and you know, yeah. Oh, okay. So a mask impairs breathing and harms, but well, under emergency, uh, everything goes. You know, it's the umbrella. It's the gift that never stops giving. Under emergency declaration is how the governors in our federal government and the globalists all the world over are justifying lockdown, killing, genocide, culling food, uh, 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 killing small mom and pop businesses, small business. Um, it's under this umbrella of emergency declaration is kind of like the be end all end or all end. It's the gift, and then the pandemic is the best emergency. Global pandemic. Pandemic is a worldwide emergency, and under this, everything else trickles. That's the way. It's the emergency and the pandemic and the health crisis. And departments of health all of a sudden have all this like power that you never knew of. It's amazing.
It certainly is.
Yeah, people think right now, like the mask mandates and public social distancing and all that, it's under these departments of health and under commerce. It's the governors are trying to use color of law, mandates under and then through their departments. Okay, in my area, for example, they'll come into a business. One person didn't wear a mask. They come into that business, the Department of Health. Well, the Department of Health, they don't have clubs, guns, ability to arrest, but they come in with police under some authority, departments of health, and a liquor authority, commerce, where you buy and sell. So commerce and health department, to bring in police enforcement and shut down businesses, fine people, and all that. Otherwise, how do they have? It's not law. None of what they're doing is law. None of it is lawful. None of it. None. And so they conflagrate and twist in our minds. Mandate, law, health codes, stores. Oh, stores. Well, stores can They can deny you if you don't have a shirt or shoes, so they can deny you if you don't have a mask. Actually, they really can't deny you if you have no shirt, no shoes. But we're told that. We think that's that's put in our minds. But the no mask, it's a health recommendation. They call it mandate. They call it law, and it's not. Every store has a sign, no mask, by law, like you can't be allowed. And everybody thinks, oh, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm going to put my mask on before I go in. It's a lot. They're playing games on us. They're taking. We got to learn the law, Constitution, our rights in law, and color law, and the violations they're doing. They're all in violation. The 18 U.S. code. Wait a minute. I gotta say this right. The 18. Okay. 18 U.S. code 242, 241. Deprivation of rights under color law. I'm not going to read any of it, but the end of it, punishable, sentenced to death.
Oh.
They know what they're doing. They know this. They're just all green lighted going along. They're violating. That's just one of the violations of the mask, social distancing, closing down businesses. Just one. 18 U.S. Code 242 and 241. There's Civil Rights Act 1964, Title II, Title VII, equal protection. There's so much of our Constitution and our rights being violated. It's unbelievable. But it almost seems like, because I think they're beta testing because people are masked, they're going along and going like, we can still keep doing this. We don't get enough protest, and the people are masked. Hey, we got it. We got this. Keep going.
And it's kind of smart that they didn't make them wear a mask right off the bat. Make them wear a mask first, then lock it down. Because I think if you try to make people wear a mask and then you try to lock things down, people would have gathered together and been like, this is stupid. And then if they would have tried to lock it down, I don't think people would have went for it. But you lock it down, you keep people from conversing and meeting up with each other. You tell them there's a deadly virus, stay at home. And I just wonder if people that stop people from socializing as much and just kind of fragmented things just enough to where you got less resistance. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm still wondering how this got pulled over on everyone.
Yeah. No. You're right. It was the order of it. You're right. If it was masked at first, and people would be like, "What?" No, you're right. In the social distancing and the plexiglass and all that, it's strong, more than we realize, keeping people from talking to one another, getting together and going like, hey, fighting, resisting this tyranny. Yeah, it's a amazing way. Yes.
Yeah, they definitely couldn't have kept schools open and tried this stuff, because, man, if you would have went from one day having no mask to the next day say, oh, your kids can come to school but wear a mask, no one would have went for this. But you in school, let a few months go by, let this get normalized a little bit, and then mommy and daddy hasn't worked in a while, or daddy hasn't worked in a while, and daddy's got to go work, and we got to send the kids to school so mommy can go to work. And then I just, I think that's another reason why, their parents are going along with this too. They're desperate to go back to work, and they just kind of roll over too easy. And plus, like I said, you went a few months normalizing this. So
you know what? You're so right, because this is more than anything mental psyop, mind wars. on us. You're right, because I didn't even think about that. But the order that they did it in, major difference. You're right, because if right off the bat it was like 1, 2, 3, people would be like, "What? No, it doesn't make sense." But yeah, it's that conditioning, and then draining people, like, and the flip flopping. I heard of this, like, Alice in Wonderland technique, like, go, oh, masks are good, oh, masks are bad, this does it, this protects, this doesn't, and they just do that enough times, and it wears people down. Alice in Wonderland effect, a CIA technique of psychological warfare on people, on masses, or on yeah.
Yeah, I never heard of that. That's a new one on me. So thanks for bringing that one up.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense because there is such. Think about it. There's flip flopping, right? And even Fauci. Fauci. Oh, the world's leading expert. The masks are useless. Oh, the masks are good. The masks must be mandatory. Back forth, and then it tires people out who are like scared, right? They're scared. They're looking for leadership, and they're hearing one thing, and then they hear another, and then they're like, oh, it wears them down. Yeah, it's a CIA technique, Alice in Wonderland technique, I think they call it. What's the other thing that's blatant? Well, first, okay, look, I tell people, like, look, in the first place, one of the first things they did was lock down our seniors, release level 3 sex offenders. These are the ones that kill and rape children. And they lied because somehow I don't watch mainstream. I don't have a TV, but somehow I get wind that, oh, we're going to just let prisoners go that are ready to be released within 30 to 60 days anyhow, and they're nonviolent. That's what they said on mainstream. In reality, no, it's your level 3 sex offenders. Those are not your nonviolent. Those are the ones who rape and kill children and felons. Oh, somehow to protect the world from corona, releasing these violent felons, it's going to protect us. So they released the felons, they locked up our seniors, they called our commercial food supply with the USDA, and then closed down the schools, banned seeds. We're gonna close schools and shut down businesses, non-essential. But we're in the spring, but we're not going to allow gardening. And we're going to ban the seeds. Then you got to go, what the hell is going on here? It makes no sense. But see, we're used to being brainwashed. We're fluoridated. We watch TV news. We didn't justify 9/11. So, oh well, let's just follow what the government says. That's how you know from the beginning. Our Coast National Guard in New York and in Rhode Island and that hunted New Yorkers from New York City who have second homes in Rhode Island, Connecticut, whatever. They got hunted down by National Guard, fleeing New York City at the beginning of this to get the hell away from New York City. They got hunted down by National Guard. People surfing in the water were hunted down by the Coast Guard. Why? And so from there, then people look to TV news. What's going on? That's the big trouble. And so I have to keep reminding myself. I'm like, how are people so deceived? Well, I mean, I got rid of TV like over 10 years ago.
Me too.
I'm sure.
I got rid of mine.
Yeah. It's not the internet's trouble too. I mean, there's a lot of mix in the internet, obviously. But mainstream media, you get 100%, you're going to be propagandized. But I'm like, I got to keep reminding myself, like so many people, like, why are you buying this, believing this, going along with this? They're watching TV news. Even my local radio station, they're like, we're going to like go stick with the trusted CDC site. Why? In my local news, like they're doing is parroting and regurgitating. They're not very little coming out of, hey, breaking. This is what's really going on. Why? Why not? Why can't? So the majority of people, if they're not on the internet finding people like you in alternative sites, they're getting BS. So it's something to keep in mind, that why people are so like deceived versus willful ignorant, which is the people that know better and they're like, they want to believe what they want to believe. That's different. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard. You wouldn't think it. It's almost like you got to scream from your rooftop. You got to talk directly to every neighbor. And that's what that is what actually people got to do. We have got to start talking to our neighbors and the people all around us. We have to, because they're watching TV news. Probably 70%, maybe more. I don't know. Counting on TV news. I don't even know anymore. What do you think? What percent do you think?
The population watches TV news. I know it's got to at least be, I would say 60% of the population. I'd say
Yeah.
the exact same amount of people that will vote straight Republican or straight Democrat every single time are probably the amount of people that get the majority of their news from the TV. And then it's like, I guess like degrees of awakeness would be like the people that are less inclined to vote. And then those. So I guess I would just look at how many people voted, and I bet about I'd minus about maybe 20% off of that, and I'd be like, that's how many people in America watch TV. So 80% of the people who vote are the people that watch the majority of the mainstream TV.
Yeah. I think you're pretty much spot on. That's kind of scary. Like, see, I got to remind myself of that all the time. Being absorbed in just alternative and all that yeah, most people are not seeing much but mainstream.
Yeah, see, the thing about like the truther community is that we got to have people like me go out there and actually start like making public events. My only problem is it's like I can't, like, I got 2 kids. I work 65 hours a week. It's hard enough for me to do videos and research, let alone then make extra time, to go out, and to some public spot like a Walmart grocery store, just start talking to the people going in and out, or, to go into someplace public, like, maybe like a public circle, a public square of some sort, and just set something up, and start talking to, random people in public. But I mean, that's to me, that's what it's really going to take, is people going out there and talking about this. And if you're only talking to maybe 100 people every time you go out and do something like that, I think, and you're probably only going to really like shake up about maybe 10% of them, because I think most people, if they're not already awake, I mean, if they're already awake, you might get their wheels turning. But as far as like new wheels turning, maybe only 10% of the people you actually come in contact with doing something like that will actually like get some wheels going on. But as far as them keeping going, I don't know. But I mean, I think that's what's really going to take is there's got to be like some like live action. It can't be on the internet, because I think when it's on the internet, we get compartmentalized, where it's like we think we're talking to more people than what we are, but we're not really reaching any new people. We got to do things that go out, and because it's like, I go over to my mom's house and I keep thinking, okay, my mom knows me. She knows I do videos. She does look at Facebook and see some of the things I post, but yet I go over there and it's like, wow, it's like, she's still not even like very awake, and I catch, and it's like, they pretty much are just tuning into the news instead of like doing research online and trying to, look up different things. It's like, it's still like, I'm getting most of my info off of TV, regardless of what, even her son has said, hundreds of times to her, it's like still getting the news off the TV. So it's like, I think it really takes like people like us going out there and getting and talking to people like that and trying to wake them up, and for people like that to see more of us talking out there, where it's not like the lone nut out there and here's this guy on an island all by himself. It's going to take more and more people doing this. That way it does it. That way that becomes, like, oh wow, that's not too uncommon anymore to see that guy's not such a lone nut. That girl is not such a lone nut. I think it's going to probably take something like that.
I'll tell you what. Recently, like until recently, I was like, oh, it's like everything's turning so slowly. Like the dark side, they're like getting their way so quickly. It is like insurmountable. It's never going to work. But I did recently realize by going to a few, I happen to like just by like going to one or two rallies in my local area, and then looking into some of the different groups and joining up, I realized there is a whole like network of people around that you wouldn't know. You would. It's like indirect. Wait, hang on a minute.
Yeah, I kind of think I know what you're talking about, because it is like that here. Like we got I think it's like Citizens for Liberty United, and we got a couple of groups like that. But yeah, I mean they're hard to find. They're kind of under the radar, and I think I know what you mean by even like groups probably more under the radar than that, and that you got to really search out for and look for things like what groups are really about Second Amendment, First Amendment, and then you got to find people within that network.
Well, the thing is, everybody needs to get with where they're at right now. If they're gonna move, they plan on moving, that's one thing. But wherever they are right now, find out who your networking groups are, and they're there. And like, I don't know why I didn't find this sooner. It seemed to be in my mind. I was like, our area, like we got to get like a networking group, and I'm like, how's this ever going to happen, and this and that. And I didn't even realize until joining or finding out through some like rallies and that there are groups you like I think every area would be amazed. The foundations and the groups that are there within their area, every area that they don't even know about, and that it's just a matter of finding it. It's not like you gotta make it. You gotta start from ground zero and make it work. It's how to find it, I guess. And I would say, like with me, I've discovered it through I'm gonna say just going to a few rallies in my local area, hearing some terms, groups over and over again, and go like, oh, clicking on, oh, I'll sub to that, like Constitutional Coalition, or this group or that group in my area. And then guess what? Within that, there's like this whole like gobs of people in my local area that are like they're for how to get homeschooling going, how to get fight against the tyranny and the government on every level, and some of it through elections, but some of it through other means. And you don't gotta like no one person has to be like got to do it all, but just join the group, and you can network people for against the vaccine mandates and this and that there's a lot in every area that's probably through, I'm sure, on the internet, semi-hidden, shadowed, banned, whatever, that unless you got to just find the group. Like just seek in your area these groups and then go within that and network from that. And because I just found one group that's like, wow, it's like everybody in this group, they're like, oh, like they know about vaccines, they know about health, they know about the tyranny, they know about, all the false flags, everything. It's like, I didn't know that we have a whole big group in my area that's all, I'm not even like, I got to rethink how I found it or found out, but it was, I would say, through just meeting a few people through like a rally or something, but just, I don't know. There's probably an easier way to search online in everybody's local area to find out like what kind of groups are going on in your local area, and then go from there. And then you'll see certain names or ideas popping up, and you go from there. But it's like, yeah, then you find out there is a whole network of people, like-minded people in every area. And it makes sense. Obviously, every area. You're not going to have any one area that they're all assholes. And I don't mean to swear. There's going to be groups where where people are like-minded, but maybe quiet. So you just got to find them. So I still didn't give a right way to do it other than search your area, events going on, find some names that you like seem like they pop out more about what is really going on, or just go with like vaccine tyranny, medical tyranny, or the tyranny going on, and within that, see some of the groups that are recommend. You gotta spend a little bit of time, yeah, but and then there are groups, and within those groups, oh my goodness, you get networking. That's what we got to do. We got to do it. And normally it'd be like not on the internet, it'd be in person, talking one to another, neighbor to neighbor, and you get to know, oh, there's going to be an event going over at that corner. But today, online, just find names and then groups, local. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I also know that, man, like on Facebook, when one of the groups I was in was posting things, like sometimes like it would go away, like the event would get canceled, and like no one knew why it was canceled, and I'm not sure if that's like a Facebook thing going on where they decided to just ban the group, or like somehow like hide the group's post where you couldn't see that they were posting an event. Because I'd visit the page at random, like, oh man, I glad I visited the page today. I didn't know there was an event going on. And someone's like, well, I posted about it. You should have got the notification. Never got the notification. So I mean, that's one thing people got to do too. But if they do find these groups, is probably go and check their page like daily and see when they're going to have an event, because you might not be getting their notifications for whatever reason.
Right. And grassroots, where find a few people within a local group that you trust is they're going out for about the right things. And like, let's say it's even like totally like not fully related to what your interest is. Yeah, could be like, I don't know, homeschooling. Okay, you might not be that interested in it, but within that, there's going to be people that, well, get some real contacts, names, numbers, within those groups. Like, and you go like, let me know if anything big's going on. I'll be there. Because what a lot of these groups, what are they looking for? They're looking for, if something happens, can we get a turnout? Can we get a show of support? Can we get people like meeting, gathering? Like how I knew about the one group was a local person got arrested for not wearing a mask. I think I'm repeating myself. I don't know. And so people showed up at a courthouse, and then within that, it was like from people from different groups, but all together at this one event. And then you go like, okay, key in on, get some real people, names, numbers, and then places you can show up. And or most people, like, nobody wants to go to an event for the most part. Really, nobody does. Like really now, especially, life is too busy. But if you realize that this is a community network, family that you want to key into, get to know some people, and share some info. You give them your name and number, and vice versa, and go from there. That is the grassroots way. That's the old days was front porch. You met with your neighbors on your street on the front porch, and if they knew somebody else out there tied in, give them their name and number, and that's it. It less reliant on especially TV news, but even the internet, and more on local groups, people that can tie in. And how else are we? We're at war. We are at war. We have got to get local grassroots. If the lights go out tomorrow, who are your neighbors? Who are your neighbors that you can count on? That's where we need to be. We need to be where, because the people I met that I thought like, wow, this is really great local, none of them are immediate neighbors. Ultimately, we want to be like, when the lights go out, who, and say they go out for 200 days, who are our immediate neighbors we can count on and trust, that are like-minded, that we get together and help one another, and go from there.
Yeah, sadly, I just moved into a new house, so it's kind of like, and my neighborhood, it's not like the neighborhood I came from, because it's like I didn't see people wearing masks in my other neighborhood. Like I didn't see, because I came from like a big apartment complex in Greenwood, Indiana, and no one wore a mask there. And we let our kids play. We even tore down the orange fencing that was at the park
Nice.
playgrounds. We just went and tore it down. I was like, wow, I wasn't even the first one to start doing this. I mean, I started to do it, but beat me to it.
Nice.
And I was like, wow, man, it's like, and I had, and like, to me, like, that was kind of like a bonding moment. Like, I was like, wow, man, this person feels more like a friend than some of my friends have been friends with for 20 years, because it's
Yeah.
like, seeing them do that and having
Yeah.
those experiences. And then it's like I come here and it's like I don't know anyone. And now I'm seeing, people walking around with masks. Like this one woman, I remember this was like my first day. I'm like, okay, I'm going to see what this neighborhood's like. See if there's any people my son can play with. I don't see any I didn't see any kids outside. And it's like, I was like, I'm not getting the right vibe. I see a Black Lives Matter sign in a yard, walk around, turn a corner. This lady pulls up in her car, and we're like way far away from her. We're like about 40 feet away from her, nowhere near walking towards her or anything. She pulls up in her car. I watch her put a mask on before she gets out of her car, gets stuff out of her trunk, and goes into her house. So she put a face mask on, like, it almost reminded me of like an astronaut leaving their spaceship, and they got to put their helmet on and their spacesuit on so they can go into space. and then goes into her house. That's what that reminded me of. And the people in the garage were doing something weird, man. Like I I don't even know what the heck was going on in their garage, man. It's like they had like some kind of routine where they all like almost like militarily did something, to get ready for this person walking into their garage. And I was just like, what in the world is going on here?
Virtue signaling. Yeah. It's creepy. It is. Wow. I feel bad for you with you. How old are your children?
5 and 7, 7 and 4, 7 and 4. Yeah, the other one be turned 5 in February. The other one just turned 7 in August. But it's like I don't want my kids thinking this is normal. That's why I tell my wife was like, can we just wear a mask to go into this place? I'm like, no one's wearing a mask going in here. The kids are not going to think this is normal. I said, and I'm definitely, I told my wife she can go ahead and do it. She feels that self-conscious. She's super self-conscious. I'm like, me, no way. I got to set an example for the kids. It's like, I'm not doing this. It's like, well, don't you think you kind of, look a little bit like you're being disrespectful? Like, no, I'm helping these people get over their brain damage.
That's right. That's right. Oh my goodness. Hey, listen. We just this group that I just met that we went last week. A fellow person arrested for not wearing a mask in June at some event. So we went there to be his support. He went into the courtroom. We weren't allowed to go in because it's now a unified court system of New York. And because of Corona, nobody can go in but people and their attorneys. And he went in and he put a washcloth over his face. I was like, that is great. That not good. He's covering his mouth, but good in the sense he's giving the message that, look, I'm not going with the mask. I'm covering my face as you people tell me, right? But I'm going to hold this silly washcloth in front of my face. I'm like, wow, why didn't I think of that? Because all this time I have I've been denied access to several places. And I'm like, I'm putting you guys on a list. And I wish I would had the energy to follow up on it. But I'm like, I want your, like, who's your high up? Who's your corporate names? Because I'm going to call them and I'm going to call my sheriff and blah, blah. But I'm too lazy. I just like never follow through on all this. But I'm like, I'm not going to come to your business anymore. If you're going to do this in Walmart, Target, back down on this. They know they could be sued for trying to enforce this, what they call law, which is recommendation. It's not law. And well, anyhow, I'm like, why didn't I think of just like the washcloth, right? Perfect, or a napkin, right? Because I went into the restaurant at the meeting, after the courthouse meeting. We met at a restaurant. I'm like, oh, I've never worn a mask. I've not gone into places where you got to wear a mask. But it was like, he held a washcloth. I'm like, I'll hold a napkin, right? Great idea. Awesome. Like, that's a way out. Because you're complying, but you're not showing the world that you're wearing a mask. You're showing the world that you're not complying, right? If you just hold a napkin or a washcloth.
Now, are you saying like you hold a napkin? Let me try to find like a piece of paper or something so I understand what you mean. Like you get a napkin and you just do like this?
Yes. Yes.
Like that.
Yes.
You don't even touch
Yes.
your nose or
Yes. 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 That's what I did. Yes. That's what I did. I was like, I don't think I can meet these people that I want to talk to that are from this group. And I want to get their contact information and all that. Because I can't go. I don't wear a mask. I won't go in a place where I got to wear a mask. I've been up in it. It's spooky to be going. And I saw the guy who got arrested go into court with a washcloth. I'm like, oh, what a great idea. Because in a way, you're holding a washcloth or a napkin. You're giving a message. I don't comply. I am, but I'm not complying. I'm not wearing a mask. I'm covering my face like the world wants me to, but in objection, right? It's a great message. I was like, oh, awesome. And I did that. I went into the restaurant. I put a napkin over my mouth, nose, in front of it. It was weird. And went and then sat down. Once you sit down, you don't have to wear that. You don't have to do that. It's only when you're standing up.
Another way I heard to get around it is if you buy one of these inhalers that I got up on the screen, asthma inhalers. You buy one of those and you just hold it up and you're like, because I know when they say they don't say a word, they just, if someone looks at them, like they're about ready to ask them, why don't you have a mask on? They just hold up that as they walk into the building, and they say they have never got anyone to tell them they got to put a mask on.
That's great too. But also, you don't have to say. You don't have to. You like even if you
I'm not doing it. This is stupid.
Well, look. Even if you go like, I got a medical condition, you don't got to explain it. And ultimately, even if you had a medical, right? You could just have a natural human need to breathe oxygen and not be inundated with carbon dioxide. So it's kind of a lie to go like, well, like I got a medical, most people have a medical. Everybody does. Medical.
You just say HIPAA. Because that's what I did to this one lady at a grocery store. That was the first time I ever had someone try to demand that I put a mask on. I said HIPAA, ADA. And I just left it at that and walked away from her, and she didn't chase me down or nothing. I just kept going, buying my stuff at the grocery store and went back out. But I mean, and you know what I found out? It's like, I guess I'm so immersed in, like, reading and researching, that, like, I said that to, like, a friend of mine who, I didn't know that he didn't research that much. I was like, oh yeah, man. Well, I knew he researched a little bit, but I was thinking surely he would have ran across this information, right?
Right.
And, like, he didn't even know you could just tell them HIPAA and ADA, and they'd have to leave you alone. So I mean, like, like, people who listen to a channel like this, yeah, man, like, you'd be surprised that just sound like your family or something. Like, you would think they would already know, and you might think they researched, but there's a lot of people that, even if they think like 9/11 was an inside job, and I just assumed anyone who thought the government might be behind 9/11 would already know this stuff. But I guess there's a lot of people that still haven't heard, about a lot of these things. So, people need to at least make sure that everybody at least knows they can do this.
That's right. That's why just be ready. Be ready to share info. And you know what? Aside for what you're saying, oh, my son and the dog just distracted me, shaking his ears. Oh my goodness. You listen, no matter what, after this is over, I'm gonna post the local guy that shares of this watch group. You gotta sub to him, listen to him. He gives you great info. But what you're saying, okay, ADA, HIPAA, a lot of people, they have no clue. But beyond that, I got so distracted by my son who walked in. And
that's all right. I mean, that happened. Did you kind of lose, like, everything you were gonna say, or?
Yeah, and it's so much. I want you to like. When we're done, I'm gonna post this one, Pete Harding. You gotta listen. If you just catch any one of his, like, little talks, you'll get a lot from it. And oh my goodness, it's we gotta get some guts about us, right? About right and wrong and ready to fight. And because that's where we're at. That's basically bottom line. We're at, like, our government's ready to, like, say they got the gun pointed at our heads. And do we got the guns? Also, I don't know. But we're at the point where bend over, submit. And what are we gonna do? Like, okay, we'll just no, we're not gonna do that. We gotta get some gumption, and we don't gotta know facts. The thing is, you don't gotta know everything. You don't gotta know details. You just gotta know it ain't right. What you're doing ain't right. And no, I'm not gonna capitulate. I am not gonna submit to tyranny. And you don't got to know a whole lot to know what tyranny is in your heart and in your mind. It's kind of comes natural.
Well, I think I'm going to end this broadcast in about 5 minutes, because I've been at this for 8.5 hours almost.
Yes.
It's like I just did a shift at work or something.
Yes, I was gonna say. Well, a full shift, and then some. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good. Like, I want to take and download this bit. I remember I download this and cut out the beginning part, because I really want, like, people to kind of focus in on some of that information you shared, like, in the last I'd say hour and a half to 2 hours of this video. Like, you had a lot of good stuff. I just don't want people to have to sit through all 8 hours,
Right. Listen, it's awesome. You know how to screen share, right? Yes, you do. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
If there's something you want to pull up real quick, I can do that. So.
You know, that is so valuable. I wish so much I could could learn how to do that. But that is amazing. Cause then, oh my goodness. See, like you could have a chat and I could have like one like really great share and I narrow it down. Like, could you share this video in between 12 minutes and 20 seconds in this? And you could do it and well, and even if you couldn't, well, screen sharing is amazing. It's so underutilized on YouTube, and well, we still got YouTube, and and you're so, oh my gosh, you know everything. You do. You know everything that's needed to be known.
Yeah, the frustrating thing to me is I've been around computers ever since I was like probably 10 years old. I mean, I grew up super poor, but my mom, oh my gosh, that poor woman, she worked 2 fast food jobs just so she could, buy me a computer. And that poor woman barely slept and worked a ton just so she could make sure I had stuff. And
Oh,
bad neighborhood too, but she knew I wanted that computer. I got that computer, and so it's like I learned a lot from that computer, and so it's like, so I'm pretty comfortable with it. But by the time like I got older, I was kind of burned out on it. So I never pursued a career in it, which I really regret now because there was a lot of doors open because hardly anyone knew how to code, and I was one of the few people that could code. And at that, when you're talking like 20 and 30 years ago, I was about the only person, one of the few people who could code. So, but I kind of felt bad, but yeah, I know a lot of things now, but right now it's just like a point of like, I just don't have time because of my job, and it's real frustrating because I see some of these YouTubers. I'm like, dude, if I had all that time, dude, I could do so much, man. It's like I'm just trying to figure out how to get to that point where where I could get away from my job, so I could just, because I don't mind like going out and confronting these people, but it's like you see these guys and okay, it's like a guy like Tim Pool. I know he's making money making these videos, and it's like, dude, go confront someone to get something done. You could go walk right up to him. Instead, it's just like, oh man, Trump, let's get Trump reelected and everything is fine. And oh, we're winning. We just got Amy Coney Barrett nominated to the Supreme Court. We're winning, and Trump's winning again. It's like, dude, if you people would actually go confront these people, just confront them. Got all the time in the world to confront and help organize people, and help. You got 50,000 people. Why don't you have like good people on your show and bring up some of this like really good info and promote these people and things like. And it's like so I'm just getting real frustrated because I think there's more that can be done. Like I do not think like a lot of these truthers are doing enough, man. Especially these guys with big channels. It's like, man, dude, you could do a lot more. It's like,
right.
Especially like, and there's like some of them, it's like, okay, so there are kind of a way, but then they're telling people not to vote, not to even get involved in the system. It's like, dude, anything but that. What you need to do is tell people how to get involved. Like when you get involved early in the primaries, in the Republican primaries. Make sure you get the right people on the tickets and focus on the local offices like the city, county, the city council, because heck, if we would have done that this time, we could have just walked to our city council, banged on their door and said, hey, we don't want these mandates. And guess what? They can disobey the governor. We can have you can have in your county, you can have totally different laws than what they do in another county. So another county might go along with the governor's mandates. You don't have to. You could have everything fully open in your county. As far as I understand legally and everything about the law, when it's just a mandate, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to obey the governor when it comes to a mandate. But no one's saying this. No one's bringing that to attention. No one's going out there and confronting these guys and filming it. And I don't know. That's just my frustration with the truther community, because it's like I think of these things, I just don't have time. And it's like I say, they got time. I'm just like,
man. Well, listen, the Lord has you prepared for a purpose. Stay patient. Don't get like too frustrated. I'm telling you, it'll come.
Oh,
It'll be
it's
where,
too. I'm imagining some of this is probably happening because it's like I am getting frustrated. Maybe like something happens and then suddenly a chance comes and maybe God's got me perfectly prepared to seize it since I'm so mad and I'm just like, oh man, I'm so hungry for that one moment and that one opportunity. So maybe when I actually get it, if I would have got it maybe 4 years ago, maybe I don't do as good with it. But now it's like I'm so hungry and focused, maybe I get it and I actually do a lot with it.
yep. Stay, oh my goodness. No, stay patient. I'm telling you, there's plans ahead. God's got plans ahead for you. I know it. I know it. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I'm like astounded, sort of. I don't know what to say other than I know it's going to all be good. It is. It is. As long as, if we stay focused on, what's good, what's true, what's some solutions. I'm telling you, it's all good. It's all good. In God's time. It it can be frustrating. It can be. It can be. Like, oh, I spent the last 5, 6 days trying to get like a part for my car to get it fixed, and I've been in a goose chase. Well, we got the part. We'll order the part. Well, we ordered the wrong part. Oh, well, the other stores got the part. And it's like, wow, like what is going on, right? But it's in that same way. As much as plants could be like sabotaged, the Lord can like make things work. Same way. So don't lose hope. Stay focused and stay patient. Stay patient. That's the main thing. Like you know what's going on. You know what needs to be shared and all that. And stay patient. Like, look, you got the gift of knowing how to screen share and all that. You could like do a great chat where you like get out. You need you need to interview some of these like doctors, frontline doctors, and interview some people, and you can screen share and all that. I mean, that to me, that's one obvious I see that right there. But and that's major. But yeah, stay strong, stay focused, stay patient. It's late. Oh my goodness.
It's not. Yeah, it's late. I mean, this doesn't bother me because I work at night anyway. But it's just doing a stream for 8.5 hours. It's like I've only had 2 cups of coffee, and that last cup of coffee was about 2 hours ago. So.
Well, I say late. It's early. It depends what side of the cup you're looking at. It's early.
In Germany, it's I think it's about 9 o'clock in Germany. I got one listener from Germany right now I know of.
You know what would be awesome if you get some of these frontline doctors right off the bat, get them as guests. 2 of them. I'll if you could write it down or just remember it. Dr. Urso, URSO, and then Dr. Simone, SIMONE, and then Gold, GOLD. Both of those. They've been like fired or I don't know.
Well, the only thing about the Simone is that's that one lady from like Africa or something like that, right?
No. The one from Africa that got fired. No, that's not her. Simone Gold she's a female white a doctor attorney.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's not the one I'm thinking of then. Okay.
Yeah. Both of those though. Oh my goodness, they know the whole story of this whole case pandemic. So that they in a nutshell, They don't just tell you like you know, how we're being lied to and duped as a nation, as a global world, but solutions, like easy solutions. The Dr. Urso, he's like, because he got banned from treating people with hydroxychloroquine using bronchodilators and steroid inhalers along with an aspirin, successfully and rapidly treating patients. That's major because a lot of people don't realize. And it's funny, you got the picture up there right there. Albuterol and steroid inhaler alone when people get sick with the COVID, along with aspirin. And then also, in my estimation, vitamin D, vitamin C, and zinc. But that they're treating people with that instead of the death-killing ventilators. Right there, inhalers, easy albuterol inhalers, and aspirin. Urso, URSO, the one doctor. He was on America Can We Talk? I forget what show, but he's one of the frontline doctors, not to be confused with generic term frontline doctors. But frontline doctors is like actually like a group, I guess. And he's one of them, along with Dr. Simone Gold.
All right,
But
I'll have to check them out because I know the two that I recently was like talking to people about. Zelenko and Dr. Mobeen, and Dr. Mobeen especially, like the only reason why he started doing videos, like it wasn't because it wasn't even out of conspiracy. What it was someone was passing around some false information about how to treat COVID with steam and some kind of treatment. But see, at the time, you got to think, man, like people didn't even think they could get any kind of treatment for COVID, and it's still kind of like that. So it's like people are kind of desperate, and so yeah, they'll listen to the Facebook and suggestions because guess what? No one was even telling the truth, and no one still is. So this guy goes and tries to do this treatment. Well, what was the COVID progressed, got worse, and wound up killing him. So then this Dr. Mobeen starts doing videos because he wanted to kind of address things and thought it was kind of important. But he's a guy that thought, didn't think there's any kind of conspiracy going on. He's just, he's kind of like just believing, okay, the government's making a lockdown. This is serious. And just going right along with it, believing everything, about it, not really questioning it. And just basically just talking about his experience, and his knowledge, which is just immunology and virology. So he's just discussing all that. And it's not until maybe a few months after making all these videos where he suddenly looks like he keeps looking at the stuff and like, it looks like this is treatable, like I can see like those wheels turning in his head, so he doesn't really say it, but it's like you can hear it enough, and when he's like talking and discussing, like, oh, this latest study and this latest treatment, and he goes over it and it's talking about someone's latest study and treatment and course and what he's talked about to another doctor today, and it's like, and then it's just like you could start to see like when he's talking about this, like there's like this whole thing in his mind going, okay, we're locking down, but it looks treatable, and now it's like you're starting to finally like see more frustration, it seems like, coming out of his voice, when he's talking about this, and more like we really don't need to be locking down. And then that last one I did that wound up getting deleted off of YouTube. His video's still up, but my video just like singling out that one part where he says, we don't have to keep doing this lockdown. We can reduce the deaths to zero if we just follow these steps. And
wait. So they blocked your video doing that, but they didn't block his video.
Yeah, you can still see his whole video. All I did was
what's his name? What's his name?
Mobeen, Mobeen. Okay.
Wow. See? Then what does that tell you? What does that tell you?
Well, yeah, that's why I went and challenged it because I was like, I was like, I'm pretty sure I didn't do nothing, but kind of get basically the same story I told you, about how the guy started off his videos and things like that. Kind of like, it was like, this is a guy that believes in even wearing mask, and here he is, you can kind of hear the inflection in his voice, and now he finally said it, and look what he said, and I hit the little play button, and I mean that's kind of basically all I said, and I said at the end, in case people couldn't understand him clearly, I mean, I kind of went over a little bit of what he said just to stress some certain points about it. I said, look, all we got to do is institute these protocols, have basically, you eat these certain vitamins. This should help prevent your COVID, and it should help your immune system. If you do get sick,
D, vitamin C,
if the doctor tells you have COVID, the FDA needs to tell the doctor this is the standard protocol: hydroxychloroquine, zinc, and azithromycin. Use these three things, treat the disease aggressively earlier. Because, like you said earlier in our conversation, you were saying that they said don't even try to treat this until it got severe.
Yes.
Don't do it. And then even at that point, just put them on a ventilator.
Yep. NIH.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's all I said was I explained that protocol, and I said, and if they still have to go to the hospital after you give them that treatment, and they still have to go to ICU, just give them what Donald Trump got, and it should be at 0, that Regeneron. And I left the video at that, and that's about as simple as that video got, and it got banned. I was really surprised because I said some
recent.
I think I said some more aggressive things than that in other videos, and I was really surprised out of all my videos, that one got banned.
Well, you mentioned hydroxychloroquine. Probably why.
I mentioned it in other videos.
Wow.
I have mentioned. I mentioned it early on too. I
was going to ask you to what was the video, but you said it got scrubbed, so it don't matter. There's no way to find it, right?
No, you can't find. I might have it. Well, I don't even know if I want to give it my backup channel. I mean,
are you getting good at wait? Like you got ways to back up, and they.
Right now I'm streaming to 2 different channels at once. I'm streaming to my Liquid Smooth channel, and I'm also streaming to another channel, Fishing for Truth. Because actually, in the future, I just want to make that my main channel. But since I got all my content on here, I'm trying to build up content on there. And then maybe move just a few of my videos that I really like off of this channel onto that channel, and then really promote that channel. Because I don't want, this channel, I don't like a lot of my old videos just because it's man, I had worked 90 hours in a week, and I'm sitting there, doing a little research for 2 more hours, and then doing a video, and I'm tired. I'm pulling at my eyes, trying to keep them open, and it's and I do a video, and I think my videos are real rough, but I keep them on there because I want people to know that I mean, I do have a history of kind of knowing what I'm talking about, even though my videos aren't the most presentable videos. But it's I have been, I kind of want to give a history. I'm not some guy that just popped on the scene today and was like, hey, I'm going to tell you the truth, because I don't trust those people,
How do you, I want to know how could anybody do 90 hours?
Everybody used to ask that. It was rough. I mean, I got myself out of a lot of student debt, but a lot of people were like, man, I can't see how you can do this job for that. And I'm like, I really want to just get out of debt, and so yeah, I did 90 hours for a long time, for probably about, I don't know, I'd say 6 months. And then I knocked it down to 70 hours a week.
Oh, wow.
It was hard, rough dock work too, and I went at
Lord have mercy on you. I know.
I was pedal to the metal.
No, listen. Doing what you're doing, and for why you're doing what you're doing, the Lord is looking down on you and blessing that. That's awesome. That is. Wow. Oh,
I'm just trying to be worthy of people's time, basically. You know, it's like I'm trying to do something decent. I'm trying to make some kind of decent impact on the world, and that's about all I'm really hoping for. I just
you
don't, I
are.
just want to meet Jesus, man, and be like feel humiliated about my life. You know, I want to be like, you know, I meet him. I still, yeah, I mean, because that's what I get scared about. You know, it's like meeting Jesus, and it's like, well, what were you doing with your life? And it's like, oh,
No, listen. Oh my goodness. It's so almost so funny. No. Oh my goodness. Your heart, you know, it's not like one false move. Oh, I lost it forever. No, no. That's not how God works.
no, it's not so much losing salvation. It's more like you know, you know, I think about what other people must do for God in other countries that are like poor and they're really trying to scrape by, and here I am. It's like I don't, you know, I don't want to feel humiliated. You know, it's like I mean, I'm in a decent position. I want to make sure I'm trying to take advantage of everything I got. Like I mean, I got two working eyes. You know, of really good health. I actually think I got above average athleticism and things like that. But it's like, what am I doing with it all? What am I doing in this world with all that for the world? You know, to help people out. You know, and so I'm
Are
like,
you kidding? God sees everything. He sees everything. I do. I am so appreciative of you. You give me like a warm, heartfelt like thump in my heart. And I'm telling you, God doesn't look at our failures. He looks at our our attempts and our not success. No, no, but your attempt and your what you're going for. Okay, your efforts, your energy towards doing good. God sees that. Obviously, we you know everybody's got to know that the Lord knows your heart, and what you're saying, it's like awesome. It is. Oh my goodness, I'm so humbled listening to what you're saying, and like I wish you were in my area. Like,
oh, I know it would be awesome. Well, I don't. Well, don't wish me to be in your area. I wish you could be in my area. That's a crazy country over there, man. Like New York, I kind of think of states as being countries anyway. And I'm just like, man, that is a crazy country.
well, okay, New York, but Western New York, it's actually not all that crazy. Yeah, kind of, but there's a lot of great people in within it. It's like you'd be amazed, like really good, down to earth, your Bible believing, faith based, sound people.
Wow.
It's amazing within it. It's like, but we're kind of stuck in a bad state, bad area. It's like, but oh my goodness.
You guys need to like all get together, man. Make sure someone like minded gets on that city council, or all get together, man, and like put pressure on that city council.
And listen, what you're saying, that reminds me, city council and what's the other word? Board meetings. Board meetings. I don't know if that's a general term, but wow. It's I never even realized till just recently. I was like, those people in California, they stand before there and they talk. Like, what's going on there? How come that doesn't happen in my area? Those are board meetings. And I didn't realize, like, we all, it's almost like your PTA, your local school PTA. And you know what? Only a few decades ago, parents could go to school at any time and sit in any classroom of their children and listen to what's going on. And now it's like, oh no, no, we're not having that. And the, this new school system where they want children online, part-time, hybrid, and then part-time in school. They want parents to be not in the room while they're talking to the students online. It's like you can't like make it up. It's like, wow. And they want them like in uniform and or maybe mask
Oh my God.
online at home.
And online. This is online at home.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to stress that. That's what I was hearing. I was hearing you correctly.
Well, yeah, it's like I gotta pinch myself. Is this real? Is this
Dude,
real?
that is some serious, like, beyond 1984 stuff right there.
Yep. You got it. But oh my goodness. I'm just shaking my head. Listen,
I want to see if they can go beyond 1984. Like, how far crazier can we make this than 1984? I am definitely ending this at the 9-hour mark.
Yes.
There's exactly 7 more minutes left to this show, and it's over. And I'm gonna click that end broadcast button, and I don't care what's going on. I'm just gonna click it in 7 minutes. It's gonna be disciplined. And I'll have another show today. I'll go to sleep. I'll wake up and do another show when I wake up. And just do not
yourself rest. Don't overdo more than like pray. Be discernful. Ask the Lord. Don't do more than what you should do. Don't overstretch. You got a family, children.
I want to make sure I spend time with my kids.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying don't even with all this. Don't overdo more than what you need to. And I'm like, when we're done, I'm going to try and share with you one link, one guy that's like you, sort of, but from a local community, a group, a starting community. He's big on like community type networking. That's what I want to share with you. That's what reminds me what's going on. And I'm gonna listen. You're awesome. I am so glad I met you. And yes.
Yeah, one thing about like me being able to do this show is it's like, I mean, I finally got like a decent job where I can make, enough money to where it's like I was using a laptop that was old and it was kind of broken in half. and it's like it was just taking forever to do videos or stream stuff, and I didn't have like a good microphone, and it's like I could buy these things without having to like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to like go without, buying some winter gear or something like that, something warm to wear at work. It's like I'm at a decent spot, so I'm just trying to do a little bit more since I got some money, but my whole thing is it's just like time. That's the only problem I have now.
What do some people say? Time is money, and it's kind of funny in a way. Not really, but yeah, time. Yeah. Listen, you're doing awesome. Get a good night rest.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for being on, because I mean you were like a really cool guest to have on. Like, I mean, and like I definitely welcome you. I love the way you think. I love all the information you share. I think you really helped to make like a really great show, because I think you shared a lot of really good information. And it's like I really like the passion you got as far as like that whole, like the way you think about that New York situation and that death thing. And
yes,
it's like because I really don't feel like I knew that many people that thought that in depth about it. And so when I would throw out this information, it's kind of like seemed like it went over their heads. But when I told you about it and the death rates and all this other stuff, it's like it all clicked in your mind. So it's like I kind of really appreciate that too.
Yes. Yep. 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 It's a story that needs to be told. And
I'm like, why? I don't understand why this story isn't bigger.
yeah, yeah, it should be a Hollywood made for movie like show. It's like nobody would believe it. It's like, and yet it's real life. And yeah.
I mean, like everybody should be demanding Trump. Like, if Trump's legit, go investigate what's going on in New York. Because I mean, like, there's no excuse. I mean, come on, man. There's like that many more excess deaths, especially compared to other states. And then when you compare it to like the next worst country, it's like, really? That's one last point I'd like to make is that. Okay, I heard, you got Biden and Kamala Harris. I feel like the Democrats put together the worst possible ticket you could possibly put together. And then to top it off, I heard rumors that Biden was considering making Cuomo the attorney general. I haven't verified that, but that's what I heard. I thought I read an article or something, and I didn't like fact check it or anything, but I'm like, are you serious? Like, that would be like the absolute worst ticket. Because here's the dude also responsible for the most COVID deaths. It's like, elevate him.
Yeah. Hey, 2018, on the day, I believe it was the day of the pro-life march, we had a full Democrat executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch, and they pulled off the infanticide. You can kill a baby to the day it's born. That means after it's born. If a mom wanted to have an abortion under women's health care, and to that got tons of cheering in the chambers, right? And Kathy Hochul, our governor, secretary, whatever they call her, whatever her title is. After the cheering stopped, a woman could be heard saying, "May God Almighty have mercy on the state of New York." Order. We will have order in the court, says Kathy Hochul, Secretary of the General of the state of New York. They lit the towers of the Twin Towers pink, celebrating the right to kill the baby to the day it's born. 2019? Yeah. New York is so messed up. And Governor Cuomo and but Kathy Hochul is, I forget her title. She's not senator. She's governor lieutenant of the state of New York. She was like, she didn't shove the gavel when they cheered. They stood up and cheered. They cheered. The cheering was so loud when they like, you can kill the baby to the day it's born under the guise of Women's Reproductive Health Care Act. No. When finally the cheering stopped and a woman from the balcony, it was awesome. It was kind of quiet. She was like, "May God Almighty have mercy on the state of New York." And she was like, she slammed it. Order. We will have order in the court. It was like, it was weird. It was really a weird.
I did not hear that story.
That was in January 2019. No, not 2019. 2018. It was. They picked the day of the pro-life march Roe v. Wade. They waited till that date to pass this in the Senate, in the Assembly. It was for the first time, full Democrat governor, executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch, full Democrat control. It's like we can do what we want now. We're in full control. And they picked the day of Roe v. Wade pro-life march to pass. You can kill the baby to the day it is born. Infanticide. They had to take infanticide out of the penal code of New York to make this go, because it's you can't, like, it's hard to wrap your mind around it. It's like they just full on codified infanticide. Like, you can kill an infant for any reason, and it's not a crime anymore in New York, because Como, oh, that was my point. Leading the way for the rest of New York, of America. Como said, we're doing this because Trump's in power, and any day he might get somebody into the judicial Supreme Court that rolls back Roe v. Wade, and we want to keep New York safe in case they roll back Roe v. Wade in the federal government. So we're going to do this. That was his reason, right? But he was on a kick and roll since then. New York, we're leading the way for the rest of America. You could hear it in his voice. He's a psychopath. But he's like, but what he's doing, like California, they know what they do influences the rest of America. And he's like, we're on our way. We're leading the way. And so since then, it's never stopped. They just one thing after another, stuff that if the whole of America, all the states had to follow, it's tyranny, full on treason tyranny. That's all you get. That's all you get. Listen, I didn't mean to rant.
No. But I am wrapping it up. This is
Yes.
fun, but it seems like I think a lot of people definitely appreciated you coming on the show. I had one person, Rex Remedy, even asked me what your channel was, and I put the link in the chat. So, but yeah, I thought you made the show great. This was probably like my favorite part of it was talking to you. So I'm really glad that I got to just hear you talk for a while. It was really awesome.
Wow. That's not what my children would say.
Well, I mean, it was great. It was pretty uplifting for me just to hear. It was really encouraging just to hear everything you had to say and just kind of go back and forth with you on a few thoughts. It was really, really refreshing to me. So,
bottom line is, we've got to realize, keep our eyes on Jesus, and realize what is our remedy. We are oh my God, I could rant and rave about all the troubles, and a lot of people can, but you know what? There is remedy and solution. We got to be aware of it, but our focus should be on our solution, remedy, Jesus and his ways. And I'm not good at that, and I am ashamed of that. But I know all the bad stuff, and I can cite a lot of bad stuff, but not solutions. We're not at a loss. There's hope. In other words, there is hope. So, oh my goodness. Listen, I got a few links. After this is over, I want to share with you a few channels that are really, really good. And other than that, I love you and I thank you for sharing. And I love your your heart to help others. Um, especially like, oh my goodness, you're working so many hours. You got small children. That itself is like, forget it. Nobody's got time to like help the world with their troubles. And here you are, still like, doing what you can to help.
That's
That
what
is
God did
awesome.
to me the other day. I told my wife, I said, look, you know what? I know I don't play with the children enough. I know I need to spend more time with them. I know I'm working all these hours. I said, honestly, I got to have time cleared out to at least, make a couple of videos a week and spend a couple of hours doing this. I said, I really feel like God, I know this is hard on me. And I said, trust me, babe, I don't really want to do this, but it's like, I really feel like God wants it to be this hard on me, just because that way someone else, some other truther or someone else, that thinks, oh man, I'm too busy, I'm working 40 hours a week or something like that, and I don't even have kids, and they're sitting there thinking they're too busy, and that way they got less of an excuse. Like, I honestly feel like God told me that, kind of like is hinting to me like this is kind of it. And look, and it's also to be like, look, it's not like in my past I wasn't that person, who thought, oh, yeah, but this would be way back, because it seems like almost all my life I've worked 50 hours or had some other hobby that was like, on top of it that was real grueling. But it's still kind of like to kind of be like, look, you were sort of like that person, and what I need you to do is be like this, and that way they got less excuse. And I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense, because I feel like I do need to kind of go beyond. That way someone's inspired, because it's really hard to get inspired, unless you see someone like, oh wow, man. Because I remember seeing some guy and be like, wow, look at all they're doing, and look at what I'm doing with my life and what I got. Man, I need to like step it up. And so it's like, you see some poor person struggling, you see what they do, and like how they're trying to make a difference in their community, and they're all poor and stuff. And it's like, Chris, you kind of need to step it up, man. So I just kind of think that's kind of what it's like for me. It's like, look, man, just do this, and then you're gonna maybe inspire someone to step it up a bit. So I'm just like, if I just get someone just to even step it up just a little bit, man, that's probably the big thing I need to do.
Oh, yes. Oh my goodness. It's almost too funny. I can't tell you how much I'm laughing. I'm laughing so much. I love how you explain that. Oh, but it's true. It's so true what you're saying. Oh my goodness. It's so true. Wow.
I mean, trust me, as hard as this might seem, I kind of laugh at it myself, because I'm like, yeah, this is just kind of how it is.
Yeah. Oh.
But I mean, it could be worse. That's all. I always tell myself that, it's like, it could be a lot worse. So it's like, so I'm always kind of thankful of that. But yeah.
I love you. That's so awesome. I'm telling you. You have no idea. I can't find the words to express. And all I can think of is, I don't know. Down after this, I'll think of some like, oh, I could just imagine some of the what would you say, like sort of like sarcastic remarks that people can make that are like in your shoes. They could be like you're putting it out so nicely. And there's like I, I can't, I'm like speechless. I'm not explaining it right, so I'm gonna shut up.
That's okay. Yeah, I kind of need to stop anyway. I hit 9/11. I wouldn't do that. Then someone will be like, wow, he stopped his broadcast right at 9 minutes and 11 seconds.
Oh, listen, you are awesome. You really are. And I'm gonna I got a few links. I'm gonna put after this is done that I'm gonna post, but for you to look at. But
Yeah.
oh my goodness, thank you so much for inviting me. Wow.
Because when I end this, I'm gonna probably like end the broadcast. So if you post it in the comment section, and
yep, will do. No worry.
And then if it's something good, like something real important, because it's hard for me to work on my website, but I'll make an effort. Like if it's something I really need to post on the website, I'll post it on the website.
No. No. Actually, I'm just gonna post one then that I want you to see somebody like you. That's like wasn't like the guy that actually got arrested for not wearing a mask. He's like a coach. He's like you. And I just want you to hear just it don't matter any of one of his little talks and just like, network with him. But in networking, local community networking. This guy, what I want to share with you is a guy that is kind of like a part of getting our local community to like network. And that's like every way, every angle, medical, teachers, doctors, police, retired, vets, retired, every angle of society, all the people that like care about what's really going on, get together, and guess what? We can help one another within a reach in a local grassroots way. Yeah. But listen, so yeah, but oh my goodness, like you're so good at in Matt Netanyahu is so like his when he does news, it should be like the national news. He does such a great job.
Really good. He's super articulate, and I mean, man, he knows his Hebrew.
Yep.
Like he's really awesome to listen to. It's only thing is like I think he's too nice to Trump, man. I mean, I'm just like I just don't like with Trump, man. I could not bring myself to vote for him, and I mean honestly,
I did actually. You know what? Last time around, for the first time since I've been an adult, I did not vote for president. Once I learned that I realized they're selected, I was like, I just out of protest, I'm not voting for president. I did the other voting, and I've come to realize local votes matter a lot. Your sheriff and your other people, that matters. But out of protest, I did not vote for president, and I'm not gonna this time around either vote for president. I'm not gonna.
I think that was the first time I voted for a Republican president, man. And I think I voted for Bush the first time, but I was just like kind of becoming a new Christian. I thought I was like doing the right thing, and it's like I wasn't 100% awake. I was just like, well, I don't know if I really like this guy. Like there was even something even then, even not even being fully awake, I'm like, I'm not sure about this. And then it's like, I never voted for another Republican again. I voted for like third parties. Then I don't even think I voted when Obama and McCain and Obama and Romney ran. I don't even think I voted for a presidential candidate. And then when Trump ran, I did vote for Trump the first time around. I'm just not doing it again because first time around, that's like my whole thinking was, this guy's never been in office, so he's never messed anything up as an elected official. He is talking against the wars, which I was really afraid of if Hillary got elected again. And
right.
He is talking about closing the border. Now I did not like the people he had in his camp were really concerning to me because he had Chris Christie, and I was like, dude, this dude needs to have a beating. It's like because Chris Christie I know that's really sick when you like pass a bill and you're like, no, pigs don't need to have any space to turn their bodies in a cage. It's like, are you kidding me, dude? Like you cannot bring yourself to pass a bill to be humane to a pig. Like I mean, I just thought that was like pretty sick, you know? And
Right.
and just like I'm really against animal cruelty, and I just think, man, dude, it's like you're just going out of your way just to
Right.
be a horrible human being. And
Yep.
and when Trump put him in his camp, man, that really sickened me. And then when he threw him back out of it, I was like, okay, maybe he was just kind of playing a game there. And I was trying to buy into it, but even trying to buy into it, it was starting to get hard to me, and I still pulled the lever. But man, but I think as soon as he nominated Gina Haspel, I started getting sick to my stomach because I was like, this woman used torture to get false confessions out of these Muslims. And then that's why she later said, because when she was getting asked about before her nomination, she believes in torture. She's like, oh, it doesn't work. Well, the reason why she believes it doesn't work is because she had experience torturing people into confessions and finding out that they gave her false information.
Oh.
So I mean,
yep. See, yeah, and you know what? I'm afraid with the Trump, I fear that I know he's going to be elected.
I think so too.
Yeah, because it fits a narrative for more chaos.
Oh, and I think they're on purposely going to rig it close. Like I don't think like organically, if you were not to mess with things, I think organically, I bet Trump would probably win about by 5%. Like I think he'd win fairly easy. The only reason why I think it would be that close is I think he has made a lot of independents more angry than what the media portrays, and I think he's made a lot of your more of your like true Christians that kind of like might have voted for him last time. They're not voting for him this time because like I noticed like there was a lot of Seventh-day Adventists that were saying a lot of favorable things about him the first time, and now they're like a lot of them still like change their tune to thinking he might be the Antichrist, or might usher in the Antichrist. So it's like
right.
He has hurt some of his he has taken votes away from himself from some of these things he's done, but no one's talking about it. But at the same time, there's also this extra fear because people see all these riots and they think he's the only hope of even controlling that madness. So he's still got some people scared back into voting for him. So, but I think if it was an organic election, he wins by at least 5% fairly comfortably. But the thing is, I think they're still going to rig it so close because they want maximum chaos. And the only way you can get chaos is if you have a horrible Democrat ticket that every Republican's thinking there is no way that ticket can win. I don't even know any Democrat that's excited to vote for that. How can that possibly win? And that's why I think they got that bad ticket because this is the only way. If let's say like the voting says Biden narrowly is winning the election there, and then let's say Trump says I don't believe it. I think that's enough to spark patriots to like do something, or people who think they're patriots to do something, and like get behind Trump and really have maximum chaos. So it's like I don't know if they're just going to rig it super close to where Biden barely loses, and yet it's 4 more years of like the sort of like attacks about Russian collusion, but they're going to be like, oh, Trump stole the election and we're not going to let it go, even though most people know there was no Russian collusion, and most people will know there was no rigging this election. If anything, they rigged it close, but they're going to use that like 4 years of chaos. Or I don't know if they're just going to barely make it Biden win. And then you can have all these patriots be like, I just don't believe it. And if Trump opens his mouth and says, I don't accept it, what kind of chaos do you have then? You might have to call in the UN and might have a reason to call in the UN. So.
Yep. You're right. That's the best way for civil. Divide and conquer, is make it about 50-50. That's the best way. Or if it's not 50-50, where either way, the other half is still strong, so that it's about 50-50.
I think if you could do it with just 30% and make it feel like 50, like all you gotta do is make the media feel like it's almost 50%.
Right.
I mean, think about this. If you just got 1 out of 10 people out there causing chaos, it's not like the other 90% is going to band together. They're so divided and not knowing really what to make of things and hesitant to act. Like, you can have it was less than 10% of the people that were rioting in these cities, and everyone was just sitting back and not doing nothing, expecting the police to fix it, or expecting, maybe there'll be a few militia guys that go down there and help out the police and fix it. But you didn't have all these people band together like, oh no, we got to stop this. So it's like I could easily see all you got to do is just get, work up about 10% of the people, maybe even less than that, maybe just 5%. And I mean, does anyone come out to stop it? You just make that 5% feel like, oh yeah, Trump rigged the election and Biden really won. And
That's right. 5% is all you need.
I was thinking it would take more than that, but honestly, after watching what I've seen this year, maybe you could just do it with 5%, get 5% of people angry and acting crazy.
Yep. So, yeah, that's why I'm near certain Trump's a shoo-in, because he fits the best narrative or agenda, the agenda for civil divide, chaos, and then from there, and if it ain't right away, down the road soon. Yeah.
I just feel like with Trump, it's a slow death. Because they got to play out that agenda where they can't just have Trump slam the gas pedal. But
yeah, and Trump puts the patriots off guard, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think that's by design. Yeah, that was a scary thing when I voted for him, because I was like, you know what? When I voted for him, I even thought this scenario might be the scenario that goes down. I even told people I've worked with. I said, look. I said, it's either this guy's legit, because look at how he's getting attacked by the rhinos and the Democrats and all the people who are scumbag, and they're attacking him. So it's like he's either legit or they got something really huge planned, and it's not going to matter. It's not going to be stopped anyway. And sure enough, it looks like it's the latter, where they got some huge plan coming down the pike, and I voted for the guy that looked legit, and yes, and I know they're shooting their wad. This is because you wouldn't be able to trot out a candidate like Trump ever again. Because once people see through this one, they couldn't pull another Trump. So I pretty much know they got to use him, and they got to do this whole plan through his presidency.
Right. And oh well, just trust the plan. Thank you. And and all these children got rescued. 45 children here getting trafficked got saved, and 75 children there. I didn't wonder about that. Like somebody pointed out, I didn't even think about it. I was like, that's kind of odd. A whole bunch of children got caught is saved in a net that a pedo net, and they found them and they saved them, and then there's nothing further on it, no details or anything. I wonder now, it very well could just be just a story. But
I do wonder about that. I wonder about even all these arrests, and they're like, oh yeah, these people are getting arrested more than ever. Is this just stories? Because a lot of the other news is always look at the live coronavirus. Look at they're getting all these doctors to do it. You don't think they can get just a few people in the media to do it?
Exactly. And you got the propaganda ban, Smith Act. We can propagandize. I mean, as if the news didn't lie to us to begin with, but now they got full on culpability, no responsibility, no liability, full on lie to the American public under national security about anything, and they don't got to worry. There's no repercussions. So we got to keep that in the forefront of our minds. It's hard, but I mean, the president could stand there at the podium and say, like Russia just attacked us or China. It'd be a full out lie, and we wouldn't know. Under the Smith-Mundt Propaganda Ban Act, let go of that. It's on top of the lies and all that. The media is totally 100% propaganda, CIA lies now. It used to not be so bad. It was, even since the church committee meetings. Are you using the CIA? Is the CIA using the media? And that was back in the 70s. But we had some semblance of truth seekers and talkers within media. But today, since Obama and all that, I would say like 100%. I don't know. I don't listen to TV. I should. Well, on the internet, I try to catch some mainstream media news, but I don't know. It's scary. It's to know that all of it can be total lies without impunity. There's no ramifications for the media.
Yeah, you just mentioned the church committee, and earlier I mentioned that bar to Mark Matheny. I said I read this part. Bar stonewalled and destroyed the church committee that investigated abuses by the CIA, National Security Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Internal Revenue Service. So right there, it's like there's no getting rid of the corruption. Not with these guys. But anyway, hey, it's 9 hours and 30 minutes of broadcasting. I'm done, okay? I'll probably wake up later, do a show, and you're free to join. I might go out. I'm going to probably go out in the public once I wake up. Go out in public. Make sure because it's like my wife and kids went to Chicago because they wanted to go visit their grandma and grandpa. But I got to work tomorrow night. But I went like during the day. I kind of wanted to go try to actually talk to some people about all this stuff and see if I can have some kind of recorded interaction, street interaction with people. I don't know how that's going to go or if I'll be able to do it, but and then after I do that, I want to do a show. So if you see me on, you're free to stop in, and I think a lot of people, probably like you stopping in again. You there, Truth Freeze? I heard a bunch of rumbling, like. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to hit end broadcast. So, hey, everybody. Thank you for watching this show. And if you made it through all 9.5 hours, that's incredible.
This has been 9.5 hours since you started. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it really has. I started my show at, I think I started at 8 o'clock.
Wow.
And it's So 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5, and it's 5:30. So yeah, 8.5. I mean 9.5. 9.5.
You're awesome. Oh my god. And you work.
Oh yeah.
And you got
Yeah, I did
and
this
you
job
got
after only
dinner.
having like 3 hours of sleep because I wanted to get up early and try to play with my kids before they went to Chicago.
Oh, wait. Why are they going to Chicago? Why?
Oh, to go visit their
Oh,
grandma and grandpa.
but it's not going to be in the city and the like. Oh, wait. Like, how long are they going to?
I don't know how that's gonna go, to be honest. I mean, I don't like. It might not be like dead in Chicago. They might get like a hotel outside of it, and
Yes.
I hope that's what they're doing.
Because I'm telling you, all cities, I would say, all cities are suspect on the third, right? The third, which is
Well, we're
well.
gonna be back before then.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, yeah. No, they're not gonna be any visiting nobody while it's voting season. That might be like day the purge starts happening.
When you said voting season, reminds me of like hunting season.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that slipped out. I didn't mean to say it that way. When I'm like, it does kind of feel that way to me in a way.
Yes, it does.
Like
Season.
it's going to be the start of the hunting season, and you're going to be the hunted.
Oh, yeah. So we got to be like sensible and like careful and somewhat like well, what day is that? Damn it! Is it
Tuesday, I think.
Wait, November.
Yeah, in fact, I know it's Tuesday.
Yep.
Birthday's the 5th. So, and that's on a Thursday.
Yeah, that's funny. It must be always Tuesday, because when Obama was elected, it was the 2nd. I'll never forget that. It was like November 2nd, 2008. The world changed.
Well, I felt like that was the death of America, to be honest, because I felt like this guy, according to the U.S. Constitution, he's not a natural born citizen. It's on record that his dad was Kenyan, and I don't care where you're born at. I don't believe in that anchor baby stuff. Like, I don't want to make this broadcast go too much longer, so I'm not going to go into depth. But like, you kind of probably know the basic argument that you like both your parents have to be U.S. citizens in order for you to be a natural born citizen. Like
right.
Because if not, then you're going to have a father that might have a loyalty to one country. Your mother's got a loyalty to the U.S. and then the child's got split loyalty. And so it was just a defense mechanism. It's like, come on, man, you can't raise one kid with 2 U.S. citizen parents, then your nation's messed up anyway. So, I mean, like, that's not a bad safeguard. It's like, man, dude, when it gets that bad, when you can't have 2 citizen parents and you, because
you're just touching on the iceberg. Yeah. I was like, when he was elected, I was like, oh, I looked up to this. I couldn't believe it. I cried. Like, I understand these.
I don't blame you for crying.
Huh?
Did you say you cried?
I did.
Yeah, I did. And I don't blame you, because it's like, really, that was the death of America. I mean, I really feel like that because we had no president at that point. Like, to me, you canceled out the Constitution completely at that point when, we couldn't even elect a president.
I cried because I felt all of America turned on America. I couldn't believe it. And yet now I know, like, he might not have even really been legitimately elected because we used electronic voting already at that time. But just the fact that there was enough, it was like I felt just treasoned in.
Oh, it is.
and hopeless. Yeah. I felt like, oh, America's lost. And I wasn't wrong. It started the trek. And yeah. And now we got Trump with it's like, yeah. But I feel he's Pied Piper. So like I feel it's like just adding to it all. It's like we're trusting now in a guy. Okay, if he was not selected, he'd be dead by now. He'd be dead. Yeah. Well, and that's not a way to look at things, but it just no. Somebody who promises that he deployed the military to vaccinate us in other forces. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay. And he's our hope. So, I don't know. We're like, oh,
No, the disappointing thing to me also about Trump was that he should have, like, in order for me to feel any good about him being elected, he would have also had to say Obama wasn't even a president. Like, I didn't like the fact that, okay, I'm the one who made him, have to show his birth certificate. Because I was like, because the one thing about that whole birth certificate thing that bothered me was, it's like that was like a little bit harder to prove. And I don't feel like it was ever like even that was even completely legit. But even so, it's like you had something that was much easier to prove. He already admitted his father was Kenyan. Everyone knows his father was a Kenyan. You cannot be president if you have if you don't have two citizen parents at the time of your birth. You cannot be president. You're not natural born. You can be a U.S. citizen, but you cannot be considered natural born. And to me, to have that guy get elected was the death of America. It's like that ain't America, because that's not in our Constitution to elect someone like that. So it's like, what were we even being ruled by? We're no longer being ruled by a president. Everyone's answering to him. You're answering to something that's totally foreign to our Constitution. You're not even answering to an American president. That's not an American president. So who are you answering to all that time, all those 8 years? And for Trump to even not acknowledge that.
Yes.
I was like, okay, you really. And now to see Trump doing this, I feel like from the time Obama became president and Trump is almost like a continuation of that illegitimate government that just does not even care about America.
Yep. You're right. And was that Purdy? I forget her name. Killed on the boat, like with the proof of Obama's citizenship and that. But fluoride, right? Is that not why we're fluoridated? Like that people don't point out and notice what you just said. What you just said should have been national news all along. What you just said.
Well, see, I always thought the birth certificate thing, and the reason why they kept focusing on that was to drown out that other conversation. And that's why I always hated when people focused on that. And you notice, man, all these like truthers, man, they're just on blast about that birth certificate. I'm like, what about the natural born citizen part of it? Let's not focus on that. I said he already admitted his dad's Kenyan. Everyone knows his dad's Kenyan. You don't have to argue about that. So why don't we just focus on that argument? Why focus on this harder to prove argument that most people are going to just like say, that sounds crazy? Well, here's an argument that doesn't sound crazy because everybody already admitted it. Why don't we focus on that? And it's like, and that it drove me nuts, man. It drove me nuts for 8 years. Watch that.
Liquid Smooth, that makes just too much sense. You're making too much sense.
I brought that up some videos, man, and that whole time because it just drove me nuts.
But what you like what you say, it's actually, I didn't really think about that, but that's so true. It didn't need to get to birth certificate point. It was like what did he say? And really, what's our Constitution? All right, put those two together. You don't need any more than that. And does it matter? Or at least acknowledge it, you know? Acknowledge the fact we elected a president not natural born that's in our Constitution. Acknowledge it. Don't like, well, birth certificate. Well, yeah, I could see now where that was like sort of a side issue in a sense. He said it out of his own mouth.
Out things. It's just like that whole stupid Kavanaugh. I mean, it kind of reminded me a little bit of the Kavanaugh Christy Blasey Ford. It's like, dude, there's other reasons not to elect this man. Stop. And I kept even yelling at, trying to yell at my own media, you know, and confront my own radio people that just kept talking nothing but, you know, Blasey Ford and how they're just attacking Kavanaugh over nothing. And I'm like, what it was to drown out all the other things, you know, the Vince Foster, sabotaging the Vince Foster investigation, the fact that, you know, Kavanaugh approves of government spying and all this other stuff, you know, the fact that he's for global warming and climate change and says it's a moral imperative to do something about it. He's talking like an absolute, like, you know, Democrat or what you'd call a leftist, you know. And so I'm like, why not focus on these things? You know, what it was there's people like me that was bringing this up and they were just using that Christy Blasey Ford just to drown their voices out. And that's all they want to talk about.
Wow. I didn't even realize what you just said. I mean, I didn't realize about Kavanaugh. I know Pompeo and Barr, like, are, you know, treasoners. But with him, I didn't realize. But what you're saying, it's basically that's CIA mind war tactics, psychological, mental tactics, like distract people from the main focus and point to, you know, minutia within, so they don't see the bigger picture, or it's some sort of CIA. I'm assuming tactic. And with Kavanaugh, did you ever see that side by side, his accuser and himself?
No, I didn't. I mean, were they actually just standing side by side and not?
No, they never were. No, they never did. But no, were there one and the same people? Or maybe not, but they sure look like they are.
Oh, you're talking about their faces look the same?
Oh, I'm telling you, it's too much.
I don't know.
And that's like a road, like, you know, people go like, oh, I don't want to go down that, and, you know, no. But I'm telling you, it's too much. You look at the two, and then you think, okay, the ramifications, if so, it's too much. It's disgusting. But well, it can't be fully proven, I don't think, unless we get a confession from Kavanaugh. But Pompeo, I was in the CIA. We lied, we cheated, we stole. And look, guys, with the corona, we're in a live exercise with Trump standing there. Well, you should have let us know. We're in a live
I do
exercise. And Barr was a prosecutor who let off the sniper who killed Vicky Weaver.
Oh, see, that's the most disgusting thing to me about Barr. But the fact that here's this guy, and actually, I thought he, at his confirmation, he was actually bragging about his pro bono work. And what was his pro bono work he did? His pro bono work, his work he did for free, was the work that he did to help those snipers get away with putting a bullet through Vicky Weaver's head while she's holding that baby and shooting his 14-year-old son and killing him.
Sammy Weaver. And that American Japanese, or if he was American, they gave him a high five. Well, he got a 2-for-1. He shot through Vicky Weaver and then into Randy Weaver's friend. High five him. And that sniper is the one who Barr helped as a prosecutor at the time.
Yeah, see that's one thing people try to say, like, oh, I don't want what's that that immunity? I can't think of. Oh man, some kind of immunity that police get, man, and I just can't think of the whole phrase for it. But it's like I don't think they deserve that kind of thing. Like I mean, just because you're given an order to go do something, it's like you shouldn't have those kinds of protections. If you break the Constitution, like if I say, hey, go hang this person because they're black, and you go and do it, you can't be like, oh, I was taking an order from a superior and hold me guilty. It's like, no, dude, you should not be hanging someone just because they're black or killing someone just because they're black, just because someone gave you an order. You know the Constitution. You know they got rights. You're responsible too. It's like they're, and I don't remember what all that law is called, but it's like you're responsible too, buddy. Like you can't get off the hook for that. And the same thing goes for those FBI agents. You cannot get off the hook for something like that.
Right. No immunity. No prosecutorial immunity. Whatever. No, you don't get it. No. And no. And so who has Trump surrounded himself with? A Barr, Pompeo, Fauci, Birx. Maybe he's been surrounded by them, but I don't know. It's like depends how you look at it. But yeah, we got to get. And this is, well, in my mind, this is why 9/11 truth matters. Those like in masks, those who don't want to know or don't want to look at 9/11 truth, like forget it. It's like 20 years. No heads have rolled. And now we're wearing masks. And oh, it's just a mask, just for a short time. Well, yeah, all those people having you wear the masks, they're getting you into the boxcar next, rolling up your sleeve for the vaccine that will kill you and censor you, biochip you. Mark of the beast. Okay, it's that's where we're at. And there is no sitting on the fence. If you're ignorant of what's going on, nobody wants to learn law, history, math, algebra. I don't want to learn algebra. No, nobody does. But you better learn some basic history, truth, and look at it, or you're sitting on the fence. You're sitting on the fence, and you're gonna get. You can't sit on the fence. You can't. You don't got to know everything, but you better know enough to know what side you're on and what's going on. But you know what? There's a lot of Christians. They got full hope and trust in Trump. Trump is like, he's the first president that's like done everything that he promised to do, build the wall and this and that and that. A lot of good Christian people. So it's scary. We're at a scary time because it's hard to know the truth without having discernment. It can't be just by knowledge, because not everybody has the access to knowledge. Although there's the internet at our fingertips, that's been for the last few decades, that could be found, but if you seek it, but we're at a point. And I'm scared because a lot of people I love, they trust Trump is the answer. And that's what worries me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, one thing I know. See, it's like I know a couple of people that are. I mean, they're fairly awake, and then it's like, and they're even awake as and when I say fairly awake, they know about like the Vatican and the Jesuits, and they were actually like kind of like buying into the fact about being happy that hey, Trump got a Supreme Court justice, nominated before the election, and we're kind of winning on this. And it's like, really? And I mentioned to it, I said, even before that happened, I was like, really? He's nominating another Catholic? Like, that doesn't bother you? Like, well, I don't like the fact that it's another Catholic, but it's like, I'm just like, man, what? Yeah, it's like they still don't want to wake up, man. That's what's really concerning to me is even people that are like kind of awake to the Jesuits and the Vatican, and here he goes, doing this stuff, and you can see it, and it's like you see every pick he made was like not only Catholic, but it's deep state Catholic. Barr's Catholic, Kavanaugh's Catholic. I can't remember if Gina Haspel is. It wouldn't surprise me if she was. I mean, everybody else is. And now Amy Coney Barrett is, and it's like, but I mean, especially Barr and Kavanaugh, man, you're talking about the guys that let the deep state happen in the first place, but they didn't do their job, and because they didn't do their job, Clinton got off the hook, and so did George Bush, and now this whole deep state, got really more entrenched, and you're still convincing yourself. It's like that's just what's blowing my mind.
Well, yeah, it's sort of a self-defense mode, maybe. Well, they might be Catholic, but it really doesn't mean much, or like, it's easy to discount. Okay, well, okay, they get the Catholic bought, and discount it like, well, just happenstance. It doesn't mean that person's bad. But when you get in the higher ups, it does matter, and a lot of people don't see that. And it's hard. It's hard. It's a hard idea to get people to see. It's rough. Well, and beyond that, okay. Oh, okay. She smiles nice. She looks friendly. She wouldn't hurt like a mouse. Okay, how can that be bad? Yeah.
Yeah, even my wife, she was like, well, I kind of heard some of her responses. She sounds like she's really with it and really on top of it and sharp-witted, and I'm just like, no, I don't care. If she really is the one legit Catholic that exists, that's in a high up position. Trump should have made her the first one. It's like, I don't trust him after Barr and Kavanaugh. I done lost all trust. Barr, Kavanaugh, and Haspel. It's like,
right. Once I heard she was Catholic, I was like, oh, and then, but you tell it to Catholics, they're like, no, like we're like for what's so wicked about the whole Catholic system? They got like a good percentage of the population under their spell. Okay, yes, they will say, the dignity of life and from against abortion and all that. At the same time that they're promoting pedophilia and seminarian abuse, and it's hard. It's a hard thing when you get into the higher ups in political leadership, convincing people that if they got these ties, they're no good. They can't be. They're corrupt. Jesuit, Catholic, Freemason. It's I don't know. Getting people to see it is another story.
Yeah, I tell you, I want to find something on Brett Kavanaugh, pull up on the screen, man, because there was like this whole little image, and it had a list of every single reason you shouldn't vote for him. And part of it was like wiretapping and all this other stuff. But I tell you what, man, when I pop it, like used to, I could just type something as simple in a search engine as Brett Kavanaugh horrible, and then click images, and I could find that one little meme or something. And now it's like it's buried under all this Christy Blasey. You know, it's like another thing. You know, when I was like, okay, these Democrats didn't want him getting nominated. I'm like, hey, guess what? I hate them too. Why don't we all group together and like, you know, have like these really good reasons not to nominate him? And it's like all they would do is focus on the Blasey Ford stuff, and they wouldn't focus on any of the other stuff. I'm like, really? Like, don't you hate NSA and the wiretapping and see, it's like that's another thing. You can't even get people to unify on hating the person for like the same reasons and come up with like okay, you might hate him, but here's some better reasons. Oh no, I'll pass alone. Like really, we could actually get
so
somewhere if the voice was loud enough, you know.
You're too funny. That's so funny. That is so funny. It's not funny. It's true. What you're saying. It's so key. It's like that's a tactic. But yeah, get people focused on some mundane minutia reason, right? And then that's the focus. It's that takes away your eyes on what you're saying. the real reasons why this person shouldn't be elected. You don't look there. It's oh my goodness. Yeah. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's just funny how it happens so readily. And I blame fluoride, but it's because Americans, you go 100 years back, no, Americans weren't going to go like, oh, Kavanaugh, yeah, we love him, and we hate the woman who says he raped her, who's probably the same person in drag or whatever. But the real reasons, no, we're not going to focus on that. Now, 100 years ago, it would not be so. No. It would be on like, why? What's going on with Kavanaugh? What's his record? Not like, oh, the immediate mainstream media, you know, focus. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a battle against, in part, mainstream media. Where the minds go, information being put out, it being hid, all that. It's a war. A war of information. Well, listen, you got to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm like, well, yes.
And I'm so
like, okay, I'm hitting 10 hours. I do a lot.
And I feel so guilty. Oh my God.
Yeah, an hour ago, I was like, yeah, we're gonna.
Oh my goodness, no. Good night, and God bless you. You're awesome. You are so awesome.
Oh, I enjoyed it a lot. Like, I mean, like really, it was very uplifting for me.
Yes. And we shall meet again, right?
Oh yeah. I definitely want to, love to have you on anytime you want to come on. Hop on in, and I'll post the link. And I do some shows, some live shows where what I do is I do them live, but that's just so it's instantaneously loaded onto YouTube, and I don't have to like hit my publish button on my software and then upload the video. It's just a lot quicker to do like a 10-minute live show. But if I put like live call in or something, you can call right on in and sit in here and talk for like a couple hours.
All right. Listen, get some sleep, get some rest. Oh my goodness.
Straight to bed.
That's right.
I'm gonna get something to drink. I've been thirsty for 2 hours. Well, I kept thinking I'm going to wrap the show up. And I'm sitting here like, oh, just go ahead and finish your point. And then you'd say something, then I want to make a point.
Drink 2 glasses of straight up purified or distilled water. Go to sleep.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna drink. I might drink some coffee and go to sleep.
No.
That's exactly what I do. No, I can actually sit and drink coffee and just go straight to sleep.
Yeah, me too. That just means you're too hyper. But no, drink water. I'm serious. Drink some water, go to bed. That's the best. It is. And God bless you. I love you. And oh my goodness. Did your wife join you on your chat too?
No, but I was talking to her about because we had to have good conversations, kind of like the ones me and you just had, where she'll bring up some points and she'll get me to like just firing in just the right directions, and I'm like, okay, that could have been a good show. I wish we would have recorded our conversation.
Please make her, please, like, get her to join you on a chat and on your next chat, please. I'm telling you, she needs, like, I don't know, something just tells me. I haven't met her, but I'm just saying, I just got a sense that'd be great.
It would be good for her, and she's a little self-conscious, so I don't know how easy it is for her to.
Well, like me, she could be like, no, you don't get, like, I get my voice. I like, even that I like a little afraid of, but she could just like do like, she don't gotta put the camera on, right? She could just have her voice.
I could just have her sit to the side. Yes. That's what I used to. That's what I did for one video I did when I first met her. She just sat right off the side of the camera and sat right there. I could see her shoulder. Yes. I was like, oh, I guess you have been in a video. I can see your shoulder. But she didn't say a word. She just sat there while I did all the talking.
Oh, yes. Tell her, please. And oh my goodness. God bless you. I'm going, and I want to hear from her too. And you're awesome. I'm gonna watch for your next stream in your videos, and thank you. I thank you is what I gotta say.
Oh yeah. I thank you too. I mean, I'm really glad you came on the show. It was like it was really good to hear all your views, because I definitely share. I think I share them all, so it was really nice.
Yep.
A lot of good information I didn't know about New York. I liked hearing that, like I think it's some kind of E word where you help fill out the story of New York, but I can't think of the word. My vocabulary is really escaping me. I can barely even make words come out of my mouth.
So I could ramble. Look, I could ramble for like hours upon hours. So I'm not going to even say anything.
All right, so we're going to stop right there.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just going to hit the end. Good talking to you. I'm hitting the end button right now. So
all right.
And thank you everyone who listened. Anyone who made it all 10 hours. Wow, you actually did. Anyway, good night, and thanks everybody.
You're awesome. Good night.